morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, brought to you by Take Sports. I am your host Shaurya Singh alongside my co-host Rahul Bajaj, and we're here at the final day's action, which promises to be an exciting one. Rahul, how do you feel today?
What an interesting day this is going to be, Shaurya, with our leaders Shiv Kapoor at 17 under, Adil Bedi coming in at 16 under, and Rashid Khan at 15 under. Closely followed by some young guns in Kshitij Naved Kaul and Dhruv Shoran. So I'm assuming that this is going to be a really, really exciting day, and we are looking forward to all the action.
So without further ado, let's go to the first tee where we have Arjun on the tee and looking resplendent in pink.
Nice group even this is, right? Digraj Singh Gill playing alongside Chirag Kumar and Arjun Prasad. Exciting mix of, of course, experience in Chirag Kumar, a lot of it, and of course his Asian Tour win. With Digraj Singh Gill, who's just about finding his ropes on the tour, and Arjun Prasad, of course, someone who's been knocking on the door quite often.
Yes, absolutely. So, giving it some thought, Rahul, what do you think it's going to take today for these players? Will it take some decisive action to sort of break this Gordian knot, if you may, for the leaders? What kind of a score and who do you think is our leading horse for this race?
I think we're looking at somewhere around a 20 to 21 under par to win the tournament. But definitely any of the guys within 6 shots of the lead, which is all the way up to any score at 11 under par, which is Abhijit Singh Chadda and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. I think everyone's got a shot at this title. And this is going to be an extremely exciting day because all of these players are in form and have been in form for the past few months. So we are looking at something which is probably going to be a little bit of a birdie fest today. And I think someone who's going to catch some steam early in the day might have a better chance at this. But of course, coming in towards the end of the round, the 16th, 17th, and the 18th always pose a little bit more excitement as all three holes become a little birdieable. Of course, the 18th becomes slightly tougher with the release point of that ball dropping in to the green. But it definitely is a good shot at a birdie.
Absolutely. And I think our referees and the organizing committee would have a surprise or two for the players today with pin positions. And that's something that I personally am looking forward to is seeing how precarious the pin positions will be. Yes, if yesterday is something to go by, nothing is having an effect on the players. I mean, they are carrying on, regardless, they're still making birdies. So this should be an interesting day. And for our viewers, who are just joining us. It'll be an interesting day's action for the final day.
Well, looking at what Dhruv Shoran did yesterday, shot a -8 on the moving day and a flawless card there for him, bogey-free round of 8 birdies on the scorecard. So, I mean, stuff like this absolutely makes the game a lot more fun and, of course, a lot more challenging for the other players because clearly Dhruv is moving up that leaderboard with some good scoring and, of course, a lot of confidence coming into the final round. So, with scorecards like that, and of course, Shiv Kapoor going through 44 holes without a single bogey also goes on to show the quality of golf that we are looking at. So, I'm assuming that today is going to be nonetheless in an excitement. There we have Digraj Singh Gill now taking the first shot of the day on the final round of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021.
As we see that, the first few groups are teeing off really early, and you can see some dew on the grass. What effect would it have on the players at this point in time? Would we look at the ball going a little shorter at during the morning time, maybe half a club shorter, and as the day progresses, you see the players hit the ball a little longer, and the wind have more of an effect on play.
So as you can tell, Shaurya, the sun's already out. So you're looking at this due for another hour or so, and so that'll be probably for the first group. They would have finished about 6 holes by then. We're really looking at a condition wherein, yes, definitely the ball's going to be going slightly shorter. Of course, it's also slightly colder at this time of the day. So we are looking at that, and also the dew between the club face and the ball is going to start affecting the spin rates a little bit. So the players will have a little bit of challenge in the first few holes, especially hitting a few chips and all around the greens is going to be difficult to judge as the ball might either skid or might get a little too soft. So a lot of judgment going on early on in the day is going to be important. There we have a former Panasonic Open champion, Chirag Kumar, ready to take his tee shot on the first hole. Chirag, of course, had a decent round yesterday, coming in with a 69 on the third round to move into a total of -3 for the tournament. and a tie for the 26th position.
A very seasoned campaigner, Chirag. Very deliberate sort of swing. Not the longest of hitters, but very accurate with his irons. I think this week we'll see a lot of different styles of play, and that's something that our viewers can definitely take away from today's day.
Chirag has a very, very technically sound golf swing, along with a really, really solid tempo as well. And, keeping all those things in the mix, he, of course, goes about his business in a very, very cool and calm manner. And definitely his experience is going to help him, to catapult himself even further up this leaderboard today to have, maybe a top 10 finish for the week.
Absolutely. There we have a look at the first hole as the players walk down. I think the camera angle is very nice and gives you a fair view of how the hole actually turns to the right. So the players are navigating a little bit of a dogleg to the right, and hence many of them opting to just hit a three wood, get the ball in play, and then hit an iron from there and try to make a birdie.
The first hole actually has got a lot of character in it. There's an OB line on the right side. While the fairway is not the smallest fairway in the world, but definitely requires a little bit of shaping off the tee box. Players could hit it far left and straight down the fairway up to about 280 yards, but definitely placing of the ball is going to be key, especially in the early hours of the day, because there's going to be no roll on the ball. So players are looking to keep the ball towards where these gentlemen are walking right now, so that they can get a better angle into the flag where it's located. The green's on a little bit on the right side of where we are looking right now. So this is the challenge that the players have to face.
Absolutely, placement will be key. And as we look at our players walking down, you can see the birds in the fairway. No better way to start your day. I know that the beauty of nature is obviously always there for a golfer to admire. That's something that can actually keep your stress levels in check as you are here on the final day of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021. And for our viewers to know that this tournament is a very, very lucrative tournament, one of the biggest prize monies ever on the domestic tour, at standing at a whooping 1.5 cr. So there's a lot to play for, not just the love of the game. There's also a lot of love of the bank balance as well for a lot of these players. So obviously that's why you're seeing each one of them extremely focused and on top of their game. And I can definitely, both of us being professional players, we can understand how they feel right now. So this is definitely the business end of things. So expect to see a lot of good action and players really trying to shoot the best numbers today.
Shaurya, I used to hate these morning tea times where it'd be playing early on in the day, and because you're waking up way earlier than your tea time, so you would always be like, oh my god, I've got to wake up at this hour. But then when you got onto the golf course and you walked that first fairway, like you said, everything's like taken away, and you're all in a sense of calm, and you're out there to get your business done.
Absolutely. I think for us as commentators, we got up pretty early today as well. So we are trying to emulate the players, but obviously it's no kid's business. When you play these early rounds, you have to get up at, maybe you could see some of these players probably waking up at 4:30 in the morning in this cold weather, going through their extensive stretching routines and then reaching the golf range. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes.
Well, warm up is definitely one of them, and clearly, as of now, we are just about warming up, ladies and gentlemen. While these players on the golf course are already warm enough to be taking on the challenging golf course at the Chandigarh.
So, as you see in the fairway, they're obviously the first group to tee off. So I think they would be waiting for the third player, for Digraj Singh Gill, I believe.
Yes, Tigrat Singh Gill seems to have hit it off slightly towards the left side, and players were waiting for him to hit off. Of course, we're looking forward to what kind of shots are coming in through the day now. Chirag Kumar, of course, going first, followed by Arjun Prasad now in the fairway. Good, interesting mix of stuff happening. You noticed the amount of youngsters, the crop that is coming up, including Arjun. Arjun's also been, playing really, really well off late, and has been getting his game up to shape to be finishing in top positions. And of course, a win should be knocking on his door pretty soon.
Absolutely, and Digraj Singh Gill is actually from the United States of America, and so is Varun Chopra, the amateur, who has made the cut. So obviously, a very eclectic mix of players playing this tournament this time.
Quick mention to all the notables in the field. This week we've got Gaganjeet Bhullar, SSP Chaurasia, Shiv Kapoor, Ajitesh Sandhu, Jyoti Randhawa. We also have our defending champion Karandeep Kochar, and of course our host for the tournament, Jeev Milkha Singh, the only player from India to have ever had a golf tournament named after him.
That's quite the honor indeed.
Of course, of course, Jeev has had a great distinction of being the only Indian to have won the Asian Tour Order of Merit twice over in 2006 and 2008. Out there looking at people walking around the Sukhna Lake, an attraction for Chandigarh people as well as anyone who travels to that city. It's one of the largest lakes around. It's right behind the golf course, in fact. A great place to go for a run in the evening after you've finished a round of golf.
Abs-
I'm sure you've done that during tournaments, and I've done that
Absolutely.
too. Brilliant place.
I think I would have hit a golf ball, golf ball or two in the lake erroneously.
Looks like Arjun Prasad seems to have leaked it out towards Sukhna, but we shall find out very, very soon. Caddy is finding too much of sun in his eyes, but I'm sure they've figured out where that ball's landed up. Looks like he's leaked it out slightly towards the right side. Going back to Jeev Milkha Singh, a multiple winner on the European Tour, the Japan Tour, the Asian Tour, with 14 major appearances under his belt and a career high world rank of 28th, the best for any Indian ever. We have our next group on the tee now. We have got good friends Divyanshu Bajaj, Syed Saqib Ahmed, and playing alongside the amateur Varun Chopra.
A very good, interesting group, and the amateur will have a lot to learn today from the professionals. Although he's definitely seems to be on top of his game as well. You know, producing these kind of rounds and being here on the weekend, it's a great opportunity. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, the amateur does not get the prize money. So that always seems like a little bit of a downer, but obviously you don't. When you're an amateur, you just look forward to these opportunities. But I've been in this situation myself as well. You know, one of the first professional tournaments I played as an amateur, I played exceedingly well, and I think I finished 11th, and I was quite disappointed that I couldn't take the prize money. I'm sure that has been the situation with you as well.
Yeah, but I think at the time, of course, you do feel that, of course, I could have also made some prize money if I had turned professional. But at the same time, keeping things into perspective, while I was an amateur and playing some pro events, I really wanted to see how I stood along with them, what I could gain out of learning, learn from playing with them, and see what are the different things that these professionals did while I was still, striding around playing amateur golf. A quick shout out to all our sponsors. We've got Take Sports, without whom this tournament really wasn't possible. We've got sponsors in associate partners are Incredible India. We've got event partners in Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust, Justice Kuldeep Singh Prakash Bhandari Foundation from Chandigarh, and Bhandari and Associates. There we have our amateur Varun Chopra now taking his tee shot on the final day. There we have confident swing there. Leaning up a little bit, needs to call it slightly to the right. Should be fine.
Nice, generous fairway for the first tee off, and that's what you want because you already have butterflies when you reach the first tee. So you want somewhere where you can just sort of swing the club freely.
Definitely, although there is a little bit of shape required off the tee box. It doesn't appear so from here, the angle that we are looking at. But when the players are out there, there is a little bit of a shaping of the shot which is needed off the tee box. Of course, if you're going for about a 240 yard of shot, like what Syed Saqib Ahmed is, not much of a shape is needed. But anyone going with a 3-wood or a driver would definitely need to shape this ball from left to right to keep it in play.
What was your club of choice on this hole?
Syed Saqib Ahmed seems to be matching up with the Take Solutions board there. Camouflage effect for Syed Saqib Ahmed this morning. So, as you were asking earlier, Shaurya, I used to go along with a 2 iron off the tee box. So I was looking at a 240 to 250 yard shot off the tee, so straight down the left side of the fairway. If the wind was coming into my face a little bit, then I'd probably go with a 3-wood. But that was seldom that I would still take that club because I like to keep it on the left side of the fairway instead of wanting to shape it down into the fairway.
Okay, I think that seems like the more conservative approach. A lot of the players are going with that.
Yes,
Look at Divyanshu going with the three wood. So obviously, would be looking at maybe a little further down the right hand side.
Divyanshu definitely a much more straighter hitter of the ball. He's not extremely long, but he's not short either. He does have a very consistent golf swing and keeps it in place, soft and solid.
I should do it for him then. Soft and solid is what he requires today. So a lot of these players, obviously, teeing off in these groups, they can't realistically be looking at winning the tournament. So the motivation definitely would be, climbing up the ranks and improving their overall standing on the PGTI order of merit, which is currently led by Karandeep Kochar.
Of course, the order of merit is definitely going to be on top of the minds of the players. But the other thing is that if the players can put up a 3 to 5 under or a good under par number on the scoreboard, they can jump up multiple positions, and they could that could make a significant effect on the paycheck they take home this week. Chirag Kumar now from the right side of the green on hole number one. Our referee seems to be feeling rather cold this morning with a shawl around his neck.
It is cold, but obviously the golfers tend to warm up as the day goes on. And this flag position is actually 25 yards on and 8 from the side. So a little bit of a generous flag as opposed to what it was yesterday. A little bit of in the flatter part of the green, so definitely more accessible. Yesterday we saw the flag, which was right on the top tier, a lot more difficult to navigate. The flag was as compared to today, and I would see a lot of birdies here. In fact, the flag is placed in a little bit of a trough, and you can see that players who are more aggressive might actually use the slope as a backstop and maybe have the ball come back, and especially the longer players who generate a lot of spin. So look for this hole to to yield a lot of birdies today.
This green, in fact, from the front to the back, almost all the way, especially from the center left of the green on all the way to the right edge of the green, does slope completely left to right. So if we talk in those lines, we're looking at Arjun Prasad's putt right now would be slightly towards the downhill, and also would make that putt a little bit faster, with the grain also going downhill from there.
One thing which is definite improvement in all the players seems to be the speed of play. They're ready to play, and also that must be also due to the excitement when they hear on the final day. All the players are excited to be teeing up on the final day and testing their mettle against the golf course.
Lovely start there for Arjun Prasad. Holding a 10-footer early on in the day definitely adds a little bit of confidence to your step. And as we can tell from Arjun's step, he has picked up a little bit from that putt. So we're looking forward to what he does through the day now. Anyone who can start out with nice 6-footer or a 10-footer, make it for a birdie or even a par for that matter, does add some value to your day. Digrat Singh Gill now from the United States of America.
Yes, absolutely. Making a putt early on definitely adds a spring in the step and gives you positive vibes for the rest of the round. And I mean, they need that in abundance today.
Absolutely. We have Digraj now taking on his putt. All that get to a steady start for the day. We're not certain as to what the scores are, but we will update that soon on the leaderboard.
I think the first hole now today, realistically, is almost like a birdie hole for them with this flag, as opposed to where it was yesterday.
I think as the fairway gets a little drier early on in the day, it's very difficult to judge how the ball's going to react. But with another hour or so, I think it'll become slightly easier to be able to attack this flag location. You see, yesterday's flag location was right on top of the green, and that was a difficult flag to get to.
A look at a current order of merit, and we have Karandeep Kochar, who's leading the order of merit at 46 lakh 71,000, followed by Chika Rangappa at 43 lakh 93,000. Then Kalin Joshi at third position, 35 lakh 89,000. Viraj Madappa at 31 lakh 27,000, and Veer Alawat rounding up the top five at 30 lakh 56,000. So I think this tournament will actually decide maybe the champion, if, especially if one of Karandeep Kochar or Chikarangappa can actually have a good outing, and if one of them can really make a big check. I think the race for the top of the order of merit might already be decided.
Will pop right into it. A lot of guys who are in the just outside of the top 10 will start popping into the top 10. And of course, a better chance for people at the lower rung of the top five also helps them get an opportunity to jump up, get closer to the first and second position of the order of merit.
So this is a big, this is definitely a big prize purse, and a lot of events even after this. But what would be the effect of such a big prize money on the order of merit? So do you think it's important that the players actually try to confirm the top three positions on the order of merit?
See, of course, ideally the consistency is very, very important. So even if you're playing a 30 lakh rupee event, you still have to, play your best golf. So I think consistency will be very, very important. And of course, the people who are consistent even in the 30, 40 lakhers do end up playing well in these events, of course, because they are carrying good scoring abilities. They're carrying good memories into these tournaments so they can capitalize on them. So I think it's extremely important to capitalize on any week that you have form in. Uh, because you really cannot be a judge of when you are going to be playing your best golf and which course is going to be suiting your abilities. So I think it's very, very important for the players to try to remain consistent through and through the year, no matter what is the prize money in the tournament.
Well said. So consistency is the key then.
100%, no doubting that.
All right, so I think that should be the theme for the day, even for our leaders who are at the leader is at 17 under. Then we have Adil Pedi at 16 under par. We have Rashid Khan at 15 under par, and Shidid Navid Kaul at 13 under par. So obviously, we also have two players tied at 12 under par, namely Dhruv and Udyan. And then we have Abhijit Singh Chadda, Yuvraj Sandhu at 11 under par. So my belief is that it's going to be between these eight players who are within 6 shots of the lead, and maybe an outside shot to Hani Besoya and Karandeep Kochar, who are tied at 9 under par.
8:20 tea time now on tee number one is Chikarangapayas playing alongside Tapi Ghai and Sunny Chaurasia from Calcutta. Back onto the first green, we have Varun Chopra, Divyanshu Bajaj, and Syed Saqib Ahmed. Saqib seems to have missed it just right at the green, and Divyanshu, of course, leaving himself a nice look at birdie from about 22 to 24 feet. Sunit Chaurasia now on the tee box, taking his first shot on this final round of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. I mean, in fact, even for a person like Sunit, he's just about starting his golfing career on the pro circuit. It's it's so nice for him to be able to play a tournament which is being led by the legend Jeev Milkha Singh.
Absolutely, I think he's got golf in his veins, and he has a bright future ahead. I think I've already hammered this point home that he is the current course record holder, but obviously that's like a purple patch, and badge of honor for him, and obviously that's going to hold him in good stead today. And as we have a look at Tappy Guy with his signature shades, and trying to blind the sun out, and let's see what he does today.
That early morning sun's definitely not going to be bothering him. Ladies and gentlemen, Tappy Guy.
Another good ball striker on tour. I think there's no dearth of good ball strikers now on tour. We're seeing the fresh crop of players. A lot of players take their fitness seriously, and very good ball strikers indeed. And Tappy is definitely one of them. He's also a winner on the PGTI. Now look at Chikarangappa going with green trousers today. Obviously, it's always exciting to see him every day. He'll have his best save for last, and obviously going with the Augusta theme today in green and white.
I think Chikka has also be giving a little bit of the camouflage effect as he walks down into the fairway. Be hard to find him on the golf course, but I'm sure he's coming up with a scintillating round today. Chikka, of course, he's a superb player. He's got a great career backing him. Shot rounds of 70, 70, and 72 over the last 3 days. But I'm sure he's looking for a deeper under par round going into this final round so that he can jump up multiple positions on that leaderboard. He's tied for 23rd position right now. It'll be interesting to see what he ends up at through this last round of 18 holes.
You can actually see somebody crossing the tee. So what happens if a player is hitting? You see that there's a cart path, and the other players or the caddies or visitors would actually wait and walk only once the shot is hit. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's a very important part about golf. That safety is paramount because the golf ball is actually like a projectile which is hit at speeds of up to 180 miles an hour by some of these long hitters. So it could potentially be fatal. So that's very important whenever you are watching an event, that you be cognizant of the players where they are hitting, and place yourself accordingly, understand the safety places and obviously the etiquette of golf, and then enjoy a good day.
I don't know what you're talking about, Shaurya. I've never hit a golf ball which goes like a projectile.
Neither why. That's why we're sitting here. But you're looking at some of the the creme de la creme of Indian golf, and you have players like Abhijit Singh Chadha, Veer, and many more who are actually able to generate those speeds with their drivers, I'm sure.
Divyanshu trying to give a good run there for his birdie putt on the first hole. So definitely he's coming in with some confidence, and we'll try to make the best use of this final day. Divyanshu, of course, could do with a good round today and finish up further atop the leaderboard so that he could also add up some money points onto his order of merit standing. Varun Chopra now, of course, playing for the victory for the best amateur in this tournament.
Yes, actually, it's that's between the two of them, himself and Aryan Rupa Anand. Aryan is at level par, so this also is definitely just more than bragging rights. Winning the top amateur at such a big event is something that a point that will be on their CV and something that they'll remember fondly towards the later years of their career.
You think this group looks something like a purple patch?
Absolutely, they'd be hoping they go through one today and shoot some low numbers. So I think everybody comes with their theme of the day, and yes, that's a great putt right there. So he's made that putt. The greens are rolling really nicely, and you'll see in the morning that the greens might be a touch slower as opposed to what they are in the afternoon. Dew definitely has a factor, and that's something that the players have to cater to when they're making their putt. So the caddy and the player will discuss that how the dew is going to affect their putt.
Divyanshu using somewhat of a counterbalance putter there, a technology wherein the grip end of the club is as heavy as the head of the putter, which helps to balance out the putter a lot more. So people who have a little more wristy action and all, and have a little bit of a jerky action on the putting stroke, could benefit a lot from using counterbalance putters. Have you ever tried these, Shaurya?
I have tried it, but I always found that I was one that wanted the feel of the putter head more. So you'd actually lose that in these putters. So if you have a thinner grip, you can actually have a little bit of a release on the putter as well. So I've seen a lot of players try that, but I somehow used to like the conventional sort of putter more, and never really experimented too much with putting somehow. But I see that the younger lot now and the players these days, they experiment a lot more with the style of putting, the cack-handed grip, the lower hand down, and even those funny grips where you hold it like a chopstick. I don't know what's it called. I think I've seen it all.
I think I've tried all of these techniques that are possible, but definitely, I've tried to be as creative with putting as I could be, and putting has also tried to be as creative with me. So, using all of these grips, I've also noticed that they do stay for, like, at least in my case, they would stay around in terms of feel for about a month or two. But post that, the grip that I was used to when I started out my game, I think was the best one for me to continue to plonk around with my feel and keep improving it better. Tappy Guy with a pretty smart shot there, leaving himself about 15 feet short of the flag for that birdie putt. Chikka Rangappa, like we were saying, is going to camouflage himself. So it's thank God he's wearing a white shirt. It's difficult to spot him otherwise.
Maybe a little bit of a case of be like a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, just get the work done and put a number up there. Obviously he's way far behind at 4 under par, but you never know. This golf course does yield good rounds for good players. So maybe shoot a 10 or 11 under par, and then maybe hope for the leaders to capitulate.
And shooting a 10 or 11 under par would also shoot 10 or 11 under players.
Absolutely, but it's easier said than done. These kind of rounds are career rounds, but these players are doing it every week, which is commendable. This golf course, mind you, is one of the hardest golf courses in India, so I'm a little surprised to see the level of scoring. We're even seeing the pin positions were quite difficult yesterday, but that's not deterring the players, and that definitely goes to show you the quality of the field that we have this week.
What a beautiful camera angle this is, with all these birds in the fairway. You got a little bit of sunlight coming in, and one of our greatest players, Chikka Rangappa, now taking his smash on the second shot approaching the green. Chika has missed it slightly left of the green. That shouldn't be too much of a problem for him, but definitely giving yourself a birdie chance from the green is definitely something that the players are looking for. Even if they're about 30 feet away, I think hitting a putt off the green is much easier rather than making a chip. Uh, of course, these players are highly skilled and they can chip it in from, even outside of the green, but definitely not looking to be there.
Yeah, Chika seems to have missed his screen on the left on both the final days. Anything, maybe some players certainly favor a certain side, or a hole does that. Like I'm seeing him attacking this hole from a lot further from the right. So is that the tree line maybe impedes upon his view?
For sure, he was more towards the center side of the fairway, and as I was saying earlier, you then have to start hitting it over this tree, which is where we are right now. So that does add to a little bit of difficulty. Like where Suneet is right now, he would have to do a little bit of trajectory control to get this ball out under the tree, and then thereafter keep it up onto the green and give himself still a look at birdie.
This should make for an interesting viewing. So I think he's maybe going with a low fade, I think, below the tree. That's what the pre-shot routine looks like. He's trying something like that.
I don't know. I'm looking at the birds nibbling that grass.
Yeah, you're not playing. That's why. Now look at that. Yeah, just under the tree and a little bit of a fade. Now should stop. That's all right. Neatly done. Should manage his four from there.
Also, a lot of players will favor the left side of the green over here because the right side of the green actually slopes downward towards into the bunker. And also, the right side of the green does not really have much of the space to bail out on. So, most of the players are going to favor slightly left. We are on the tee now. We've got Digvijay Singh playing alongside the lefty Anshul Patel and Gaurav Ghai. So, great experience in this field and a great opportunity for Anshul Patel to learn how right-handers really play their golf.
You think that's going to add a lot of value to a left-hander, how a right-hander plays golf? But jokes apart, obviously he should have a notebook out and take the points down, because he's in August company for sure. He's between Gaurav Ghai and Digvijay Singh, there would be over 25 victories just on the domestic tour itself, if not more. So there's a wealth of talent, and I think he's lucky to be paired with them today.
Absolutely. He's playing alongside two Asian Tour champions and, of course, people who've had great careers backing them up. And, of course, Gaurav Ghai, who's now preparing to get to the Seniors Tour. So, and playing some great golf off late. Didn't have the greatest of rounds yesterday, but I'm sure he's out here today to get it back up.
Absolutely. He would have a score. He would have a score to settle with the golf club today. I think after you shoot a bad round, you sort of look at the golf course like your nemesis, and maybe vent your frustration out. So look for him to go low today.
I've usually never seen that helping so much. If you have to always take the golf course into consideration and play the way the conditions are primed for you for that day. I think that when you try to settle scores with the course, you start going into a bent of mind which is rather aggressive. And I mean, generally for me, I would say giving opportunities to yourself over the course of 18 holes and try to keep converting those opportunities is something that works. I mean, of course, in hindsight, it's much easier for me to say this, but definitely while I was playing the tournaments, I would get a little angsty sometimes and try to go at it.
I think so. You're definitely saying that trying to settle scores with the golf course is definitely not done. You could end up at the commentary booth.
Well, there you are.
Golf course is the master, so treat it with respect, and that's what they hope to do today, and showcase their skills. Which and skill is something that Digvijay has in ample quantity.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't try that at home. These players are highly skilled, so they can hit shots with their one hand, but I'm telling you, two hands are any day better than one.
Yes, and now we're seeing Gaurav Ghai sort of making an inundation with his club. And why would a player do that? I think he has used a tee, but also made a little bit of a small little mound with his three wood. Is that something you've seen? Like use a tee and also sort of flatten the area or make a little bit of a bump?
So I think he wanted to go really, really low with that tee because, of course, he's going to try to knock it down and keep that ball quite straight in the air. So whenever players are trying to do that and trying to hit down on that three wood, it's way better off to knock the grass up a little bit and then put the ball on that. So that's definitely something he's looking for, and probably, and there you have it. He's gone at it extremely quickly, and he's picked up that tee. He did knock it down absolutely further down into the ground, so he could hit down upon the shot. Whenever players are trying to hit three woods or irons, they don't really want to hit up on the ball, which is what they do with the driver. So, definitely keeping it so low that it's almost not there is what players are really looking at doing. Tapping high now with his classic Wayfarers and that putt for birdie now.
That's a good look at that putt. A very straightforward putt, maybe all of 20 feet, breaking a little left from his left to his right, and maybe at the end going the other way. Hopefully, not as mysterious as the 18th was yesterday.
I think Tappy, has a little bit of an advantage on this hole because of those glasses, because the sun is otherwise shining in the player's eyes. And there we have
And there
it.
we have it.
He is
Beautifully
definitely
put,
taking
beautifully put.
advantage of those glasses with him. The shine on the green is definitely not something that's bothering him, and the shade is something that's not needed because he's got it from home.
I think he definitely knows something that the other players don't, and that's why he's made that birdie. And let's see if Chikaragappa got a good read from that. Chika will have what looks to be a short putt for his par.
Sunit Chaurasia, another solid campaigner, coming off just about starting his career on the pro tours. I'm sure he's looking at going abroad and playing a lot more tournaments in the future. Great to have a lot of experience at home and a lot of advice that he could get from SSP, his uncle.
Yes, absolutely. Uh, and I think also a lot of the good qualities that SSP has, are there with Sunit as well. And I think the main differentiator between the two of them, I think Sunit actually seems to be a stronger ball striker. So that's definitely an added advantage. That's something that SSP was never. He's been a medium hitter, but I think Sunit seems to be a little bit of a stronger ball striker.
Yes, I think SSP has had to rebuild his game when he went to the European tour, but he's done that absolutely beautifully. And Sunit, of course, started up raw and had that opportunity to start working on those things pretty early on in his life. And of course, the advice coming from his uncle that being technically sound and being solid with your golf swing will help you going in the future. I think that's helped him keep things into perspective and keep it steady. And of course, I'm sure it's about 20 years of difference between the two. So he's got age on his side, and he can even hit that ball further and further as the time goes on, improve his golf swing, improve his fitness as time moves on.
Absolutely.
Anshul Patel bang in the middle of the fairway. Do you think a left-handed player has a bit of an advantage on this hole where the right-handed players are playing a little bit of a fade?
I think it definitely sets up in a different manner for them. The left-handed player would actually maybe hit a fade from the right-hand side, but the angles are obviously same for all of them, but no clear advantage. Maybe a hole like the 17th, somewhere where you can actually cut a corner and see your favorite shape, unless a left-handed player actually hits a driver from the left-hand side. A more aggressive player, something that I've seen Ashok Kumar do as a right-handed player. I've seen him a driver on this hole. So that's something that a player can sort of flirt with.
Ashok Kumar used to flirt with every sort of hole that we saw on the golf course. He would go over those right trees and probably even over the oval line and try to bring it back in. He'd try to cut along every dog leg on this in this world as he could.
Yeah, an absolutely talented player. Not many can do that. Now we have a look at another talent in Digvijay Singh.
The one-handed wonder from the first tee box on this final day at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. Digvijay Singh now taking his second shot, quite far back from the green, but that shouldn't stop him.
A very nice panoramic view as you look at that golf ball tracing towards the flagstick, and he's done well.
Brilliant shot there. Leaves himself just on the front edge of the green, giving himself at least a look for birdie. Great comeback from there, and definitely get the round a little more steadied up. Gaurav Ghai, as we can tell, is slightly on the right side of the fairway. That would leave him to navigate himself over that tree on the right side.
Interesting times ahead for the players today. As we have a look at Gaurav. Well, one thing that definitely always impressed me about Gaurav Ghai was that his demeanor on and off the golf course was very similar, and that's not easy to do. But he's been able to do that consistently. A thorough gentleman, and really enjoys his game of golf, and almost a golf historian, knows a lot about golf history, and really prides himself on that. And definitely, he's in the annals of not just Indian golf history, but Asian as well. He's been one of the more decorated players, and I remember back in the day when he had gone to the Alfred Dunhill Championship. I believe it was Colin Montgomery that he knocked down. If I am not wrong, I think that was the case.
You're absolutely right. I think back in the day it was him and Ali Sher who had gone to play that tournament.
Yes, I think.
Yes, Gaurav Ghai has leaked out his second shot onto the right side, and just a quick tidbit, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at this fairway, the trees on this hole actually do add a little bit of difficulty. That is the reason that players need to place their tee shots a little bit towards the left side of the fairway and leave themselves short enough so they can hit it over this tree to be able to get to the green. So that definitely, adding up. Anshul Patel has left himself on the right edge of the green. Another few tidbits, when we look at the fairway where the grass is closely mown, where the grass closely mown is what is called the fairway. You look at the right side of this green right now on the screen, that's where the rough begins. That's where the grass is slightly on the taller side, and then the ball can nestle in and adds a little bit extra for the players to navigate through because the spin rates start getting affected on their chip shots or even on a shot further off, like we saw Digvijay Singh. He was in the first cut or the rough on the left side of this hole. So it was somewhere that he had to judge the spin from to be able to get this ball close enough to the green.
Digvijay Singh has made his bread and butter of the short game. A very good player from 100 yards and in. A lot of us youngsters always used to look at him and his technique from inside 100 yards. And my apologies for saying a lot of us youngsters. I mean, a lot of the youngsters. I would like to correct myself now. So, but definitely, that's one of the things of his game that has helped him had the longevity that he's had in his career.
Definitely, there's no age to being corrected, Shaurya.
Yes, I'm learning that as we go on. He's quite risky with the short game and really likes to spin the ball. It's pretty similar to Shamim in that manner. I'm sure he might use a lofted club from there and use the spin on the ball to control the ball landing.
So any good short game players in the world, be it here, be it abroad, anywhere, uh, everyone's got a good wrist action moving through the ball, and that's what really adds to the feel factor. Also adds to how your judgment moves, as well as the extra spin that you would like to put on the ball. So wrist work is actually something very very important and seen commonly among good short game players, including Digvijay Singh.
Now let's have a look at that shot. Taking the aerial route and doing really well.
There you have it. So that's how he can judge due to his wrist work and the experiences around the greens. He can judge what the ball is really going to do. So most of us would have I would have probably taken a 9 iron or an 8 iron from there and probably had made a chip and roll. But of course, I've never been known for my shot game. So boom.
Now we have another interesting shot by Gaurav who had missed the green on the right hand side as we cut to the Iron Man of Indian golf, Mukesh Kumar, going strong into his 50s. Still hitting over 500 golf balls a day. This man is a legend in the truest sense of the word, if there ever was. He's consistent, he's humble, and he's won so many tournaments.
Got Mukesh Kumar playing alongside the legend Jyoti Randhawa. And we have the local lad Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal playing alongside them. So it's going to be an interesting day and a lot for Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal to reminisce and be happy about to be playing alongside these two legends. A total of -5 for all three of them.
Look at this, Jyoti Randhawa, really on top of his game, still taking his fitness very seriously. I think and he can give the young lads a run for their money any day. Going with the 3 wood of the first hole, Jyoti Randhawa favors a little bit of a left to right movement on his ball flight. Very deliberate sort of swing, very unique swing, and one that actually requires a lot of athleticism to execute. I look at him play the game of golf and almost looks like a shooter who's lining up to shoot. He's very methodical.
Talking about shooting, that's another one of his penchants. He does enjoy that as a hobby as well.
Oh, that's a great swing right there.
Seems like he came a little bit over it and then tried to save the day in that follow through. Did you notice that?
Yes, maybe I think he's veered off to the left a little bit. We have a look at Rajiv. Very affable personality. Has been on tour a long time. Also teaches by the side to support his game of golf. Very passionate about the game of golf. Has never been a very illustrious player, so as to speak. More of a journeyman. And he's getting the rewards this week, and we are very happy to see him do well. And I hope that he can shoot a good number today and take away a handsome paycheck.
Rajiv has played solidly over the past couple of days, bringing in under par numbers on a daily basis on this golf course. So, it's nice to see him playing well. And of course, it's always a privilege to be playing alongside two of the best golfers that India has produced, and also being able to play at your home club, hosted by one of the greatest legends that this country has had, not only the city.
Absolutely. We didn't have a look at Gaurav Ghai's bunker shot. Obviously, it didn't go according to plan, so he's landed on the other side of the green. So the first hole is definitely, proving to be a tough battle for Gaurav. Even yesterday, he had came away with 7, and hopefully he can do better today and maybe just hold this and make par. He should make his 5. So getting off to a slow start again today is Gaurav. There we have a look at Digvijay, who's repairing pitch marks, and this is a rule that we spoke about yesterday. The new addition, so you can sort of repair spike marks and pitch marks both, and even other inundations which were caused by maybe players, from their spike marks and so on and so forth. So that is a good change in the rule, and I would see more players actually making these kind of putts.
So, as we were speaking yesterday, I mean, I'm not a great proponent of the repairing of spike marks for some reason, and I feel like, back in the day we used to use metal spikes when we used to stride around fairways, and those used to cause a lot of spike marks. But then, metals changed to, spikeless, or it also moved into soft spikes, and those ended up making a lot lesser spike marks on the green. And I just feel like, with all of these changes already having taken place in the past, I think the course is the way it is, and why have to repair spike marks when we can repair the pitch marks on the way, and that should be enough. But of course, it does add as an advantage, or maybe a level playing field for that matter.
I think the recent changes in the rules of golf have maybe made things a little easier, like this ruling and allowing range finders. It's definitely made the game a little easier. The only ruling that I can think of, which is an adverse ruling, is the 3 minute to find your ball, because that is never really enough, because 3 minutes can pass in the blink of an eye, and you could actually end up going back to the tee. So that's something which I think adds a little bit more stress to the players. I think if you hit an errant shot, earlier you would think that in 5 minutes you should be able to find your ball and salvage your hole, but that's not the case anymore. 3 minutes is hardly any time.
I completely agree with you, Shaurya. Back in the day, also, I remember you used to take 3 minutes to hit a ball. So, I mean, look at having 3 minutes to look for it.
I did that to ensure that I didn't need the other 5 to find the ball.
Yeah, Digvijay Singh cleaning up with a nice 4 on the first hole. Lovely up and down there for him. Good start, it leaves it up himself in the left rough after that one-handed tee shot, gives himself on the front edge of the green, keeping himself in play, and makes that up and down. What a lovely start for Digvijay Singh, showing us, what his experience has taught him.
Gaurav Ghai. Now let's see if the countless hours of practice are to bear fruit now.
A couple of my friends saw Gaurav on the CGA range a couple of days ago, just before the tournament, practicing, and they were commenting, and also, being very, very appreciative of his meticulous nature on the driving range. They said, it's worth appreciating to see that a player of his stature, till date, works that hard in his game.
That's a good part. Absolutely. The thing about sport, unfortunately, the adage holds true that you're only as good as your last performance. So even though if you have an illustrious career and a CV, golf doesn't really give you anything. The game doesn't owe you anything. So when you play a tournament, everybody starts from scratch. So obviously they have to work towards it, and the individual nature of the sport doesn't really allow you any place to hide.
I mean, talking about the game doesn't give you anything. Game has given us all a lot, but this man over here in the red pants, Mukesh Kumar, doesn't know that way. He goes around and snatches what he wants, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's who he is. He goes and snatches it. He doesn't wait for the game to give it to him.
Yeah, he's just been a phenom. I hope in time to come that there will be a documentary on him and how he's gone about his career. He's seen the best of the best. He's competed with the best of players in India. He's even competed in Asia, and he's won so many tournaments. I'm sure he'd forget if he has to count. He's probably won more tournaments than both of you and I have played in.
That might be true, actually, Shaurya. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal now hitting his second shot. Good tee shots by all three of these players. Jatiwal also going for a good one there, going straight at the flag, leaving himself about 15 feet short. Good shots by both these gentlemen. Looks like an interesting day for this group, and we've got Jyoti Randhawa now. Let's see what he has in store for us.
Rajiv had a good shot and he was able to get some purchase of the surface of the green, spin it. So I think he's obviously added some speed to his game. And I think obviously being in the company of Jyoti Randhawa and Mukesh Kumar could be a little unnerving for the others, but not for Rajiv. He's a local lad. He knows the territory. He's a tiger of this town. So he's like, this is my hometown. So he's happy to be amongst these two players.
Talking about hometown, there you have it, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. Jyoti Randhawa showing why he is so good. Talking about hometown, we were looking at Sukna Lake a little bit earlier and the morning dew in the fairways. It's a lovely place to be, right? This Chandigarh city, clean roads, lovely city to be at. You've got the Sukna Lake for a nice morning walk on a Sunday morning, and then you can walk around and watch some golf. And also, Om Prakash Chauhan not taking it easy this morning. Oh my
Okay, I
goodness
think
gracious.
he's just showing off now. I think he knows we are live on TV. Um, I don't think we should try that. Or
Please
maybe,
do not try this at home. This could bust
yeah,
your spines.
the single leg squat. I never knew that was a warm up. I thought that was an elite level exercise. So obviously he's an elite level player and he can try that. Or maybe there's some secret move to intimidate the opponents. You never know.
One-legged squats there for Om Prakash Chauhan, not taking it easy this morning. He's already intimidated all the players who are
And he's
playing with him.
and he's going with the driver, so he's obviously signaled his intent for the day.
Sure, Karthik Sharma, Sachin Besoya can learn a little bit from those single-legged squats this morning. Karthik Sharma, of course, known for his deep squats on the greens, but definitely Om Prakash Chauhan out there to make them learn a little bit more this morning. OP, of course, a very, very solid ball striker, very, very solid putter on the greens, and playing right behind Mukesh Kumar from his hometown, Mau. Om Prakash Chauhan, of course, at a score of -5, and Karthik Sharma at a total of -6, and Sachin Baisoya at a total of -7. So interesting golf to be played over here, and all these gentlemen, if can card a nice red figure today, would be able to catapult themselves into the top 10 of this leaderboard, and that will be, of course, great for all of them, be it in terms of paycheck, be it in terms of rankings, either way.
I'm very impressed by Karthik's game. I've seen him in the last few tournaments, and even prior to that, I think this boy definitely has a long way to go. He goes about his business really in a good, stable fashion, and he's very repetitive in his swing and even his routine, and even the result is always very similar. And I think he has the kind of game that he can take it abroad.
Talking about keeping your elbows close to your body, Karthik Sharma actually even does that while visualizing.
So obviously, having everything correct here is Karthik Sharma. Let's see if the shot can match the CV.
Done that well. He's pretty happy with the result of that. When the player picks up the tee quickly, that body language tells us. So, we are also becoming experienced commentators now, and just by looking at the player's body language, we're able to tell whether it lands up in the fairway or not.
Is there a tournament for us as well? I think we could try our hand at
I think we'll
that.
have to fight very, very hard. We've got some really big names out there who have been doing commentary for a very long time. So I think might need some coaching, some practice, and maybe the amount of warm up we put in this morning wouldn't be enough.
So let's just enjoy it while it lasts.
I'm wondering if Navjot Singh Sidhu gives some coaching classes for commentary, though. That would be fun.
Absolutely. So look at that, beautiful shot there. And what you can see in the foreground is a ball spotter. That is somebody who is actually from the golf club and whose primary purpose is to look at the players and where the ball has gone and then signal to them and tell them where the ball has landed up and put a marker down so the players, when they land up, they can identify their ball.
I'm looking forward to seeing all these guys putting their birdie putts. What lovely three shots there for the first hole.
Yeah, I was wondering because I thought this flag was very accessible, and the first few groups, were a little inconsistent. But this group has definitely made the most of this hole so far. So let's see if they can, sort of seal the deal and make the putt now.
As you can tell, the course is also beginning to dry up in terms of the dew factor. And that makes it a little easier to judge the shot, what it's going to do. For those of you who are just about joining us, we are at the Tata Steel PGTI Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take Sports. That on your screen was Mukesh Kumar putting his birdie putt. Mukesh Kumar, of course, a legend in Indian golf. Star attractions of this field are, of course, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Jyoti Randhawa, SSP Chaurasia, Shiv Kapoor, Ajitesh Sandhu, the defending champion, Karandeep Kochhar, and, of course, our host, without whom all this is not possible, is Jeev Milkha Singh.
Absolutely, what a tournament and what a player Jeev has been. A gracious host, and definitely this setting and this venue is ideal for a tournament of this stature.
Great to see all his old friends and his compatriots from the bigger tours, higher tours, where he's competed most of his life, to actually come out and support his tournament and come and play it. Look at people like Shiv Kapoor and all flying in all the way from Dubai to come and support his tournament. Sujan Singh, for that matter, has flown in all the way from Dubai to come and support, one of his old friends' tournament. And this is what this is about, right? It's not only the golf; it's also the camaraderie that we have had over the years.
Absolutely. This is a tournament which is the crown jewel of the PGTI. I remember when I played it, it was so, this is something that you really look forward to, and we are obviously missing the action, but we are vicariously, seeing the action through the players, and that's something that we cherish. And Jyoti makes a birdie off to a good start.
So Jyoti Randhawa would move himself from -5 to -6 early on in the day. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal will be next to clean up for his par. Good start for Jyoti this morning, and of course, the second hole poses another chance for a birdie with that par 5.
Yes, obviously he's a power hitter, and that should be able to make birdie there. In fact, a very interesting story for all our viewers of how Jeev actually used to practice. And that's something I think you would also know in the story. And we've seen it with our own eyes. Jeev would actually, just take two golf balls and play each hole. And there would be like a line of caddies. And he would challenge them that, let's say on a hole like number two, he would say that from one of the balls, he's going to make an eagle. So that is a level of confidence that he had. And he used to do it. So obviously, that goes to show you that the different way that great players practice and how they challenge themselves.
So while we are sitting here in the commentary box and there are golfers out there on the golf course, there are people taking their early morning walks on Sunday morning at the Sukna Lake, a beautiful Sukna Lake, a tourist attraction really for Chandigarh.
Absolutely, a lovely place to walk and sort of just take a good early morning stroll. And that's the beauty of this city, actually. Not just golf, but you look at these open spaces. That's something that, especially in these times, is definitely at a premium, and they're lucky to have this.
Is that what we see at the back of Sukna Lake? What is called the Morni Hills? Is that what it is, Shaurya? Would you know?
Not really, but I wouldn't like to guesstimate. I think we'd probably check and tell you what hills they are. So, but yes, I mean, nevertheless, it's a great place. I remember that when you practice at CGA, you go there and go for a walk, maybe, have your lunch there, just sit by the lake and reminisce and think about your life.
As you look at these players in the left rough, is that such a bad thing? For me, I would actually not mind being in there, although I would have a difficult time judging whether it's going to be a flyer or not. But getting an angle where I can look at the green clearly, I think is very important for me to be able to hit a shot. There we have Karthik Sharma, a little bit too far back, just like Digvijay Singh in that rough on the left side.
That should roll on nicely. It's not rolling too much. I think obviously early morning, dew is definitely playing a factor, and the ball is not really rolling. I think coming back to your point, being in the left rough is really not that bad, especially where the pin is. But if it were at the back where it were, then it would be very tough to sort of navigate and get away with the par. But I think today it doesn't really matter. Mr. A little bit to the right.
So, a quick mention to our sponsors: Take Sports Management Private Limited, promoted by entrepreneurs Srinivasan, HR, and DV Ravi, to focus on deserving sports and to enable opportunities for talented sportsmen. Take's ethos is to identify, nurture, and support talent on their journey towards international success. Take has been committed to supporting Indian sports for well over a decade. What a lovely company to have, come forward to support this tournament, and of course, supporting an event which is the first event to be named after an Indian golfer, the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, held at the Chandigarh Golf Club, which is his hometown. So good to see, companies like Take Sports Management coming out to support sportsmen and sports in general. But
Absolutely, corporate support goes a long way and helps the players make a living, not just improve the game. We also want our viewers to understand that this is a livelihood for all the players. So obviously, it is fun and games. Golf is a sport, but obviously, this is the event like this is something. Prize money goes a long way in running their households and just living life like all of us do. So the presence of corporates is definitely a very integral part of the game.
yeah, about 9 a.m. tea time now. Match number 7 on the tee box. We have Viraj Marappa playing alongside Vinay Kumar Yadav and Amardeep Malik. All these three gentlemen starting their rounds with a total of -7 for the first three. Good to see some local guys also doing very well, like Vinay Kumar Yadav, Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal. It's nice to see all of them, on top of their games and really making use of this tournament happening at home. This will help them in their order of merit standing, and also, of course, the paycheck never hurts. So
There,
another good round should be nice for them to finish up atop that leaderboard.
There we have the flamboyant Amardeep Singh Malik. Takes his fashion as seriously as his golf and excels at both.
Also a very fond motorcycle enthusiast. Rides a Harley Davidson for quite some time now. Enjoys doing that as a hobby.
So definitely has a need for speed and going with the driver here. So he's throwing caution to the wind, and that's something that shows his intent.
Talking about speed and probably looking at a long drive there with a little bit of a fade, which is, I think, something that Amar hits very, very easily and solidly. So that shape should help him get himself a shorter club into this green here. Karthik Sharma now from the front of the green. Looks like he's left himself about 5 to 8 yards short of the green. So, going with a wedge, figuring out where to drop the ball. Back to Amardeep Malik on the tee box. Nice to see a couple of people right behind the first tee box, watching the players, watching their tee offs happen early this morning. Chandigarh being such a lovely city for golf, not only are good foreign golfers already existing over there, they also come out and like to support players. They like to come out and watch players playing and enjoy their games. And of course, a walk in this beautiful setting is always welcome. Vinay Kumar Yadav.
For a lot of the players who are probably around the top 60 position, this would be a very important week. And maybe we have a look at some of the players who are there on the top 60 thereabouts, and we can see how their fortunes are this week. We have at the 61st position, we at Ajay Basoya, who's not made cut this week, who played well the previous week. I think he's at 60th position, so he would definitely slide down. And then you have Anil Bajrang Mane, Arjun Sharma, Shravan Desai, MD Zamal Hussain Mola, I think so. He's made cut, so that is good news for him. As we are live on a screen with Viraj Madappa, what a solid player he is. Going with the rescue. I think the one-handed shot seems to be the theme of the day.
No, I don't think these players have a problem hitting one-handed shots, but definitely not something that I would be teaching or propagating for other players to try at home. It's interesting to see a little bit of the order of merit.
So as you were talking, my apologies, Amal has not made the cut. And then we have Thanga Raja, who's at 65th position. Muhammad Azhar, Dipankar Kaushal, your friend from, in fact, our friend from Noida Golf Club at 67. So he would not be moving up. And then Baran Parekh, Ravi Kumar, Pukhraj Singh Gill at 70th. Shabik Singh Kunar, Ajitesh Sandhu surprisingly at 72nd position. I didn't quite know that. Maybe he's not played too many events this year. So maybe focusing on the other tours, but obviously this event will help him to catapult himself into the top 60.
Got a couple of
And
other names which need to keep their cards on the tour, who are just between the 50th and the 60th position. Of course, there's Tapi Ghai and Dhruv Shoran shouldn't find it hard this week to do so. But we've had a hit and miss in Sudhir Sharma, of course, Mohammad Sanju and Abhishek Jha. Jyoti Randhawa also, could do with a good week, and that would safeguard his card for the PGTI, although he doesn't need one. Ashbir Seni also, is going to be missing out on this week's price purse, and that would affect his standing a little bit and drop him down slightly. So definitely something to look at. This tournament is going to play an important role in deciding who is going to keep their card and who won't.
I think
So
it's going to be very important because we look at just scrolling down and you have a look at Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, who's at 86th position on the order of merit, and Digvijay also not having the best of years at 88th position. And then you also have Mithun Pereira at 80th position, player from Sri Lanka. And you have Manav Jaini as well on 76. So all of these players making the cut, this prize money will prove very important to them. Rahul, you being a comparatively longer hitter, what are some of the things that you would say for a weekend golfer or even a recreational golfer or a junior player? How do you end up hitting the ball longer, and what are some of the things that a player can do?
Sachin Besoya missing that short little putt. Going back to your question, I think for a club golfer, between the club and the ball, instead of just trying to hit it very, very hard. So what that does is, actually, there's enough research which has gone in to show that more than speed, the influence on distance is by solid contact. So if you haven't been making centered contact with the club and the ball together, then you definitely should be looking at that and softening up your tempo instead of going hard at it without having that sort of a contact quality. So I think that is something that I would be looking at personally. I'm looking at also Ajitesh Sandhu's performances this year, and unfortunately, he hasn't had any top 10 finishes, which is quite unlike him. He's been a very, very solid golfer through and through his career, and has also won multiple tournaments. So looking at his finishes this year, it seems quite unlike him.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that. Maybe too much here, so can't really say too much about it. And but the thing about good players is that they just need one event and they can get back into the four. And like you're seeing, he's playing well now, and so obviously he should get back into the top 60 without much trouble.
Absolutely. We've seen that in the past. Anirban Lahiri would just about fly in for one odd tournament, and he'd just go around and win that and then leave himself with an exemption of 2 years. And we see him after 2 years and he'd do that again. And we were here knocking it around day after day, day after day.
Yes, obviously the best of players, they require minimum opportunities, but I think that is kind of changing now. I don't see players really just land up here from international tours and maybe win like it used to happen in years past. That's really changed in the last 2 years. We're actually having a look at international players come here and maybe they would contend, but it's not assured that they would be maybe even in the top 10. And that's like you're having a look at a strong player like Gaganjeet Bhullar, an international champion who's at probably the prime of his golfing career, but he's not in the top 10 right now. So that shows you the depth of the field now.
Also, I think what happens is that when you start to go outside to play outside of India, you're remodeling your game according to the conditions that you will find over there. While when you come back after all these months or years of competing over there are a couple of things that happen. One, of course, you're happier to be home, so you're a little more relaxed. Two is, of course, that you are trying to again restart the game on these kind of conditions which you probably grown up on. It's not difficult to sort of remember those conditions, but to remodel your game again for this week, uh, while you're also overwhelmed to be home, to be able to interact with family and hang out with your friends. So all of these things I think coming into the mix. So it's very difficult to judge what works for whom and what doesn't work for some. For some, that comfort, like in Shiv Kapoor's case, that comfort of being back in India to play this tournament, of course, is looking like he's enjoying it and he's loving it, and of course, getting the rust off himself. Talking about Ajitesh Sandhu, he's on the tee now, playing alongside SSP Chaurasia and Hani Besoya. Back onto that first tee box, of course, flanked by Take Sports, which is our key sponsor for the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021.
Yes, an interesting group. The scores that they are at currently, just please give me a second. SSP Chaurasia at 8 under par, Ajitesh Sandhu at 9 under par, and Hani Besoya at 9 under par. So obviously this group has an outside chance. If any one of them can shoot a big, maybe 10 under par, they can put themselves in with an opportunity to contend for the title. But they'll obviously have to get off to a hot start. They'll have to be like a racehorse from the start because they are almost about 9 to 10 shots behind the leaders, but it's still possible.
Think Ajitesh Sandhu is, of course, extremely talented. That is one thing, but also I have also seen a lot of time that he does come up with some really, really deep runs. Sometimes, some 8 unders, some 7 unders, some 9 unders, and that, of course, is something which I would expect him to do very, very soon, since he's not been finding so much of form on the PGTI of late.
An interesting view on the first hole. Look for this ball to spin a lot. None of the players are actually using the backstop or spinning it back. I've not seen that happen so far. Maybe that could happen if a player is using a driver and coming up further and maybe having a sandwich to the green. Yeah.
Superb shot there by Viraj Marappa, giving himself just 6 feet to save par. He's left himself with that one-handed shot on the first hole, and then probably had a chip out, left himself about 50 yards short of the green, and here we are now. He's given himself a good opportunity to save his par for the day. It's always a great pleasure to be watching Ajitesh swinging the club. It's good to see him playing, very simple looking golf swing, very meticulous about his business, and goes about doing that very, very effectively. Of course, takes care of a lot of aspects of the game. He's one of the guys that I've sort of seen, and uh, how he has actually not only kept his game in shape, himself in shape, also making sure that nutrition and all everything is taken care of. And that goes to show, looking at his career, how he's taken it from the PGTI up onto the Japan tour now, also playing a lot of events in Europe. So, it just shows that when you look at the whole thing holistically, it just helps you propel yourself much further and much better. Of course, helps your scoring as well, and mentally keeps you sharp while you do all these things.
I look at SSP, who's dressed like Tiger today, dressed to kill. Let's see if the game can match that. And SSP currently at 8 under par, a player who needs no introduction, and using the 3 wood of the tee. A very rotational sort of a swing that he has, and that's something that you will see when a player is maybe not as tall as the other players. For a player of a shorter stature, you'll see that the swing is a lot more rotational, and what that does is that enables them to utilize their body more and enable generate more speed. And you'll see the taller players with a very steep swing, and more often than not, they're more hand oriented, and maybe not use the larger muscles, whereas a shorter player would really have to, extract every ounce from his body. Now we have a look at Hani Besoya, the Delhi-based player, winner on the PGTI, a very good young player that's coming through the ranks, and maybe this year see him on the Asian tour. The first hole, is playing a little generous today and might yield a few more birdies. So the flag position is very interesting. It's just 25 on and 7 from the right, and that's very inviting for a lot of the players. And as you look at the pin positions, the second hole is going to be up on the tier. So a lot of interesting pin positions today, and the players obviously do plan their round looking at that, and then maybe select their targets and what hole favors them. And for a player like Viraj, he can actually maybe target almost all the holes because he's a high ball striker, long hitter, and that makes a lot of difference. The ball flight that you have and the kind of spin that you can impart on it will definitely play a big part in you deciding which flags you can actually attack. So left it a little shy, makes that putt, and we'll move on to the next hole. So Amardeep Malik there with a short putt, which should be able to. She should be able to make that one, but no gimmies in golf, and even in the shorter putt, like let's say 2 to 3 feet, it's not quite visible. But what really happens there is a line, there is a break, so it's very important that there's a marriage between speed and line, and you can actually only hold the putt if you get both right. Even a small error can actually make you miss a small putt, and your whole the whole can get unraveled by all your effort goes to waste. So it's very important to give respect to the short putts as well.
SSP Chaurasia finds himself in the first cut on the left side. So this is what we were talking about earlier. That part where the grass seems to be slightly taller is the first cut or the rough area. Usually, the tree line is somewhat, of course, definitely somewhere you do not want to be. From the rough area, of course, you can hit a shot depending on how tall the grass is, but spin control becomes extremely difficult. And when we are talking about pro golf, we are really looking at being precise with each and every shot because all the players are trying to do is they're going to make either par or better, during their course of the round. So that is something that every player is looking for. So let's see how SSP navigates his way from there, and judges what kind of a release will come through.
Yes, absolutely, and I think the grooves on the club also do make a difference in how the ball actually comes out, the make of the club. A lot of the professional players actually prefer to use forged heads as opposed to cast heads, and I think that actually gives them a softer feel so that they can control the spin from the rough.
Yes, but in SSP's case, I think he uses cast heads from ping, and that works in his favor. A lot of players who do use ping clubs, which are cast irons, they do seem to enjoy it. But of course, 90% of the players that I see on tour are all of the same bent as you're saying about forged clubs. And that definitely adds to the feel factor because the metal is one block of metal. It's also a lot softer. So there actually good forgings actually happen in Japan. Did you know that the old factories, samurai sword factories, converted into golf club forging companies, as
Interesting.
making samurai swords is illegal now in Japan. And Shiv Shankar Prasad Chaurasia has given himself a nice 15 to 20 footer for birdie from that rough. So definitely experience on his side, and helping him judge the kind of release pattern that we will have. And Syed Saqib Ahmed has gotten off to a good start with -2 already on the card through 3 holes, taking him to -5 for the tournament.
I think obviously the manufacturing of golf clubs, especially that happens in Japan, involves a lot of craftsmanship and especially forged clubs. That's how they have that sort of sweet impact, and you'll see that longer hitters normally prefer forged clubs, and shorter hitters actually go with a cast club. And the reason for that might be that the cast iron actually goes a little longer because it's a little firmer, gives you less feel on the club. So obviously the forged will give a little more vibration. So the longer hitters tend to go with the forged irons.
Good shot there for Honey Besoya. I'd like to know what kind of clubs he plays, forged or cast. I mean, if that's what's helping him hit that kind of a shot. But going back to cast irons, I mean, I've tried playing with a couple of cast irons, but I don't find much of feel factor. I find it difficult to, take out shots like three-quarter shots. It comes to a three-quarter or a half shot, as we call it, sometimes I feel that my judgment isn't that good because I don't get that sort of a feedback from the club into my hands, which usually when I've played forged clubs, I get that much better.
Absolutely, and even from the rough, actually, what happens that a cast club, the grass gets trapped between the club head and the ball a lot more because the club heads also tend to be thicker. So it's a lot tougher for the elite level player hitting out of the rough. That's where the main difference happens. But I think in my case, I always used to play a little bit of a mix. The longer irons you can keep them a cast iron, so you can hit them a little higher, and the shorter irons you can have them a little bit of forged sort of a feel. And here we had a look at Abhijit Chadha. I'm pretty sure that he would be only using forged irons. A lot of speed, that he has at his uh, at his beck and call.
Talking about speed, what's going on over there in Sukna Lake? There's a lot of speed by those gentlemen as well.
That seems like the rowing championship going on. So there's not just one tournament that's happening, or maybe they're preparing for the Olympics.
And we have a Gurdwara there in the background. So lovely morning scenes here from Chandigarh. Ajitesh Sandhu seems to have left himself 30 odd yards short of the green.
He also has a very deft touch around the greens, and look for this technique. Very body oriented sort of swing. Very international way of chipping the ball. Not much wrist hinge, and that's something that's very repeatable. And obviously, he's honed his skill over hours of practice. And this is something that I think this is a skill that would come in handy in on the golf courses in Japan, where the greens are quite tight.
He is an international player, mind you.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why let's have a look at this shot. Really taking the aerial route and putting a lot of spin. Look at that.
Oh, what a
Wow.
lovely shot there by Ajitesh Sandhu to save his
That's
par.
extremely difficult. I mean, he's made it look easy, but that's very tough from 30, 35 yards to put that sort of elevation and then, drop it on a dime and make it spin, obviously. And that's a great shot.
The pin, of course, on this hole is about 24 paces in, and he probably didn't want to take the route of dropping it slightly short and letting it release up. So he probably decided that it's better off for him to just control the spin on the club.
There you have the number one player on the order of merit, Karandeep Singh Kochhar, who had a brilliant round yesterday, and hoping to repeat that performance. He's at 9 under par, 8 shots behind the leaders, and with a realistic outside chance of winning this tournament if he were to get off a good start.
I see an interesting group over here, Shaurya. We've got Abhijit Singh Chadda, Karandeep Kochhar, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, all Chandigarh boys, playing together on this final day. So we're going to also be seeing a lot of galleries walking with them. Nice to see these guys coming up together. Is 9 under for Karandeep Kochhar and 11 under for the rest of the two, Abhijit and Yuvraj. So we're going to be seeing some scintillating golf and, of course, some comfort factor and a little bit of, I'm sure, rivalry of locals.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that they must have played this pairing thousands of times. Being from the same course, the three of them would be playing, their normal, weekday games with each other, and so this should really add to the comfort factor. So I think look for this group to really go low today.
Yeah, probably put in some cold coffee bets along the side for these gentlemen.
Absolutely, going with the iron, and for the people watching, have a look at how low the ball will take off, and the reason that happens is because long hitters, they have a lot of speed, and they're able to add that compression where the ball actually becomes half its size and keeps on its path, that is able to actually even negate the wind.
Long irons, generally, people, players who are stronger hitters of the ball prefer to hit longer irons off tee boxes because they can control the ball a lot better. While, hybrid clubs, as most players play today, especially club golfers, are nice and make things easy for you, but it's difficult to keep them low. So they are mostly good for like a higher trajectory kind of a shot, and of course, slightly larger carry as well if you wish to. But keeping them low and try to keep them under the wind and more in control is a little bit more difficult.
I think yes. I mean, a lot of our viewers would know the name Tiger Woods. Obviously, he's synonymous with sport, golf, and everything else. So, his shot, the two-iron stinger, was very famous. And what the stinger is actually that you hit a shot that keeps on a very low trajectory for almost 200 yards and then sort of takes off. And there are a lot of videos that have come out on this, how to hit a stinger, what to do. But I personally believe that the stinger is just correlated to the speed that you have. There's no real trick to the stinger. You just keep it back and hit it hard. But unless you don't have that speed to compress that golf ball, there's no real way to actually hit a stinger.
Actually, I mean, more than speed, I would say getting into the right position, like I was saying earlier about getting the club face on the ball in a square manner. Also, what happens in a stinger is that you're trying to basically trap the ball between the club and the ground, and while doing that, of course, contact is going to be paramount, and also the hand position where it comes at impact. So a lot of club golfers are unable to do that because they end up casting the club. So if you're going to be casting the club while coming down into the ball, then it's very difficult to hit a stinger because you're already adding loft. So you can't trap the ball. You're always lifting the ball.
Just to clarify what casting is, that when you're hitting the ball, so if you try and scoop the ball up like a lot of the amateurs do, the right hand would actually try and scoop the ball up. But as they say, golf is a game of opposites. So in fact, if you want to hit the ball high, you need to hit down on it, and for that your left wrist actually has to pronate a little more. It's a little confusing stuff, but I'm sure that Rahul will be able to show you that on the range sometime.
Right after Ajitesh has now made his power putt. And talking about scoops, the only scoop that I can think of right now is a big dollop of ice cream. So where would we find that right now,
I
Shaurya?
think
And
let's try and order one of that. I was also actually thinking of that. I mean, there's now we can actually let ourselves go. We don't need to be on the golf course anymore. So ice cream is the call of the day.
that's the only scoop I'm looking for.
Actually, on a cold winter morning, nice ice cream to get ourselves warmed up.
It's a nice group out here. I'm really looking forward to the kind of golf that these guys come up with today. Of course, locals also playing very, very well. And of course, Karandeep Kochar is trying to secure that first position on the order of merit. So, all of these things coming into the mix, but doesn't seem like his compatriots are giving him much of a challenge this week. Uh, Chikka Rangappa is slightly further down below him on this list today. And also Kalin Joshi, whom we haven't seen this week. Viraj Madappa, of course, needs a stellar round to get closer to Karandeep Kochar on the order of merit. So, yes, there is a lot more happening on the golf course, but Karandeep Kochar would require a good one to secure his spot from Chikka.
What are the other games that you like to follow? Is some other game? Tell me about you. I really like to follow football and the EPL. Is there anything that you like to follow?
Honestly speaking, I haven't watched the television or followed sports for a very long time. It's watching golf also right now is something that I'm doing newly off late. But in the past, I have thoroughly enjoyed watching cricket as well as tennis. I've never been a soccer fan, so we wouldn't know much to talk about that. But definitely enjoy watching tennis majors and also a lot of cricket matches, especially when India is playing.
So, I was trying to draw some of the parallels between a team game and an individual sport, because you see in football how important the role of a manager is and what kind of criticism and scrutiny that he comes under. How is the golf coach different from, let's say, a football coach or a cricket coach? I mean, you might have a stable of players under you. One coach might actually have, let's say, 10 to 20 professional golfers, and they could be having different fortunes each week. One might make cut, one might not. And how do you play a balancing act? Because it's not like the golfers are a team, so you can actually have 10 to 15 different players. Like, case in point is Dhruv Sheeran and his coach. And obviously his coach works with a lot of different players as well. And one of them being Bhanu Pratap, who's unfortunately not made the cut. And so, how do you make the balance? Like, if you have to coach them together, or do you coach them separately? What goes through a coach's mind?
So, of course, each of the players is different in terms of their thinking as well as the way they are going to be swinging the club, the kind of thoughts they might have on the golf course, etc., depending on the kind of personalities they have off the golf course as well. So, a lot of those things come into the mix. Of course, the coaching is going to be an affair which is quite individualistic. But having them practice together is always a nice thing, because they can always pick up a few tidbits from each other. Also, build up a little bit of camaraderie among themselves, because most of these guys are going to be playing the same tour. So it always helps, hang out with one another, share your lunches and practice together. You can always, share tips with each other. So one person could probably share what is his feel way of hitting a certain kind of a shot, and that person might be really good at hitting that shot. Let's suppose a shot which is a ball which is right in the lip of the bunker, and this one person knows very well how to hit it. So you never know, his technique or his thoughts to hit that shot could actually end up benefiting another person as well. Why is this important? See, at the end of the day, each person is going to play only as good as that person really is on that very day. There is no animosity, and each of the players can actually hang out with one another and actually propel each other to become better. And when you're on the golf course, you don't necessarily need to be friendly and chitter chatter with one another. But when you're off the golf course, when you're practicing and preparing and all of that, I think at that moment it is important for players to hang out and chill with each other, instead of having an animosity on the range as well. So I think it's better that they hang out together, practice together, and this also ends up being a lot more camaraderie among them. Especially helps them when they travel out to play tournaments. So they have their own bunch of people that they're hanging out with. They have their friends, and of course they can go around and make newer ones. But it's always nice to have that sort of comfort, almost making you feel like you're still at home. Of course, when you go out there, you're going to play your own game. You're not going to be playing together.
That's a very good thesis, if I may, of how coaches and professionals actually manage their business. And a coach is such an integral part. And in golf, it's another thing for our viewers to understand. It's optional. You don't really need to have a coach. It's more of a personal choice. You might have a few players who might have self-taught swings, and they don't have their coach. They maybe just have their caddy who they rely on. So it's a very personal choice. But I think, as you've seen, if you want to reach the next level, take that next step, and climb the next echelon, and coach can play a pivotal role in that. And that's why a lot of them actually have these coaches, and maybe even travel abroad to work with the new coaches. And the thing about golfers and sportsmen in general, if they'll try everything to find an inch, and whether it is mental preparation, whether it is nutrition. I know from personal experience that professional golfers will try anything, and to improve even one shot, because one shot over 4 days means a lot. And that that there's a whole gamut of things that they actually try, just from club fitting, coaching, and even superstition. And coming to superstition, was there something that you would never do, or just make sure that you never do during a tournament?
Not really, but I definitely look at following some of the routines that I had. Other than that, I mean, looking at superstition, not really. I mean, unless and until you want to call keeping two big teas and two small teas in your pocket as a superstition, I mean, you could do that. But I think one of the only things that I probably didn't like doing was to keep a red tea in my pocket. But other than that, I was pretty all right.
I'm surprised that you said that, because that's the exact same superstition that I had.
Oh, really?
Is that the commentator's curse? So for all the golfers, if you don't like keeping the red tea, you know where your life is headed. Right? So good or bad, now you decide. But I would suggest you take that red tea and put it in your pocket.
We've got Udian Mane, the Olympian, on the tee box now playing his final round. Udian, of course, has jumped atop the leaderboard to tied fifth position with a total of minus 12 on his total score for 3 days. Good to see him coming back into form during the tournament now. It's a good tournament also to be coming back into form, and definitely with the rest of the tournaments remaining on the PGTI this year, I think taking that form further would always be
So
helpful and more beneficial.
So definitely no pet peeve for Udian Mane, red or yellow or any color, it's fine. He's just seeing red and shooting low numbers, and no stranger to red numbers is Dhruv Sharan, who we just spoke about. What a brilliant round yesterday, and he'll be looking to, uh, follow that up. A quick swing, a good ball flight. He's a very flat hitter of the golf ball, and I really like that somehow. I've seen that on international tours that there are a few players who have that sort of penetrating ball flight, so he can actually play in different wind conditions and still play well.
You think that helps you keep it straighter up between the tree lines, or I mean, is it just for the miss hit purpose? What is it for?
I think what it does is actually, eliminates a lot of the movement on the ball and makes the game a lot more consistent. So I've seen him that even on tougher holes where there are tree line holes, it doesn't really seem to bother him or irk him. He can go on about his business. So that kind of a ball flight adds more confidence on a golf course where there are more impediments on either side.
Kshitij Naved call with his homemade action. Doing really well this week. Also, just a quick mention to all the tournaments coming up right after the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021. We have the Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf Tournament from the 17th of November at Digboy Golf Links in Assam. We've also got the RCGC Open, ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship for the prize purse of 40 lakhs. And we also have, after that, from the 1st of December, Pune Open Golf Championship for a prize purse of 40 lakhs. And from the 16th of December, we have the Tata Steel Tour Championship back in Jamshedpur, which is for the amount of 1.5 crore. So a good mix-up of tournaments still left over on the PGTI, and of course, the next three tournaments are back-to-back tournaments right after this one. So that makes four tournaments on the trot. So a hectic schedule for these players before they can sort of breathe for a couple of days until they have to go back to Jamshedpur.
So the final event, obviously, the crown jewel is going to be the Tata Steel Tour Championship. And can you tell us if that's only for the top 60 or is that an open event? And in years past, it used to be only for the top 60 players.
Yes, definitely. This is a tournament which is only going to be for the top 60 guys. So the players have got the next three tournaments to take care of their standing on the order of merit if they want to make their way into the 1.5 crore rupee event at Jamshedpur, which is, of course, an important event, just like the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. Bigger the prize purse. Also, then they can always have another rejig within that top 60. So even if you're around, let's say, the 50th position on the order of merit, you could catapult yourself all the way up to the 20th position by a good stellar top five finish there.
How important those points are because I think in years past, the top 20, top 25 used to be able to get Asian Tour exemptions for the final stage. I think those would still be there.
Yes,
Or country exemptions, are those still in place on the Asian Tour?
yes, but not certain if the Asian Tour is having its qualifying school in the coming year. I'm not certain about that. But if there is an Asian Tour qualifying happening, then we will surely see some number of exemptions.
Yeah, another thing that is really important that once they reach the top 60, they try to maximize their ranking because every year you'd have, this year, unfortunately, due to COVID and everything else, we've not had too many international events, but normally you do have at least one European tour event or maybe two or three Asian tour events. And those can offer big prize money funds. And maybe sometimes you have, let's say, in the Indian Open, you have 30 to 35 players getting in from the Indian ranking. So these rankings are really really important, and I remember in the European tour events it used to be about 20 or 25 top 25 players. So they take nothing for granted. Look at that view on the seventh hole. What a daunting tee shot.
That daunting hole is where the first group has reached of Digraj Singh Gill, Chirag Kumar, and Arjun Prasad. That is definitely not something I want to do very early on in the day, but clearly we got to do it because we got to face this hole too. So Digraj Singh Gill now he's chosen three wood. What would be your choice of club on this hole, Shaurya? Because I really don't want to hit a three wood on this hole. I did try to hit a couple of two irons every now and then, but I always preferred to take a driver, hit it super high on those left trees, and slice it back into the fairway. Usually never made it back into the fairway, but that's a top secret. Now you all know about it. I usually kept it in the left rough, never overcut it.
Uh, somehow a three wood seems like neither here nor there. I never went with the three wood either. It was either a rescue or a driver because three wood is not going to go under the trees or in the tree line, nor is it going to go above. And so you're kind of stuck between. It's a very high pressure shot going with the three wood because you can't really take it above the trees and you can't really compress it that much to keep it low. And I think he's not hit a great shot right there. So maybe not the best of choice on this hole. And that's something that you learn with experience. Just go with the driver, or go with a conservative approach. A 3 wood is kind of like neither here nor there.
How good are these players? He just hit it with one hand and then still picked up his tee.
I think he knows he's on camera. So,
Really
so
speaking, I'd have my heart pounding if I'd lost out on one hand on the hole number 7 with my tee shot.
my famous pre-shot routine used to get elongated even more on the seventh hole. I
That was
would
another one that sent my heart pounding.
on the seventh hole, I would take all the time in the world, and I remember that sometimes there'd be people from the road who would come and watch, and they would have a misrepresentation of what golf was.
Talk about pounding. This guy can really give the ball a pounding. Olympian Udayan Mane taking his second shot on hole number 1. Leaked it
Okay,
out. Not
another
very
one-handed
happy.
shot. I think. Are we on speaker there at the golf course? Maybe they can hear us. That's what they're supposed to do right now.
Udayan seems to have leaked it out on that first hole, but nevertheless, I'm sure he'll find that golf ball and do the best he can from there. Let's have a look at our next player playing alongside Udayan Mane, Kshitij Naved Kaul, and Dhruv Shoran. Dhruv Shoran going next. The team of two, coach, player, caddy. So we've got people in one for this tournament for Dhruv Shoran.
The coach would be mighty impressed with the pupil doing so well, and obviously that is a relationship that is working out.
I'm wondering if the coach is right now looking at Kshitij Naved Kaul and wondering, you know, how does he make it happen with that different sort of a golf swing? He leaves himself on the green, just on the front side, maybe just on the fringe, about 60 odd feet away from the flag, just about on the front part of the green.
A good shot there, good view, in fact. And let's see where Dhruv ends up.
Good
All
start
right,
there
very
for
well
Dhruv
done by
Shoran.
Dhruv.
Good start there for him. Leaves himself about 18 to 20 feet just left of the flag. Nice to see him pin high early this morning, controlling some spin from that rough. Tigrat Singh Gill seems to have landed up on that first fairway after that tee shot. So definitely that seventh hole one-handed tee shots aren't something that you guys should be trying at
So
home.
and not using a 3 wood. I think commentary is really a forte. But yeah, I think see if you look at it, when players are in the action, they know a lot better. We can only call it from here, and a player knows best. But sometimes maybe we kind of can call a shot before it happens.
Solid group there at 9:40 tea time, match number 11, our leader group for the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2011. On the tee box now, Shiv Kapoor playing alongside Adil Bedi and Rashid Khan. Shiv Kapoor leading the way at minus 17, Adil Bedi at minus 16, and Rashid Khan at minus 15. So we've got an interesting day coming up over here. And of course, Kshitij Naved Kaul, Dhruv Shoran, and Udayan Mane playing right ahead of them. Of course, also will be trying to get further atop that leaderboard and give these guys a run for their money.
This is what it's all about, the creme de la creme of the tournament, the final group, and a good mix of experience, youth, and exuberance, if you may. We have the really young Adil Bedi, then we have Rashid Khan, sorry, who's obviously a very experienced campaigner, and then we have Shiv Kapoor, who has traveled the world and played on all international tours. So there's a good mix here.
Shiv Kapoor also practicing some hard squat moves coming down into the ball there just before he gets ready to start up this day, and hopefully another bogey-free round for him on the golf course. I was really hoping that he could carry that bogey-free stuff for much longer, but I'm hoping he can carry on another bogey-free round today, make that 3 rounds in total for this tournament.
Yes, absolutely. He'd also be hoping to make a lot of birdies today because I think pars alone will not do it. I'm looking at a number of at least 20 under par that the tournament could go at. Maybe it could be a repeat of maybe maximum 21, but you never know if Shiv Kapoor changes his mind and shoots another 8 under par, then it could definitely be going to a high number.
Rashid Khan, multiple winner on the tour.
Very carefree attitude, just one swing and sort of go on about it. The good thing about his game, he knows it, and every shot is very similar. And what do you attribute that to? There's such good control and such a carefree sort of attitude. Just stand up and hit, and every time it goes in the same place.
I think it's just the demeanor that Rashid brings with him onto the golf course and generally in life as well. He's an aggressive kind of person. I don't mean fighting or something, aggressive in terms of like being a go-getter, I would say. So I think he takes that onto the golf course as well, has a carefree attitude. He does put in his hours. He does practice quite a bit. He works on his fitness as well. So he does take care of all the aspects of the game. And once he's on the golf course, though, I've noticed that his choice of playing is somewhat like a hit it, find it, and hit it again and get it in the hole as soon as possible.
That reminds me of the movie The Greatest Game Ever Played.
This is
That's what I
indeed the
said.
greatest game ever played.
Let's hit it, find it, and hit it again.
What a lovely movie that was, wasn't it, Shaurya? One
Absolutely.
of my favorite golf movies.
And that caddy, Emmett, Francis Emmett was the player, and I don't remember the name of the caddy, cute little fellow there. A great relationship between caddy and player. Maybe a few of them top players would be looking to emulate that today and win this big tournament, which is no less than the US Open in the eyes of the Indian players. This is the crown jewel. This is the big one, ladies and gentlemen.
Adil Bedi seems to have gone with a controlled little three wood there from that first tee box. We have our leader now on the tee, Shiv Kapoor, taking on that first tee shot, getting ready to grab the trophy at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. Will it be Shiv, Rashid, Adil, or will it be Kshitij, Dhruv, Udayan, or will it be Yuvraj, Abhijit? What does it look like to you, Shaurya?
Maybe just take a toss up. I don't know. To be honest, it could be any one of them. All of them are playing so well. And I don't really know what's going to separate one from the other, but I think what's going to determine is the first 6, 7 holes for this leader group. If one of the players is able to make a couple of birdies, then he's at least ahead of the pack. But you never know how it unravels on the back nine, and that's why we have to see all the 18 holes. It could be anyone. Obviously, Shiv Kapoor carrying a lot of experience, but Adil Bedi knows how to win as well, and Rashid Khan needs no introduction. So I don't know. It's going to be a slugfest.
Dhruv Shuran starting out a little early with his birdie putt, and maybe wants to capitalize on that to see if he can take this game strength to strength, getting all that confidence from yesterday onto him.
Absolutely, a very good player, and really having going through his ascendancy, and look for him to maybe repeat that performance. He shot some good scores in Jaipur as well, and even played well in Delhi Golf Club. So I think no pressure, no stranger to pressure here. So
Good to
let's
see a
see.
few galleries out here this morning.
Almost. Okay, so close yet so far, just grazing the edge and should make his par.
No reaction from the coach caddy, which is always nice to see. Too many reactions, of course, are not nice for the players. They want to stay even minded through the round.
Absolutely. The coach and the player would have chalked out their strategy and maybe have a number in mind that can actually help them to contend.
A quick thank you to all our sponsors for the PGTI Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021. It's been presented to us by our main sponsors, Take Sports, associate partners in Incredible India, event partners in Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust, Justice Kuldeep Singh Prakash Bhandari Foundation from Chandigarh, and Bhandari and Associates, a law firm. We also want to give a quick mention to what Take Sports does. Take Sports Management Private Limited is promoted by Srinivasan HR and DV Ravi, and Take's ethos is to identify, nurture, and support talent on their journey towards international success. Take has been committed to supporting Indian sports for well over a decade, and as we can tell, the support that Take Sports has given this tournament, will take us from strength to strength.
That's a very noble cause that Take is undertaken, to promote sports. We need more such brands and houses coming ahead to take sports to the next level. And obviously, Take is taking that responsibility very seriously, no pun intended.
Nice putt there by Kshitij Naved, call on hole number one. Udayan Mane now getting ready to save his par.
So we're seeing some gallery here, which is a very good sight. It's almost like a sight for sore eyes. We're seeing that after quite a while. And long may that continue.
I think we're going to have a lot of galleries supporting these players today. The people from Chandigarh, we're looking at this good weather, would love to come out, walk with these players, and have a look at this tournament. And if you aren't in Chandigarh, you can of course watch this live telecast on VAR Cricket on either Facebook or YouTube live. We are here presenting this tournament from Chandigarh on all these online channels, presented to you by ABP News.
Yes, absolutely. We're excited to be covering live golf for the first time in India, and it's really been a watershed moment for the sport, and what a high quality of golf that we've been able to witness. It's been just fantastic, and we look forward to next 4 or 5 hours of live coverage and look at how this tournament unravels.
What is going on down that leaderboard? What is Syed Saqib Ahmed up to today? He's already -4 for the day through 6 holes and taking his total up to -7. He doesn't have the right intentions, and Udayan Mane missing that par part on the first, very unlike him. But I'm a little worried about Syed Saqib Ahmed. I think he's caught a little bit too much of fire this morning.
That's good. That's brilliant for Sayed. He should definitely be looking to catapult himself higher up the leaderboard, and that's a great start. Actually, the first 6 holes are not easy, and to be 4 under on them, a lot of the players actually target the back nine to shoot a lower score. The front nine is definitely tougher. So his game is he's definitely firing on all cylinders to be 4 under through six, and so look out for a big round by him.
It's a good start for Syed Saqib Ahmed. And a quick mention to all of these, the next few holes, which, we are not being able to see, the viewers are not being able to see those holes. The second hole on the Chandigarh Golf Club is a par 5. It is a dog leg towards the left with a two-tiered green. And so a little draw with a driver actually is helpful for the player to put himself back into the fairway to have an iron in. So that is a hole that every player is looking at capitalizing. But whenever the pin's up on top, it's always very difficult to reach that pin.
Absolutely,
So
but
the longer iron over there just always has its own. Let me have a look at where the pin is at today. Pin's 27 in, so it's always difficult to get that long iron flying all the way up there and being able to stop it. So players are generally looking at dropping it a little short and running it up that slope, but that slope is so steep, it's almost as tall as you. So it's always difficult to
but
get that ball back up there.
maybe,
So
maybe they can pole vault it up there, but I think the longer hitters would still find it easy. Maybe no, not the leader group. The leader group is maybe somebody like Abhijit Chadha could actually hit like a driver and 7 iron there. He's quite capable to maybe hit a driver and short iron there on the second hole.
talk about pounding hearts. We got Shiv Kapoor there. And we'll go up to now the hole number 3, which is a par 3, about 180
Brilliant
or
shot.
170 yard par 3. The leader there is not leaving any stone unturned. Early morning, he has decided to keep his socks pulled up. So the third hole is a little bit of a par 3, slightly downhill, about 170 yarder or so. Green is designed and laid off in a manner wherein it actually sits a little diagonal instead of being straight off. So that adds up to the challenge of attacking the flag over there. And the fourth hole, of course, I never liked that tee shot because I'm a fade player, and that you cannot start the ball left of that on that hole. So always looking at keeping it, starting it on those right bunkers and then having a little bit of draw in. But all right, we had to still play it.
Many interesting holes on this golf course. Very challenging, and especially at the turn. The 10th hole is also quite challenging. You look at the 11th hole; it's a tough par 3. I think personally, this golf course doesn't have a single hole where you can actually just maybe hit it and expect a birdie. It doesn't have any hole where you can get a birdie just by one good shot. Testament to the play that it's been this week. It's in years past we used to look at tournaments being won probably at 4 or 5 under on this golf course, and lo and behold, now 20 under might not win it. Who knows?
I mean, look at a couple of other holes also on the back nine. On the 12th hole, which is a par 4, players are generally hitting a driver and usually left with anywhere between 70 to 100 yards from the green. But pin today is 33 inside. The green is tabletop, so it's quite far high from the fairway. And a very accurate wedge shot is required for this green because the green is not very wide. It also has slopes which take the ball away from the green. So a slight miss hit could actually end up leaving you good 20 to 30 yards down the slope from that green. So I mean, if you can hit an accurate wedge, you're definitely looking at a good birdie opportunity. But if you don't do that, you're also looking at a tough up and down to save yourself a par. Interesting. Our leader group is now on the first green. We already have a lot of galleries walking around this sunny morning at Chandigarh Golf Club. So always a welcome sign. Players also enjoy it when people come out and watch them playing. And it's great now that we also have live telecast available, and all of you sitting at your homes can actually watch these players playing. I'm sure people like from Shiv's family as well as from the other players' families will be watching this tournament and enjoying the show thoroughly. We're not sure if the commentary is doing justice to it, but definitely the players are doing justice to the quality of game that they are showing and showcasing over here. A nice leader group there in Shiv Kapoor, Rashid Khan, each of them, looking to win. Shiv, of course, is leading from the front. Adil coming off an injury, and Rashid Khan has been knocking on the door now for the past couple of weeks and is raring to go. He really wants to win. He is hungry, ladies and gentlemen. He is super hungry. Shiv Kapoor now getting ready to line up for his birdie putt. Adil Bedi, of course, left that putt, didn't judge that so well and left it a little bit short of the hole. Leaves himself with about a 4 feet downhill putt to save that par. But Shiv Kapoor, of course, looking at starting this day with a lot of heat on it. Shiv Kapoor now for birdie on the first hole. Our leader at 17 under par. Does that ball have enough? No, it doesn't. Good two shots to start the day for Shiv. That putt didn't help, but nonetheless, still leads the way at 17 under par, while Adil and Rashid have got a little bit of work to do to hold their 4 feet par putts on the first.
Getting off to a good start is very important. Not dropping a shot here will be key for these players to continue their challenge at this great tournament, the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021, presented by Take Sports. And what an opportunity for all these players and for us as well to witness such amazing golf. Now, Rashid, this is where he makes his bread and butter. Very nonchalant in the short putts, and I remember a lot of the players, would be a lot more deliberate. He's very quick and sort of able has the innate ability to read the line as he just prepares, and he's very good with these short putts.
I think it's much better to like take very less amount of time on these short putts. Just keeps your mind a lot clearer. You can actually hit a firmer putt. Not something that, especially in the last few years of my playing career, I don't think I was so good with the short putts around 6 feet or something, and I was taking a little bit too much of time and not judging them so well.
Look at the difference in approach. We saw Rashid there, just almost ready to pull the trigger. Now we see are they a lot more deliberate in this part. So that's what I was saying, that the short parts does give every player a little bit of a jitter, because see, you have hit two decent shots and you hit a putt. You don't really want to drop a shot. So it actually maybe it's a little bit like the prospect theory, and people are more risk averse and losses loom larger than gains. So maybe that attributes to what he did, and at least he makes his good par and moves on. So all the time was worth it.
Absolutely, but I think in hindsight, I would say that getting off to hitting putts much quicker after you read the line is a lot better, a lot easier, and you can trust them a lot more than giving yourself that excessive time to think through. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our morning gathering with the leader group. And nice to see all of them out here on sunny Sunday at Chandigarh Golf Club, watching the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational and supporting our players. We have Arjun Prasad now on hole number 8.
So that's our first view of the eighth hole. A very nice par three, playing very accessible for these players.
There is a reason why that 8T is over there and not the green. That's because the Raj Bhavan is right behind. And if balls were going down into the Raj Bhavan, that would be a big problem for all of us.
And yes, absolutely. So hence we are hitting the other way, and the pin is just 13 on and 6 yards from the left. So it's a little tucked away, but I think not too tough for these players. They would not have anything more than a 9 iron at hand. Look for a high ball flight, maybe turning a little bit to the left, as we can see some brilliant camera work being done there to show you the golf shot. Yes, and not a great effort there, but obviously you are wanting to take this flag on, but it's right next to the out of bounds as well, and there's a bunker there. So you really need to be switched on with your iron game.
Very difficult flag put in by the tournament director on hole number 8, but nonetheless, the shot would leave Arjun Prasad now with about a 50 to 60 footer to make birdie. I think players are looking to be more on the top level of that green for that whole location, would give them more of an impetus to go in for that putt.
Now
Yeah.
look at the seventh hole. I think there's no space. Look at that. I mean, there's actually, if you look at it from here, it seems that the only route here is to maybe circumvent them and go from the left.
I'm just wondering what's happening in there.
Yeah.
Even I couldn't fit inside those trees.
But look at that. I think that gap is actually narrowed down even further. And so now our viewers can actually appreciate the difficulty in this shot. So that's why we say maybe take a driver and hit a high fade over from the left, because the low shot is just so difficult here. And we saw a couple of players try to hit a low shot with a 3 wood, and unfortunately they were met with a bad fate.
And thinking about how narrow that is, if you're finding it so narrow sitting in the commentator's box, how narrow would it appear when we were standing over there and trying to make that shot to make a birdie or something on that hole?
Absolutely. I think it is narrow, and let's see what he does here. Good view for our viewers right there. And so obviously hit a high ball, and maybe then you can sort of negate this sort of a narrow alley over here. And the
And,
thing about it,
and
like
the hand comes up of the ball spotter, says that ball is all right for Sunny Chaurasia.
that's always a welcome sight. I think people have looked at the 18th hole at Augusta, but I think obviously I've not played there. But when you can see it on camera, this looks a lot more intimidating, because there's out of bounds as well on the right hand side. It's not just trees.
Absolutely. In fact, those eucalyptus trees flanking on both sides of this fairway do have the branches coming in, hanging into the fairway. So if you hit a little bit of a miss hit or your trajectory is not good enough, it's going to clip one of those branches, and that ball could go flying around anywhere near Sukna Lake. That's not where you want to be. That's only for the evening jog.
Exactly. You don't want to get there before time.
Absolutely. A morning walk on the Sunday also seems to be nice, which of course our players would rather walk on the golf course. While we have the leaderboard now on our screen, Shiv Kapoor leading the way, followed by Adil Bedian, Rashid Khan, Kshitij Naved Kaul, Dhruv Shoran, Udayan Mane, the Olympian, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Abhijit Chadda, Karandeep Kochar, our money order leader. Syed Saqib Ahmed is one guy who's worrying me a lot sitting in the commentator's box today. You better make more birdies out there, Syed. You got 4 under through 6 holes. I'm looking forward to how deep this gentleman can go today.
Maybe break the course record. You never know.
He's the guy from that group of the Purple Patch.
Absolutely. Then that's the way to go. And another thing for our viewers who are watching, what is the out of bounds and what's an OB? So basically, in the rules of golf, you can play the ball from anywhere as long as you're inside the boundary of the golf course and the designated place as by the committee. But as soon as your ball leaves the boundary, you cannot actually go outside the golf course and hit it back in. You have to take a two-shot penalty and hit from the same spot. So an out of bounds is actually very penal on a player because he loses two shots as opposed to hitting a water hazard. If you were to hit a water hazard, you get a one shot penalty, but an out of bounds is a two shot penalty. What's your take on that? I always felt that an out of bounds should just be maybe just one shot. Two shots is just too harsh on an out of
Maybe
bounds.
just start hitting it straight, Ashwarya. Talking about straighter, Digrat Singh Gill has given himself a little bit of a tough job to do. Short-sighted himself on hole number 8 with a left side flag, and the left bunker is where he's sitting in now. Class effort there by Digrat Singh Gill, leaves himself just about 4 feet past the flag. Lovely shot indeed. That, ladies and gentlemen, is one of our course keepers who is raking the bunker and making sure the bunker can be found again by the next group in as good a condition as every player should have, giving us a level playing field through and through the course. Arjun Prasad now going for his birdie attempt, leaving himself quite a bit of an uphill task, and pun is intended, ladies and gentlemen.
That putt should break a little bit from his left to right. A steep embankment. The putt almost a 3 to 4 feet of a climb. Very tough to judge the speed on putts like that, and then you have to stop it as well. Very easy to run these putts 3 or 4 feet by. Look at that. I was correct yet again.
Yet again, almost halfway to Sukna Lake with that golf ball, but Arjun Prasad should be able to make that ball coming back in.
It's so tough to navigate these kind of putts when the hole is above you because you have to ensure that the ball actually goes above the apex of the slope and then to stop it as well. And normally, what happens like here, the ball has to travel an uphill sort of course and then downhill. So it's very tough to sort of control your speed. What would you recommend in this scenario?
I'm really looking at, depending on the speed of the greens, I like to look at a different way to judge the putt. So I like to also like walk up that slope and feel it with my feet as to how much of an uphill climb that really is. So suppose I had to make X amount of an effort, how much would a little ball have to make an effort to get up there? So I try to sort of go with that sort of a feeling, and then I try to repeat that on the ball. Of course, it's difficult to judge. You can only try to make your best approximations for it. And of course, tons of practice on the particular greens, on the kind of grass that we are playing on this week, definitely helps the players to judge that a lot better. Arjun Prasad having no trouble in judging the greens. He wanted to take a dip in the Sukna Lake, but came back in to make his par and save it on hole
Well,
number 8.
well done for his part. Or hitting the first putt. If you sort of miss hit your first putt, you're better off hitting it firm because at least you can get the read on the putt because when the ball crosses the hole, so you are able to approximate what kind of a line you will have as you stand for your return putt.
Digrat Singh Gill for a good effort from the bunker now and would make that putt to save par.
So Vikraj Singh Gill and Pukhraj Singh Gill, both are brothers and based out of Chandigarh. Very good golfers, and I think being able to spur each other on. And unfortunately, Pukhraj has not had a great week, but Digraj is keeping the family name flying high this week. As we have a look at the eighth hole. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented to you by Take Sports. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, and my co host is just not there for the time being. He'll be joining us shortly. And look at the leaderboard today is Shiv Kapoor at 17 under par, Adil Bedi at 16 under par, Rashid Khan, who is at 15 under par currently, Kshitij Navid Kaul at 13 under par. We have Abhijit Singh Chadda, who is tied fifth at 5 under par. Then you have and alongside Yuvraj Singh is the Olympian Udayan Mane at 11 under par. So a lot of good scores, and the course is definitely there for the taking for these players today. And now we head back to the eighth hole. And as you're trying to look at where that ball is ended, we can have a look at this eighth hole. Not too long, playing about 160 yards today, and the players will be using anything between an 8 or a 9 iron. As we are back on the 18th hole, very daunting flag as we predicted for the final day. So obviously the referees and the organization committee has done their bit. You can see the water body there, so it's important to be on the left side of the fairway on the 18th, and I think that that hole will be the source of a lot of drama today. Now we here at the 8th, and that's Sakib, who's having a brilliant day so far today. Let's see what he does on this hole. Ball is not inside, so might have missed the green. The eighth hole is sandwiched between the seventh and the ninth. The seventh, obviously, a very daunting par five where a player would be happy to make par. And, the ninth hole is again a tough tee shot, but it gives you an opportunity on the second shot. Now, we're back here again on the seventh, the very, very difficult seventh hole. And what a daunting tee shot it is. As we have a look at that alley that the players have to go through. It's very long hole, well over 600 yards, and I doubt that any of the players will be getting there in two, apart from the longest of hitters. Maybe if they are able to hit a great drive, and then maybe have a three wood to the green. But for majority of the field, it'll probably be a driver, a rescue, and then some sort of a wedge, or pitching wedge, or a sand wedge. As we have our first look at Digvijay Singh on the seventh hole, obviously going with the driver, and I think that's the correct approach to this hole. Sometimes aggression is the conservative strategy, actually.
Digvijay Singh on hole number 7, while Abhijit Singh Chadda seems to have already started capitalizing on the day. He is -1 for the day of 2 holes and got himself up to -12 for the tournament. Divyanshu Bajaj, Syed Saqib Ahmed there, walking up to the 8th green.
Seems to have missed it to the left, and as we spoke earlier, it's a little bit of an inviting pin position, but it's fraught with danger, because if you miss it left as he has, you'll really have your work cut out for par, because you have to go up, negate that, sort of navigate that steep embankment, and then again try and stop the ball. So the caddy and the player are really trying to understand where to pitch this ball. They both really have their work cut out here. Anything between 5 or 6 feet is a good effort from there.
Varun Chopra has indeed placed himself well, given himself an uphill look for 20 feet for birdie. Syed Saqib Ahmed, of course, just off the green there. That he shouldn't find that a problem. Being in the bunker or just left of that would be definitely short siding hell of a lot. Although Syed, of course, has a little bit of work there. He has to fly that ball about 4 or 5 yards before it can drop on the green and take the roll. Syed Saqib Ahmed not taking it easy this morning, ladies and gentlemen. He went for that chip in and he almost holed that. An amazing shot by Syed Saqib Ahmed, already at -4 for the day, and just about blipped that out for a -5.
I think
Superb effort, all smiles.
I think what he's telling his caddy that if we had removed the flag, it would have gone in the hole. So hindsight is a good luxury, but obviously that was not the case, and a great par nevertheless after missing the green. So he should be happy to take a par and move on to the next hole. There you can see what he is doing. He's actually marking the ball and marking it to the left, because his playing partner is putting on the same line. So player uses a coin or anything similar to mark the ball, and that can actually be an impediment in the other player's line. So he's put it to the left, and then he has to remember to put it back, because if he doesn't do, then he incurs a penalty. So not only do you have to play well, you also have to have your wits about you and remember the things to do. Whenever I used to replace a mark, I used to tell my caddy, please remember that we have to put it back.
Saqib Ahmed and Divyanshu Bajaj, great friends off the course and totally enjoying each other's company today. And Syed Saqib Ahmed is definitely taking advantage of that positivity within his golf group. Karandeep Kochar, our money leader, seems to have gotten off to an extremely slow start with 2 over par, and is now at -7 in total. Varun Chopra now, the amateur, going for his birdie putt on hole number 8 and gives himself a tad bit of a tap in. To finish that, Varun Chopra already -1 for the day, total of -4 for the tournament through 6 holes so far. That's the score that we have. And Aryan Rupa Anand, the other amateur, is also -1 for the day, but with a total of -1. So if Aryan Rupa Anand wants a shot at the best amateur title at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, he will have to put in some more work through the day and will need a lot more red numbers coming in on that scorecard.
I think that's a good battle within the war. Exactly, that's a good championship between these two amateurs that is going on within the larger scheme of things. Obviously, both of them would want bragging rights that they were the amateur champion of the biggest professional event that has ever happened in India.
Absolutely, and they can also brag to their friends that they could have taken an X amount of a paycheck home with them.
Absolutely, I think yes. That would sort of be a bragging right, and if they were somewhere, their friends should actually pool in that money and give it to them.
That's exactly what Varun Chopra's friends and Aryan Rupa's friends are going to be like. All right, we don't know them.
I think they might not have any friends if they follow our advice, so please don't. Obviously, we have generous sponsors who've put up this amazing prize money of 1.5 CR this week. So there's more than enough for all to go around.
Devanshu Bajaj will come shy of that birdie. He'll tap it in for par. But one thing I wanted to mention was the place where he placed his golf ball on this for this flag location, which is slightly right and past the flag, about 15, 18 feet away, is probably the best location for players to hit this ball at. This flag has been put frighteningly close to that left bunker and to that OB line. An electric pole seems already to be giving me some shocks just sitting over here. So I want definitely to be keeping it slightly right of the flag and keep it in uh, probably 10 to 15 feet distance and hopefully make that putt. Definitely yardage control is going to be key for the amount of golf I play these days. That's not happening.
Touche to that. I think electric pole it is going to be for us, or maybe the Sukna Lake. But anyways, not for these players. They are on top of the game and they know what they're doing. And here we have a look at Arjun on hole number 9.
Chun Prasad has left himself in that front bunker on the ninth hole. The pin's also up on that front
Let's see if he
portion
can.
of the green. A difficult bunker shot there for Arjun Prasad. Let's see how good that skill set is. And that seems to be pretty good, but leaves himself good 6 odd feet short of the hole. So he's got a little bit of work to clean that up for par on hole number 9. Not the easiest flag location. Digrat Singh Gill also following Arjun Prasad. He thought maybe my senior's in there, so let me also just follow him back
I
there.
think that's a very inviting flag, and that's a very good flag position by the committee today, because it's hardly giving you any space at the front of the green, and the players are all going for birdie. Maybe they'd be better off trying to pitch it back and then spin it. All of these players do hit it long enough, so maybe they've not used the correct approach and have come up short. Now they'll have to make par, and let's see what Digraj can do here.
That's exactly the thing that happens with front flags. People try to get too cute with them and then end up leaving themselves with a short-sided place. Devrat Singh Gill with some good short game skills there leaves himself about 5 feet past the flag.
So
Uh,
that's going to be a tricky putt coming back, left to right, sloping down. So I think these players would be better off maybe being a little aggressive on this hole in their second shot. And
Definitely looks like it. Chirag Kumar, of course, using his experience, and that's the reason he's got a flat stick in his hand and not a 60-degree wedge. I think he left himself about 15 or 20 feet left of the hole, which of course will have a curling putt, but nonetheless, he gives himself a shot at birdie.
exactly, I think it's a lot better to be on the green, but he's just come into view. But I think he seems to be a fair distance away. You don't know. I don't know if the bunker is better or this place is like it's like heaven or hell. Like it's a little confusing. What's better in this place? Like the deep dark blue sea. Nobody knows where to go in this one.
Chirag Kumar now showcasing his putting skills. Greens are on about a 9 odd on the stimp meter, so shouldn't be too fast on that downhill. Should be able to control that fairly well, considering his skill set, of course, is second to none.
This putt would be all of maybe about 60 to 70 feet and having to traverse the entire breadth of the green.
Really, Arjun Prasad and Digraj Singh Gill actually made Chirag Kumar hit a rather safe second shot,
Oh,
but
that's brilliant.
clearly not safe enough with his putt. Gives himself just about a tap in to save his par. Chirag Kumar, of course, showcasing his skill set. His putting, of course, is one of the best that one could actually be honored to have a look at.
Brilliant putt by him. That's not so easy as he made it look. That was a difficult putt and he did well. Now the other two younger players will have their work cut out in terms of par. Chirag says, "See you guys later on the 10th hole. I've made my par and I'm going to be out of here."
And probably grab a lassi at the gazebo while on his way there. But Arjun and Digraj will have to spend some time on that line to save their foes because they're also coming in with Arjun Prasad right now at one under par and Digraj Singhil at even par. So they definitely want to continue like this going into the back nine so that they can still continue to capitalize on this day. Jyoti Randhawa is early on caught on to a one under par, and so has Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal. So they are doing good in each other's company. Didn't really think that there would be a ton of underpars early in the morning today, but there really are. We also have Vikrant Chopra catching on a little bit of heat. He's got -3 on that broomstick this morning.
That's brilliant. And we must see him soon on TV. I think that putt is definitely working for him. Not the best of days yesterday, but definitely making amends today.
Well done there
Yeah,
by
well done
Digraj
on that
Singh Gill.
slippery putt.
Vikrant Singh Gill there making up and downs on 8th and ninth to save the day for himself. Being a good scrambler is something that always helps on a day where you're not able to hit those greens. Vikrant Singh Gill, of course, making use of that. So Ajitesh Sandhu is right now par after 3 holes. So it's slow start even for SSB Chaurasia at even par. Vinay Kumar Yadav seems to be on -2 after 3 holes. So he is at -9 now, tied alongside Hani Besoya for ninth position.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu getting off to a good start, one under through three, and obviously breathing down the necks of the leaders, giving them little room. And as you mentioned, Vinay Kumar Yadav at 9 under par. So obviously, some people getting off to a good start. Let's see if Arjun makes his par, and that's a push out, and that's gonna hurt. These are this is all sort of a self-inflicted wound, if you may. On a hole that is, an inviting flag. That's what they colloquially called sucker pins because they kind of suck you in into making a mistake and actually going for birdie, and you walk away with five.
Talking about sucker pins, we have a sucker of a leaderboard this week with Shiv Kapoor leading the way at -17, Adil Bedi following in just at -16, Rashid Khan at -15, Kshitij Naved Kaul, Abhijit Singh Chadda, Dhruv Shoran all following in, all of them breathing down each other's necks, trying to get this title from the hands of none other than Jeev Milkha Singh.
Quite an honor that will be to get that trophy from the legend that is Jeev Milkha Singh. He didn't have the best of weeks, but obviously his presence here adds a lot of calm and elan to this week. And the players are looking forward to meeting the legend, and everybody wants to be on that podium. Let's see who that will be, and in a few hours' time, we'll have the answer. But not before they traverse this treacherous 18th hole where the flag is there. It's almost off the green. It's on the back right, front right, mind you, and there's little space between the flag and the water. So we see three balls on the greens. Obviously, that group has done really well. So maybe they have the key to this hole.
For all of you who are just joining us now, we are now live on VAR Cricket. You can watch us on the live channels on YouTube as well as on Facebook. Jyoti Randhawa on the seventh tee box, going with a 3 wood.
Oh, what a good view. I think he's
hit it
Pulled,
left,
pulled a
and
little to the left.
that hopefully should not make it all the way into the rough. But looking at it very, very closely is Jyoti Randhawa checking where it's landed up. Rajiv Kumar Jadiwal also playing alongside him.
Rajiv going with that approach of making that little bit of a mount. So obviously wants to keep it low and going with an eye and a very conservative approach by a player who's not a long hitter. So obviously will have a very very long hole to traverse now. He might be hitting a rescue, then another rescue, and then a mid eye, and who knows? But obviously safety first. He knows this place. He's a player from here, so let's see what he does. What a beautiful view here. You can actually see the ball flight, and you can understand how the players actually navigate, mind you, this hole, and how the ball actually behaves.
Check out how close those trees are to the tee box. And the view, of course, oh, very nice
What a
shot there
beautiful
by
shot.
Rajiv Kumar Jadiwal, bunting that ball down into the fairway, taking that cue from Shaurya Singh, talking about Tiger Woods' stinger. He has done the same with one of his
What a
long
brilliant
irons.
shot. Rajiv has really outdone himself and keeping him in good position there. He can hit a three wood and then maybe get a short iron if he has the angle in.
Brilliantly done by Rajiv Kumar Jadiwal, has given himself a decent place in the fairway, should be able to put himself back for his third shot around the 120-yard marker. As Mukesh Kumar, now the Indian golfing legend,
The,
taking on that seventh hole with a hybrid club.
the
Surprising choice of club here for a lot of players, don't you think, Shaurya?
The grizzled veteran really knows his game, but he plays left right. I don't know how he's going to hit this shot because he likes to start the ball left, and
That's exactly how he's going to play it, Shaurya. You've got to learn from him.
it's too late now. I'd rather learn different skills, but what a good rescue shot by both these players. So obviously, all three of them doing well on this course and striding down the seventh hole. You know, this is the best walk once you hit this tee shot and you know that you got through this hole, the toughest part of the hole, then you're a happy camper.
I think starting that fifth green, I'm only in jitters walking all the way up to that 7 tee box. I'm wondering when this is going to get over. And once that ball lands up into the fairway, like, phew,
Like,
thank God for that.
a funny story from my days back in junior golf. I remember when we just started playing, and obviously juniors, we are so carefree. We saw this whole. I remember one of my playing partners. I don't know who it was at this point in time, but I remember at least 6 to 7 half dozen balls in the OB. He kept on reloading, hitting the trees, and eventually, then we called the referee because he got so nervous. He said, "What do I do?" He said, referee said, "Unfortunately, you can't do anything. You still have to hit off the tee." But then I remember his caddy giving him a lob wedge and just sort of getting it there and then, getting through the hole. So you can well imagine, he was really traumatized. I don't know who that is now. I think it was a painful time, but that gave me the fear of my life. And I don't know, somehow I managed to get through that and live to fight another day.
Sunil Chaurasia with an impressive chip there and leaving himself just a little bit of a tap in. Good stuff, even by Sunil Chaurasia. Good solid golf coming up from these gentlemen. And talking about lost golf balls, in fact, I played a tournament once. It was an amateur event back in Golden Greens, if you remember that. There's a friend known to both of us, and I will not take his name, but if he's listening to us, I can tell you that he knows what story I'm going to be telling. So he'd gone through about 10 holes on Golden Greens, and he'd lost already about 8 golf balls. Whenever it would rain around Golden Greens, the shrubs would be so big, really hard to find golf balls if you had hit it off the fairway. So it would always lead to a lost ball. So on the 11th hole, with that dog leg left at par 5, he's gone all over that the left rough, trying to cut across that dog leg, ended up hooking it, goes inside, tries to look for the golf ball. 5 minutes later, tells his caddy, छोड़ दे अब तो हम खेल नहीं सकते golf ball ही नहीं है बैग में. He said, sir मैं ball नहीं bag ढूंढ रहा हूँ.
Oh, amazing. What a brilliant story. That has been split. Yeah, that's quite possible actually on a golf course like that. Yeah, that's a brilliant story. I think I know who you're talking about. I'll definitely ask him about this today. So I think, unfortunately has not made the cut this week, I think. so, as they say, समझदार को इशारा बहुत है. So if he's listening, he knows we're talking about him. So, but yeah, that can happen in golf. So try and keep it in the short stuff. Try and hit the ball straight, but it's easier said than done.
And also, if you do leave it in the rough, definitely leave your golf bag outside it, because otherwise you
Oh,
lose
look
that
at
too.
that.
Tappy guy not losing any opportunity there makes that putt for birdie.
Yeah.
Chikka Rangappa now getting ready to line up for his putts. Tappy guy giving getting a lot of confidence from that putt on hole number 8. So splendid stuff by him. Nice to see a good 30-footer rolling in early this morning. So we're at Chandigarh Golf Club for the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021 with our associate partners, Incredible India, event partners in Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust, Justice Kuldeep Singh Prakash Bhandari Foundation from Chandigarh, Bhandari and Associates, a law firm also supporting the tournament. Star attractions of the field are, of course, Gaganjeet Bhullard, SSP Chaurasia, Shiv Kapoor, Ajitesh Sandhu, Jyoti Randhawa, defending champion Karandeep Kochar, and of course our gracious host Jeev Milkha Singh, the only Indian to have a tournament named after him. Uh, he's the only Indian also to have the rare distinction of being an Asian Tour Order of Merit winner twice, multiple winner on the European Tour, Japan Tour, and the Asian Tour, 14 major appearances under his sleeve, a career high world rank of 28th, a befitting champion, and a great ambassador for the sport of golf in India. While we look at Syed Saqib Ahmed from just off the green on hole number 9.
Sayeb Sakid will definitely be looking to make this birdie and move to 5 under for the day. That'll be a brilliant front nine, especially given how tough this front nine is. And that should turn a little to the left, and he'll make his par and move on to the 10th hole. Divyanshu there on the green. As you see, the caddy raked the bunker, so it's very important that once you're done with your play, that you or your caddy has to go and rake the bunker and ensure that it's smooth and flat, so that the next player who comes in gets the exact same conditions. And in fact, the tour enforces these rules very seriously. And if somebody misses doing the same, there is a penalty that is imposed on him, a financial penalty. So obviously, those are never welcome by any player. So they're very careful to make sure that the course is in tip-top shape for the next player.
It's very important to have these sort of rules and regulations in place, especially in terms of etiquettes, and also a couple of things on this. There's of course care for the course involved. So respect for the place that you have come to compete is definitely something one should look at, and also leaving a level playing field for each of your fellow compatriots as well. Uh, we have Om Prakash Chauhan there, who's swung it pretty solid,
And our
left himself
cameraman,
in a beautiful place on that left side of the fairway, ideal to lay up with your second shot slightly towards the right side of that second part of the dogleg on this hole.
and our cameraman doing some PGA Tour worthy camera work, were able to trace that ball flag.
Stellar stuff there. He's also gotten off to a start like Syed Saqib Ahmed, already -4, and he's on the 7th hole as well.
Now this player obviously favoring a draw. That's why I'm standing on the left side. Let's see how this goes. That's another good tee shot. Everybody's going over the trees. If they have the power, just go above the trees and sort of get over there. And that's a brilliant shot again.
Two great shots there by Sachin Besoya as well as Om Prakash Chauhan, and of course a good shot, no pun intended, by our cameraman as well.
Yes, he should be proud of his work. And now
Karthik Sharma.
using a 3-wood.
And hand gestures.
That goes without saying. And I think he's aligning for a little bit of a fade. So look for that to start on the right side and then maybe cut back to the left. Oh, what a good ball flight that he has.
Brilliant shot there by Karthik Sharma, fading that 3-wood back into the fairway. It's superbly done.
Brilliant shot by him. 3 very good shots. Quickly executed. No pressure for these players. They're really good.
Abhijit Singh Chadda seems to have picked up a shot and then dropped another shot and has left him back at even par for the day. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seems to have been climbing up. He is at -13 for the tournament as of now, with -2 today after 4 holes.
Look at the 18th hole. We have Gaurav Pratap Singh, the first time we're seeing him today. So Gaurav Pratap Singh at 1 over for the day, not having the best of days. So he should make a par here, and you can make out he's a little dejected with himself, not having the kind of day that he was expecting to. Gaurav playing alongside Ashok Kumar. Ashok is a very, very brisk player. As you remember the story that I told you yesterday, I had the fortune of playing with him, and maybe he wouldn't have the same sentiment. But he's a very quick player. Maybe takes about 5 seconds to hit a shot, and so that's why each golfer is allowed 40. So if you take less than that, then you hit your shot and wait for the next guy.
So that is not Sukna Lake. That is the hazard on the 18th hole. The flagstick just on the top right of the green, which is going to be adding some masala to this round as we go into our leader groups as we move along the day. Um, this is the seventh hole as we sit here on that tee box with Shiv Kapoor still leading at 17 under and Adil Bedi following him at minus 16. So it seems like everybody's saving up the pars right now and maybe keeping those birdies in their pockets to use later on in the day. Except of course Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Vinay Kumar Yadav, Jyoti Randhawa, Om Prakash Chauhan, and Syed Saqib Ahmed. All of these players, of course, not wanting to keep any of the birdies in their pockets and throwing them all over that golf course.
Grant having a good round, 3 under for the day, 4 under. My apologies, 5 under for the tournament. Sakib, who we had a look at, he's also having a brilliant day so far.
Saqib seems to have dropped a shot somewhere, so he's dropped down now to 3 under for the day, and hopefully he's going to be capitalizing on that a lot more going forward. Although our leader group is not really going ahead and being super aggressive or going ahead and making the birdies so far, they are still keeping it pretty solid with their pars throughout the first two holes. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, is trying to catch some pace. What about that story that you were telling about Ashok yesterday? Why don't you tell our viewers that again? Because most of us might not have actually heard it.
I'll have to go through that again, but so I'll try and summarize the story. I was paired with the fastest player on tour, and that happened in the last 2 days. The tour is careful of not pairing a very slow player with an extreme. My routine was deliberate, his wasn't, and so he would wait on every hole. And I think, and as golfers, we are always very cognizant of etiquette, and we don't really tell the other player to speed up or slow down or whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, it's an individual game, and each golfer is supposed to know what is the best. And obviously, I myself would obviously try my best that let's try and trundle along and get this round going. But so we were on one of the holes, and I think I was trying to traverse a tough shot, and Ashok had had enough, and I saw him on the on the edge of the green. He was actually lying down and pretending to take a nap. So that was his not so subtle way of telling me that, buddy, let's get on with it. And then we were in splits on the next tee.
Lovely shot by Digvijay Singh. One of his signature shots, actually, is sort of like a hinge and hold it into the ball, and he does that really, really well. I've seen him hitting those shots a bunch of times. He does that superbly well. Really good with his wedges, all the way up to the full shots. Really good with the control that he has on his wedge game. Gaurav Ghai, of course, trying to make that birdie from about 60 feet away on hole number 8.
He's obviously gone to the safety first approach. That's the same putt that we saw Arjun earlier, and obviously it's a tough putt to navigate. You go up the steep embankment and then it sort of goes downhill. But obviously Gaurav has years of experience. Let's see what he can pull out from the hat.
Gaurav Ghai, another slow round for him, 2 over for the day. Unfortunately, he's had a good start to this tournament. The first two rounds, he was primed right up there, and we were looking at him coming up with another couple of good rounds, but unfortunately, hasn't been working out in his favor.
And he too has run that by about 5 or 6 feet. So obviously that's a very difficult putt. So very smart pin placement by the committee and the referees, because it looks easy, but it is not.
Looking at his scorecards from the first two rounds, he shot 67 and 68 to begin the tournament, and then had a couple of big numbers on the scorecard. Yesterday, had a 7 to begin the round with. That's a triple bogey, a 6 on the 10th hole, and a 5 to finish the round to shoot a 4 over par. So, not having the best start even to this final day. It's already made two bogeys in the day, but hopefully he can cover those up going into the back nine soon.
Absolutely. Look for him to hopefully have a good back nine and finish his tournament in style like how he started it. But obviously, sometimes the tournament wears on, and maybe the game is not the same that it was on the first day. You're not feeling the same. Maybe fatigue is something that can actually happen on the fourth day, and that's why there's so many different factors. It's not That's one of the reasons why a tournament actually extends to 4 days, is because you want to be able to test every facet of a player's game. It's not just about how well he hits the ball or chips the ball or puts it, and that's one of the reasons why they chose 4 days so that you can have a worthy champion.
Anshul Patel there cleaning up for par. A good effort by him. I've got a guy now getting ready for his own putt for par on hole number 8. Course conditions looking as good as ever. Is one of the best conditions I have seen Chandigarh Golf Club in. No preferred lies this week. Lush fairways, lush greens. Greens playing around a stimp meter of 9 this week. Perfectly raked bunkers. And of course, great weather accompanying the players on the golf course. Sunny and slight cool breeze always makes the best combination to spend your time out on the golf course, and that includes for the spectators as well. That's the kind of weather conditions that even they have. So, if you're in Chandigarh, get out there and watch these players. Enjoy the sun, and maybe enjoy a brunch after the round is finished and after they finished watching with the players that you were walking with. This is one of the flagship events of the PGTI. You're watching the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, presented to you by Take Sports.
Gaurav didn't really consult his caddy on that, and that's surprising. So he's obviously making up his own mind, and I think could have actually consulted the caddy. And that's what happens sometimes. I think when you have these 4 to 5 feet putts, it's not so easy to really understand, and that's where a caddy can come in and sort of reassure the player. But I think what's the look at the caddy is also a little flummoxed by what happened on the green. And I think what actually happens is when your game is slipping a little bit, the focus goes down, and you sort of you're not in the same state of mind, so you maybe get a little casual, and that can actually happen as the game is not going the way that you intended for it to go. And that's so important, paramount, that you sort of keep it together, because all the good work of the first 2 days can actually just come undone.
So unfortunate to see him making all these three putts on the golf course. Very unlike Gaurav Ghai, one of the players that each of the players in this field looks up to and is highly, highly regarded. We have Chikkarangappa now standing on that downhill. As you can tell, he's on a slope, and of course that ball is all the way going into a downhill. And
And
Chikkarangappa
going
there
right in the hole.
converting that putt for birdie on hole number 9. What a brilliant, brilliant effort there by the gentleman.
Shikarangappa definitely showcasing his pedigree. Very deft touch to just caress that ball into the hole, and then he'll take his birdie and move on to the next hole.
I think his playing partners will take a cue from that. Chika was 1 over through 6 holes, so that definitely gets him back to even par, depending on what he made on hole number 7 and 8, which might just be another birdie or two. Sunil Chaurasia now on the same hole number 9, playing alongside Tapi Ghai and Chikka Rangapayas.
This is the first time that I'm seeing the flag that is so far up on the front of the green, and obviously it's on a just below a slope. And how do you compare this flag with that of yesterday? And what are your thoughts on that?
So I think what the tournament director has really done over here and how the flag is placed today, what it's going to do is going to add some challenge to the players who are trying to get too cute with the flag and trying to get that ball so close for a birdie. Unlike what Chika did, like he just played it slightly past the flag and tried to make that putt, and he did make it indeed. While when the flag was on the back of the green yesterday, it is on top of like this little ridge that is there at the top end. So it's another difficult flag to get to all the way, but definitely leaves the player a little bit of room on the green to work with when they are trying to be aggressive. While on this flag, really, there is no room for error. You will have to be precise. And as you can tell, the wind slightly picking up. It seems to be a tad bit of a headwind on the ninth hole for the second shot. And with that kind of a wind, if you try to be cute, you're looking at going into the beach.
Absolutely. A sunny day on the beach that none of the players actually want at this point in time.
Maybe post the last tournament is the time that they will really be looking for that time on the beach, while we look back at Jyoti Randhawa on hole number 8.
This is very familiar territory for Jyoti. Phenomenal weather with the iron, and especially with the shorter irons. You remember that shot that on 16th hole when he won that Indian Open. He just hold that 8 irons. Obviously, he's laser like with the nines. And I remember when I started golf. The first time I visited a golf course was in Nagar, where my father was posted there, and Jyoti's father as well. And I remember seeing Jyoti Randhawa that time, and that's how I was introduced to the game of golf. And there was a tomb which was close to the golf course, maybe a couple of kilometers, and he actually used to run up all the way up onto the hill and then come back, maybe like a 5 or 6 kilometer run, and then come back and hit balls. And so he was very regiment. Look at that golf shot.
What a great shot by Jyoti Randhawa there.
I
Definitely running
mean,
all the way up and down. The tomb is still helping him,
yes.
leaving himself about an 8 footer for birdie on hole number 8.
I remember that. I think if the name is correct, the tomb was Salabat Khan tomb. It was next to the army golf course in Ahmednagar. He used to run up and then hit balls. And I remember that his father used to tell us at that point in time. Myself and my elder brother were there. He used to say that if you hit 500 balls on any day, then you can actually in your imaginary bank deposit $500. And so obviously Jyoti Randhawa has done a lot of that. And practice is definitely the secret of his success. He's been a hard worker, and that's been sort of drilled in by his father, who's obviously an army man. And army folks are no strangers to hard work.
I think we can still deposit some $500 every day into our memories bank.
Yeah, that's the only memories bank, is rightly said, for us now. It's not going to be cashed or
Is
at
that
any
what?
bank.
Couldn't it serve us as like some sort of cryptocurrency at some point of time?
I don't know enough about those right now, but yes, we can just imagine that we have the money. They say if you imagine it, half the work is done. So Rahul, maybe that's the key.
I've been imagining running up tombs all my life.
It's too early. It's too early to get entombed. So, yeah, that's a great shot by Jyoti, but just shows you the difference. Now, there's going to be a difficult shot for Mukesh, who's obviously a left to right hitter, and let's see what he does, because I know that the shot right left does not exist in his bag. He's just a. Let's see what happens. I mean, he has really, look at that. He's flared it at least 70, 80, 90 feet to the right. But that just shows you that for as good as a player that he is, unfortunately, he's never been able to build the shot of a right to left. And even with a short iron to nine, he flared it to 70, 80 feet right. And that's maybe that's something that he never really worked on. I know that Mukesh only plays one side golf, and that's why he's so good. Maybe that's the downside of having a one-sided sort of game.
So that's a good example here where Kapil Kumar has actually short-sided himself on the 18th hole, 24 inside, 8 from the right side, right over that water hazard with complete downhill from where he left himself after that second shot. And same goes for Shivendra Singh Sisodia. It's a difficult shot coming in from the side that these gentlemen have left themselves. Complete downhill from there, all the way to the hole. The green gets any harder, all of the leader group is going to find it difficult to stop the ball. Shivendra Singh Sisodia are definitely doing a better job of that than Kapil Kumar was able to do, playing alongside Manu Gandas.
But I'm sure that when Shivendra hit that shot, his heart would have been in his throat, because all you can see is water, and he's just escaped the watery grave by about a foot or two when he's cleared that. So obviously he's going for that shot, but the risk is always there that you can end up in the water.
This water hazard acting as if it's the mini Sukna Lake for today's flag location. With that gazebo at the back, that old school charm of that gazebo with that thatched roof. It's just amazing, right? Like
Absolutely.
keeping up the culture and the way the golf course has been for all these years. And of course, that first floor edition that Shaurya, you've been reminiscing to sit down and eat your dosas in.
Absolutely. I think that should be done by us soon. Enjoy the good golf and maybe get a round of golf inside. We've learned so much from these great players.
Talking about dosas, if you all are really listening to us, we are here at the ABP News Network building. So in case you guys want to send us some breakfast, feel free to do so.
Yes, dosa will be preferred.
We don't have a first floor, but we do have a balcony view here from the studios.
We're remembering the good old times, teeing off, and actually, that's something that we used to look forward to. That finish the ninth hole, go to the gazebo, have those sandwiches, and maybe have a cold coffee, and take some of the pain away from a bogey, or enjoy a birdie. Either way, good food is always welcome.
Always. So the breakfast is welcome, and of course, talking about the scoops that we spoke about earlier, the only scoops we are looking for is ice cream and
Oh, come
Manu
on,
Gandas not
maybe.
finding the hole there. An unfortunate miss
I
for
have a
him.
feeling he'll go inside. He has 10 seconds, so he should just go around it, wait for 10 seconds. Is he going to wait? Maybe the wind or something can do something. Maybe the ball will go in, but no,
Unfortunately, he's on the wrong side of that slope for that ball to take some gravity in, because the gravity is pulling the ball the other way, Shaurya.
that hurts.
They don't teach that in ISB, do they?
They never taught us about gravity, only taught about business management. And as we look at gravity not being kind to Manu Gandas, but that's takes us back to that famous Tiger Woods shot.
Where that the last roll of that chip shot at the Masters, is that what you're
Exactly,
referring to?
exactly the
What a
60.
golf shot that was!
Are we
Uh,
gonna see that kind of drama on the 18th? I have a feeling we will, because I think it'll be tough for any one player to separate himself, because all of the players are so good, and it might come down to the 18th, and the saying "no cuts, no glory" might hold true. The person who has to win this tournament will have to make birdie on the 18th and take that shot on.
Unfortunate miss there for Kapil Kumar, leaving himself too much of work to do to save that par. Going back to that chip shot, I mean, that really made for a good little advertisement for Nike without actually shooting for one, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a brilliant shot, and they say there was a similar shot at Augusta National, which was the shot that was heard around the world when Gene Sarazen actually made a two on one of the par fives, and Tiger's shot was obviously a one for the ages, and that'll never be forgotten. I think he cemented himself into sporting folklore, and even 100, 200, 3 years down the line, I think his records might never be broken.
Digvijay Singh doing what he does best, left himself short of that ninth green, but he should not have any problem looking at his bunker play.
I think he had a very
Spoke too soon, I guess. Leaves himself a little bit of work. Would need a little bit of chicka kind of putt from there to be able to save his par now. Very unlike him, but a difficult lie with one foot resting on the slope of the bunker for Digvijay there.
Yes, absolutely. A very tough lie. Otherwise, Digvijay is very proficient out of the bunkers. Um, but I think he should be able to make his putt, because he's seen that ball actually cross the hole. So, all of 10 feet, and he'd also be helped by his co players, putting on that line. So maybe he should be able to make par, but that just shows you that that pin is so inviting, and a lot of players are ending up in that bunker.
Anshul Patel, what appears to be a similar putt to what Chirag Kumar had on this whole, way on the left edge of the green. So a little bit of work to do, but nonetheless has the flat stick in his hand.
It's always good to have the putter in your hand and hit a green in regulation. So, Rahul, I'm sure in your long, illustrious career, where you've obviously had a lot of success and won the medal on the Asian Games, the silver medal. How was your, have you ever gone around where you hit 18 greens and never had to chip?
Actually, never really. I think the best I've done is 17 greens. I think overall, I'd say I'd average out on most of the aspects in the game. I'd hit maybe 10 to 11 fairways on a good day, maybe 12 fairways. I'd usually be the kind of guy who hits about 14 odd greens a day. I'd always have a few misses in the bunker or in on the fringe of the green, so that is never counted. But yes, I've hit a maximum of about 17 greens once or twice, and but usually I'd be around the 13, 14 figure, and I'd have to capitalize the rest of the holes based on my shot game. That is, if I had any.
So tell me, for all the players who are actually seeing us right now, what's the key to hitting more greens? Is it just go for the pin, or try and plan your approach and see where is the fat part of the green, and you can just get on the green and make two putts, or just go for the flag? What's the best strategy?
I think the players have to really put their games into perspective and see a couple of things. One, how well prepared are they? How well their ball striking is going? What are the course conditions like? Does it suit? Does the flag suit their shot shape or not? To make these kind of decisions, have you been, how are you doing in terms of dialing your numbers, and are you being precise with the kind of hitting that you've been doing off late? If you haven't been doing all of these things properly, then I think you definitely want to choose more of the fat side of the flag rather than going straight at it. But definitely, if your practice has been good enough for you, and you have also honed your skill good enough over the past couple of weeks and been playing well, then definitely going for flags is something that I would recommend. But of course, only backed by preparation, but not just by being brash about it.
Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Always weigh in your preparation with your ability and how you feel that day, and then pull the trigger. And you are responsible for where you aim, but where the ball ends up, you can always blame a lot of factors in golf, which is a great thing. That takes me back to a story by Jack Nicklaus. He was Jack Nicklaus, always a very good big proponent of positive reinforcement, and there was a tournament. That he just made a three putt on the 18th green, and then the reporter asked him that, it was very unlike you to make a three putt on the 18th green. How do you feel? He said, I never made a three putt. So the reporter said, no, but I saw you make a three putt. He said, no, I never made a three putt. So that's another thing. Maybe you just don't see what, when they say don't believe your eyes and just believe your mind, and you make yourself believe that you're so good. And obviously, you have to be able to back it up. But, a positive mindset goes a long way, not just in the game of golf, but in life indeed. And I think now we're getting philosophical.
Make believe seems to be a huge part of learning management, right?
Absolutely. That's what they say. You fake it till you make it.
We have Digvijay Singh now trying to make his par on hole number 9, while Gaurav Ghai watches on intently.
That's another misstep by Digvijay.
Didn't even get that to the hole. Did he? Left right, I think, a tad bit short, about a couple of inches short of the hole. Anshul Patel, left-handed golfer. Left-handed golfers seem to have just popped out of nowhere off late with Karthik Sharma and Anshul Patel. I don't know what's going on. We got to get these guys into control. Just coming out of nowhere, all of them.
Or maybe we just try left-handed golf now. Maybe that's the second coming. That's rising from like the phoenix rise from the ashes. Now we become left-handed players. An interesting fact about a very interesting fact about myself that, in fact, I used to play cricket lefty, and this started my father used to play a little bit of golf, and in fact, so did my mother actually. But we only had right-handed sets, so I invariably ended up becoming a righty. So I think that's the thing. That's to blame. Rahul, now I think after all these years, I think I've understood what was wrong. I was playing the wrong side. So I think I'm going to catch Karthik and get his golf set and try the left-handed golf now.
I'm reminded of a story. I think in December last year, I bumped into this gentleman at a driving range, and he was playing golf left-handed, and just happened to chat with him. So I asked him how long he had played golf for. He said, I played golf for about 30, 35 years of my life. I'm 65 now. I'm retired from, he was also in the forces. He said, I'm retired from there now. So I'm spending all my time now playing golf. Earlier, I used to get only a little bit of time. That's K. Prabhakaran on that 18th green. So going back to the story, he said that, I've played most of my golf for about 30, 35 years now. For the last 2 years, I've been playing it left-handed. So I said, so you played 33 years of your life right-handed. He said, yeah, I tried everything in the book that I could and it never worked. So I just went the other way this time around.
And how did that go for him?
He's still going at it. And in fact, the gentleman's about a 10 handicapper on right-handed. And he's actually trying to see if he can play left-handed and hit the ball even better. He said he had too many thoughts playing right-handed because of the amount of things he had learned over the years and amount of experiences he had had. So he tried to switch the sides so that those memories aren't there with him anymore. Very incredible kind of a viewpoint that I saw. And clearly, ladies and gentlemen, in case you really want to get good at something, if you're really looking at
try
get good
everything.
at golf, you try everything. And this is what passion really does, right? You want something so much that you keep going at it, no matter, even if you've got to go from right to left or left to right. Talking about right to left and left to right, I think Fauji's are very good at that. That's why they keep going left, right, left, while we have Karthik Sharma in the left bunker on the 8th hole as well.
And playing a left-handed golf club.
Left-handed golf club.
Let's see.
That's so weird, man. Why do these guys play left-handed clubs?
And he had a very tough lie, and what a brilliant shot. So
great shot there. Looks like he was plugged.
Karthik's definitely done well. So, ladies and gentlemen, obviously that is not visible. So, when the ball actually sometimes falls in sand or from a steep angle, it tends to get plugged inside, and a very, very difficult shot. But obviously, these guys are so good; they were able to traverse the that kind of a challenge, but it's a very difficult shot. And when you're stuck in that kind of lie, I think for everyone who's there, the best is just to try and get out of the bunker. And if you are lucky enough, just try and get to the green and make it two putt. Don't get too fancy with those.
It's a pretty solid golf shot there for Om Prakash Chauhan. That's exactly the place that you would look at, placing that golf ball on this hole. Give himself a good look at birdie, and Om Prakash Chauhan there converting that 15-footer for a birdie on hole number 8. Splendid stuff by him. Karthik Sharma, of course, has a little bit of work to do to save that par, but a stunning shot by him, from that position appeared to be a plug lie or a fried egg, as you might call it. Sachin Besoya, of course, now getting ready for his 10-footer or so up the hill. Sachin Besoya from Delhi. Sachin Besoya had a score of -6, 1 over for the day today. So definitely needs to catch up on some ground there to keep his position, be it on this leaderboard or also on the order of merit. While Kshitij Naved Kaul is -1 for the day, going up to -14. The leaders seem to be striding around and taking it a little easy this morning. They've gone through 3 holes and still at even par for the day. So it definitely seems like they are starting up like diesel engines this morning. Shall have a look at what happens later on in the day. Although talking about diesel engines, that's probably going to be a fuel of the past very soon. So what golf can really do, one guy in a deep spot, the other guy watching the line from all sorts of angles, and it can be really difficult. That's getting back to all seriousness. Karthik Sharma with a very peculiar way of putting over there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we
Makes it from that plug lie. A lovely effort by Karthik Sharma on hole number 8 to safeguard that par for himself. Karthik Sharma, of course, today 1 over for the day and only -5 in a total for the tournament through the 6 holes. So good, interesting stuff happening over here. While Abhijit Chadda now taking out his 2 iron on hole number 7. A daunting hole number 7, the homeboy. He's given it pretty solid. Started a little bit left and with a slight fade on it, perfectly placed in the left side of that fairway. A better angle from the left side of that tree, which is in the middle of the fairway there on hole number 7, gives the players a little bit better angle to actually hit their second shots close enough to the green, probably get themselves up to somewhere between the 100 and 125-yard marker. Of course, now Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, another local boy, raking up his round today. He's at 2 under par through 6 holes, teeing off on hole number 7, playing alongside Abhijit Singh Chadha, as well as a fellow city boy, Karandeep Kochar. That ball seems to have taken off a tad bit to the right, and all the fellow players also looking at it extremely intently. Ball seems to have taken off to the right. The ball boy is not so sure where it's landed up. Hopefully, it's in play. We will come to know about that rather soon when that ball spotter comes out of the rough after looking for it. Karandeep Kochar, the money order leader on the PGTI. two over par for the day. Unfortunate there, but hopefully he can get those shots back over the last couple of holes. Scintillating round by him yesterday, a 65 on his home course. Karandeep Kochar, just on the left of this 7 tee box is also the first hole's green. So the players are, respectful towards one another, making sure that, the sound of their drive doesn't affect someone else's putt and vice versa. So they're waiting for them to finish off their putt, after which Karandeep can hit his tee shot. This is just etiquettes and just general love for the game and care for one another. That the camaraderie that the players share and respectful towards each other to be able to do this. Kandeep Kochar lined up way left. He likes to hit a little bit of a cut. Karandeep Kochar leaves the club off his hand. Didn't really like that shot. Ended up hitting it a little bit towards the left side. We are unable to spot the ball yet. But one guy who's not going to be having too many jitters walking down into that fairway is going to be Abhijit Chadda after he has hit his 2 iron down the line exactly in the spot that he would like to be. I think Yuvraj Singh Sandhu should be fine, definitely walking into that right rough for him. Not the most pleasant walks, but hopefully he can get a shot from them. Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka now on hole number 18. Mithun Pereira is playing alongside the amateur Aryan Rupa Anand and Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh. So that's a superb chip by him. Another player whose shot game is not a secret. He's superb around the greens. You give him anything inside of 100 yards, and you can be sure he's going to finish up in two. Even better when he's even closer up to that flag. Aryan Rupa Anand seems to have overshot that flag a little bit, but probably the wiser place to be for that flag location. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit with some waves coming up, and the flags are really moving in much quicker today. The wind did pick up yesterday, but much later on in the day. Today seems to be a lot harder than the other days. Aryan Rupa Anand. Not the best of efforts, leaves himself 3 to 4 feet short of the hole. Still has a little bit of work to do with a left right downhill putt coming in to save that par for himself. Ranjit Singh, of course, local gentleman, turns out in reds today. Let's have a look at what Ranjit's been doing. He's at even par through 6 holes, and hopefully on the 16, 17, 18, one of the holes, he has capitalized on a birdie. Local gentleman, veteran golfer from the Chandigarh Golf Club. One of the few players who still plays with a center shafted putter. Very less number of players on the tour. I think Aman Raj is another player who does play with a center shafted putter. Very square to square strokes are required when you're using center shafted putters. Very less number of people who are able to do that. The repeatability factor is very, very difficult, but some of the players, of course, are skilled enough to do it. And of course, putting a lot of that is a personal preference. Ranjit definitely leaked that ball out to the right, wasn't left enough. There's definitely enough of slope to get that ball from just outside of the hole back in there. So Aryan Rupa Anand could maybe use a little bit of that local knowledge and the rest of it from his feet to get that ball into the hole.
Ranjit has been playing well of late, though. I mean, I think if a player has been making consistent cuts and it's not in the top 30, then he's definitely playing well because Ranjit normally has been somewhere in the top 20 and 40 ranks, between somewhere between the top 20 to 50, and he's been making the cut consistently. So obviously, he is going to improve his ranking and he's playing well.
Let's see if Aryan Rupa Anand has judged that putt well. And he has lovely good four for Aryan Rupa Anand on hole number 18. This would be the last of his front nine for the day. And they'll all be moving in now to hole number 1 to start their back nines. These are the groups which have started from tee number 10, which is the second half of the golf course.
An interesting day of golf. The leaders are obviously they're finding it tough to get started, and they're still level par for the day. You have some good rounds coming through. Otherwise, let's have a look at the leaderboard now. We have Shiv Kapoor at 17 under par, Adil Bedi at 16 under par, Rashid Khan 15 under par, Shitin Navid Kaul 14 under, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 13 under, and you have Abhijit Udyan Dhruv all tied at 12 under par, and you have Hani Bisoya at 8 under par, and Vinay Kumar Yadav rounding up the top 10 at 8 under par. So we have a look at some of the other players lower down the leaderboard who are having a good day. Just to give you an idea, our leaders currently are at 17 under par, and at the bottom of the leaderboard we have Ravi Kumar who's at 9 under for the tournament, but he's made the cut. Not having the best of days today. We have Badal Hussain who's at 2 under for the day, so obviously trying to make up some positions on this final day, and then we have Manu Gandas and Shamim Khan, both of whom are 2 under for the day and 3 under for the tournament. We have Vikrant Chopra, who's picked up another shot and who's 6 under for the tournament now. As we have a look at the ninth hole now, an inviting flag, and obviously it's a little bit confusing for the players whether they should go for it or not, and a lot of them are actually ending up with the bunker because this is definitely a tempting flag. So the players are sometimes going for it and sometimes sort of missing their mark and ending up in the bunker. And that's one ball right next to the flag, and that seems to be that of Om Prakash Chauhan. And we also have a look at Karthik, who's walking up the green now. Definitely an interesting hole, one which has a lot of risk reward built into it today. So my apologies. That was Sachin Besoya's ball. Om Prakash obviously fell to the lure of the flag and maybe tried to make birdie and ended up here. And that's the risk when you try to go for one of these flags that are, tucked in. And so, but he's a great bunker player, so should be able to make his par. Look for this ideally to be a little below the flag, and that'll make it a little easier for the player. Yes, brilliant shot. So you can definitely learn a lot from that. How the ball falls and then it spins. That's a speciality of a lot of the professional golfers. They can hit this kind of bunker shot that actually, just goes up and spins a little and makes things easy for them on their par. And looking at the leaderboard, we're seeing some good scores. Jyoti Randhawa, in fact, at 3 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. We have Vinay Kumar Yadav at 8 under for the tournament. Yuvraj Sandhu at 13 under for the tournament. So obviously the chasing pack is able to make strides and catch up with the leaders. So obviously the leader group is sort of calm at this point in time, not really making any birdies. And now we have just got a score update, and it shows that Rashid Khan has made a birdie and moved up to 16 under par. Adil Bedi has dropped a shot and he's at 15 under par. So uh, this is going to be very interesting. And so the leaderboard that you can see on your screen, that's just going to be updated shortly. We also have Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, who's playing alongside Jyoti Randhawa, having a good day today at 1 under par and 6 under for the tournament. So, each shot is going to be very important for him. As we showed earlier, he's obviously one of those players who's battling for his card for the top 60. So it's so important for these players. So it's not just the victors and the people who are taking up the top five positions. It's very important for the players who are on the lower rung of the order of merit to have a good outing and secure their card, because that gives them access to the top 60 event that'll happen at the year end, and also saves them a visit to the qualifying school, which is going to be in January. So if you end up top 60, then you don't need to go back to the qualifying school, and that's a visit that none of the players actually look forward to. That's an unfortunate event that you have to go to if you miss the top 60. So it's so important that you keep your exemption here. The international players like Gaganjeet Bhullar, who are like multiple time victors, they don't need to go to the Q school even if they don't finish top 60, because they have their international ranking and they have, multiple victories here, so they get exemption for a few years. So that makes it easy for them to come back and play here as well as on the international tours. And in each tournament, we'd like to tell you that you have something called sponsor exemption. So you have about 10 to 12 spots which are like maybe similar to wild card entries in tennis. So that's at the discretion of the sponsor of the tournament and also the tour, that you bring the names forward and then those players can compete. So those are very lucrative spots for a lot of the players who might have, not made their card or who are traveling from abroad. So obviously we have a good international contingent here this week, and on top of all the international golfers this week is actually Varun Chopra, the amateur from United States of America. So that's very good. The amateur is in fact leading the international contingent, so that's really good. And look back at Sachin. Oh, good putt, a good save by him. Uh, and making that birdie. My apologies. So a great birdie on this flag. So obviously a front flag is tempting, and if you can hit a good shot, you can actually walk away with three. And now OP should be able to make his par and stay at 7 under par for the week. The top of the leaderboard, a lot of the players are just around par, and a few good players have made the turn at under par as well, such as Jyoti Randhawa, who's at 3 under for the day. So obviously that's going to be very, very important for him to continue that form if he wants to challenge. He's at 8 under par for the day, so maybe shoot another 5 or 6 under par, get to that 14, 15 under par mark, and put a number on the board, and then wait as the rest of the day unravels. Now we have a look at Karthik here. Back to the seventh hole, and we have Udyan. This will be a very good view for our viewers. The angle of attack of the club, the swing plane, everything can be seen here. Udyan obviously has a lot of strength and one of the longest hitters on tour, and you can see how that helps him on a hole like that. That's fine. The marker has signaled the ball is in the fairway, so that's he's good to go. Obviously, on a hole like this, which is well over 700 yards, 600 yards, my apologies, length is at a premium. Now you have Kshitij Navid call. You can see how far away the club head is from his body. In fact, the grip is also so far. So this is a very unorthodox way of doing it, maybe similar to Bryson DeChambeau, and has its own merit. It's more of an accuracy kind of an action because it eliminates a lot of the hinge of the wrist and maybe to a certain extent even the elbows. So you actually just using the bigger muscles. So I would think that this kind of a style is more attuned for a fitter golfer because it takes a lot to be able to swing like that. Look how far the club is from the body, and he's done brilliantly, and he's hit an absolute tracer bullet, and is in position A1, and from there he can actually hit a good three wood and get close to the green. So that's the advantage of hitting a good drive, because there's a tree which is at about 300 yards, which you can see. So it's not that this tee, the trouble on this hole ends after hitting a good shot. You have to navigate that tree, and the OB actually hugs the fairway all throughout the right side. And so, they have their work cut out to make par, and the green itself is a little bit of a narrow green. It's a lot of work to be done. Oh, Trove has, not hit a good shot here, has pulled it to the left. So he'll be in the trees. Let's see what he's able to do. Obviously, not able to replicate the form from yesterday. He's 1 over for the day. So, as you know, it's a different day, how the ground starts. Sometimes you need things just to go your way, a putt to fall in, or maybe a shot, to go your way. So then running, maybe they're on the clock, or maybe they're just trying to race. God knows what they're doing. But they're having a lot of fun, definitely. And we look at the eighth hole. I look at SSP, dressed in red and black for the final day, obviously, and He's yet to move into red numbers. He's level par for the day so far. So he'd be looking to move up the leaderboard and make some birdies now. Now look at this hole where Hani Basaya now is going for his birdie putt, playing just about 160 yards. It's quite the hole where you can go for birdie, but if you miss the hole, then you'll have to struggle for a par. Shiv Kapoor has dropped a shot. We've just been updated on the fifth hole. He's dropped a shot, so now he's at 16 under par. Rashid Khan has dropped a shot as well, so he's at 15 under par. So Shiv Kapoor still maintains that narrow margin of a shot over Rashid Khan. And Kshitij now with Kaul, Adil Bedi are two shots adrift at tied third. So this is becoming quite the battle between these players, and players like Udyan Mane, Yuvraj Sandhu, who somehow is always there now. Every week that we see a tournament, Yuvraj is right there in the top five, top 10. And he had a stupendous showing at Jaipur, shooting a final round of 60, which is a 10 under par because Jaipur was a par 70. So obviously he's hot on the heels of such a brilliant form, and that's what he's showing here. He's at 13 under par on his home course, so can't really count him out. Look at Ajitesh. So Ajitesh having a relatively tame outing at level par after 8 holes. And this is what it seems to be his par putt. So should be able to clean that up. Yeah, make par, and we'll move on to the next hole. For those of you who are joining us, we live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021, presented to you by Take Sports. And this is the biggest prize fund that's ever been offered on a domestic tour event of 1.5 CR, a whooping amount of money, and the winner getting almost, somewhere in the vicinity of 25 to 26 lakh. So there's a lot to play for, apart from the bragging rights of having been a champion of this amazing event. That's a good shot, and that's the kind of approach that I was expecting players to do. That maybe play it a little ahead of the flag, try to spin it back in, and so they've done that. I think we can see two balls on the green. Maybe the third one's the bunker because that bunker is seeing a lot of traffic today. That's the place that the players are actually hitting it. There we have a look at the iconic image of Jeev Milkha Singh and that flag fluttering in the wind. Obviously, what a great event this has been for Indian golf, and now it's I think in the fifth year running, and the support from Take has been instrumental in having having this event, and obviously Jeev Milkha Singh lending his name to this event has attracted some of the best talent here. So we have Shiv Kapoor, obviously a man who needs no introduction. He's here. You have Rashid Khan. You have the who's who of Indian golf, and a very strong international contingent as well. So it's making for an interesting battle today. There we have Viraj. Viraj having a brilliant sort of a career so far, and a very young career, but always plays well. Each week is there. Amardeep Malik, a veteran, and a winner on tour, and has been a player, a very good player on the PGTI for quite a while now. You see Vinay Kumar Yadav there hitting a good bunker shot. So that bunker is going to see a lot of shots there. So whoever has a good bunker play should definitely walk away with the four here. But the good approach is obviously try and hit the green, center of the green, trying to spin it back. A lot of these players have good swing speed, as we saw Viraj do, just pitched it maybe 15 feet to the left in front of the flag and then spin it back. That's the good professional way to play it. Obviously, uh, it's not always easy to execute these kind of shots. Viraj will be looking at all of about 15 feet, breaking from his left and then going down. This putt should be a little firm, so look for it to break for about a foot, maybe, and be a little faster than the other putts on the screen. Amardeep Malik, you can see how how steep this green is, and so you're looking at putting across levels, so maybe going about 3 feet down and then breaking left to right, and you can see his caddy actually making a lot of effort to understand that line, because you have to get that right, because this kind of a putt, you would have to read the line correctly, otherwise you could end up 2 or 3 feet on the wrong side, and you can actually extract defeat from the jaws of victory, because you hit such a good shot here. You are all of 15 feet in and you end up with a bogey, and that's possible. So obviously these players giving a lot of respect to this spot, trying to understand the line and get it off moving in the right way, and maybe give it a chance in, because a downhill putt is somewhere that you don't really need to force it. Gravity does the work for you. You just need to start it on the line, and in order for that to happen, you need to understand the line, and I think he's done that well. You'll have a look at his routine. It's very different, using one hand. And we saw him last week only putting with one hand. Obviously, he's changed that, going with a cack-handed grip, delicately holding onto that putter. It's a very different kind of a grip that he has. We've seen Sergio Garcia do that, and that's something that players are trying as they try to maximize their putting potential. So in putting, it's a lot more, it's a lot more esoteric as compared to the long game. Players do try different combinations and permutations in terms of their equipment and even their stance, and what kind of alignment, and what they will look at, the way they will read the green. Now there's so many different techniques how players can actually read the green as well. Now we see the caddy actually gesticulating to somebody in the gallery that maybe they're moving. So disturbance can be a big factor, because, as you know, golf is played. The ball is static, so you need everything. Everything comes. It's almost as if time comes to a standstill when you're on over the ball, so you don't really appreciate any form of disturbance, and the players get disturbed quite easily, because either there's ambient static sound. A sudden burst of sound can be quite distracting for the player, and Viraj there just running that by a bit. So will make par. Will be disappointed after hitting that good shot and just walking away with a four. So yes, obviously he's having a discussion with his caddy that maybe they read something wrong, or there's something that definitely um, did not go according to plan. We have Vinay here. Even a small little putt like a 4 footer, it's not a done deal. You have to give it all the respect and see how it breaks. And you'll see that he'll look at the intricacies of this putt and try to understand what the apex point will be, where he'll leave the ball, and then the ball will actually break to the right. And the toughest part about these kind of putts, especially for a right-handed player, the downhill left-right part, you can't really hit it hard, because if you do, it can race by, and if you leave it there, just slowly, it has to reach there and just sort of, slowly, sort of gingerly, just walk into the hole. So let's see what kind of approach he takes. Yeah, he's done well. He makes his par. He'll be happy with that. When you miss the green, whether it's bunker or it's the rough, and you walk away with your par, you're always happy, and you take that momentum to the next hole. Look at Amardeep Malik. So in the fairway behind him, we can see Ajitesh Sandhu, Vinay Kumar Yadav, and Viraj Madappa. And you can see they're out with their rangefinders, as we saw SSP Chaurasia there, getting the yardage. Look for this to be close. SSP is devastating with his iron play. That's what has actually got him so many European Tour victories. He won the Indian Open by a handsome margin of almost 7 shots, if I'm correct, about 3 to 4 years ago at the DLF Golf and Country Club, and that's a treacherously difficult golf club. And I think he was the only player when the first time it was played there. He was under par, and so it just goes to show you that when he's on song, he's able to separate himself from the field. So he'll need some of that form today. Because at the moment he's at 8 under par and 8 behind. So obviously that's a big mountain to climb for him. But anything's possible in a golf tournament, especially as we head to the back nine on a Sunday. They say that that's where all the business dealing happens, because it's all fun and games till then. But that's where the separation of the men from the boys, if you may. So it's going to be very important on this back nine today. We look at the 18th hole. The 18th hole, the flag at the right, it's more of a tempting flag, and it's more of teasing the players to go for that flag and take that water on. And I would expect that players who are actually looking to move up go for that shot, because a lot of other players would just be maybe content, play about 20 feet left and make their par. You don't really want a disappointment right at the end, because if you hit the hazard, you could actually end up making six. So a birdie can just as well turn into a six. And there we have a look at the player just above the hazard, and obviously he would have been trying to take that shot on, but he's there safely, so he should be able to make par.
On the 18th green now, we've got Alap Ayal playing alongside Badal Hussain, who's taking his putt right now. Badal Hussain, of course, judging it really well, but needed a little bit of more line there to make that putt. Playing alongside Karthik Digvijay Singh and Alap Ayal from Mysore. Mysuru, if I may.
Absolutely. You have been politically correct.
I'm usually known to be a politically incorrect person, but nonetheless, Shaurya, I will take your word for it.
And now we're on the 18th hole. Obviously, the role of a caddy is so important, and coming back to the very difficult, treacherous seventh hole, I think this makes for great viewing for all the people back home, and see how Shiv is known for his iron play driving. Doesn't have much movement on the ball. Very consistent, gets the ball driver out to about 285 to 90, ramrod straight, and that's what actually has given him the longevity and the career that he's had so far. He's so good with this club.
See, it's interesting to see how when you move into the final round, things just sort of change on that leaderboard. Shiv Kapoor just making pars right now is still at 17 under, and Rashid Khan is
He
still at
has
even par
pushed it
at
a little to
15
the right.
under.
As you can see, it's hugging the tree line and it's hit the tree, then it's come back. So luck is definitely favoring him. As you see, it's hit the tree, then it's fallen down there. So lucky him. He needs that luck. So you definitely need some of that rub of the green, as it's called, to win a tournament. And so there you can see even the best of the golfers in the world are feeling nervous. So that's what this hole can do.
It's
You
like
know,
Adil Bedi is having a bit of a rough start there. He's three over for the day after six holes.
Rashid Khan, he's always confident. I think he never has. I don't think this man fears trees, bush, or anything. He's able to accept the result, and that's the hallmark of a champion.
I think that each one of them has got nerves, be it Rashid or be it anyone, even Tiger for that matter, has said once earlier there. Rashid also makes it into the fairway, right side of the tree, clips a branch, gets the branch down from there, and also the ball. But, nerves are always there, but it's just that I think that a person like Rashid and Shiv, even though they might have nerves, but once they decide a shot, they're able to commit to it much better. This is what experience teaches you. That once you've decided it, commit to it, and sock it, and then we'll find out what happens. I think it's only experience though that can teach you that. Very difficult to say that anyone walks up to the golf course without any nerves. I'm sure each of these people are feeling the nerves, and Adil Bedi, as of now, seems to be having a bit of a feeling of
But
those.
this is such a pivotal shot. If any one of them are to win this tournament, I think they have to really get their shot right and not drop any shots over here, because if the gap becomes too large, then it's very tough to cover up two or three shots, because there are not many birdie opportunities on this golf course, to be honest.
Talking about gaps becoming large, there are no big gaps on this hole for the tee shots,
All a good
and
swing and brilliant camera work. We were able to trace that ball. Beautiful. So he'll be fine there on the left side of the fairway. All smiles for Rashid, Shiv, and Adil. And Shiv
look at that
definitely worried.
gallery walking with them, the amazing crowds that have come out in Chandigarh today to watch these players and support them and encourage them to play the best golf possible. We're looking at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now on hole number 8. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, trying to capitalize on his good form, is still at 11 under par for the total of the tournament. It's very, very interesting what is happening on the leaderboard. Things are slowing down, so someone from the bottom also could have a chance at this tournament. Of course, Shiv is steadying up and has got a two-shot lead over Rashid Khan, but Yuvraj Singh Sandhu there
Oh,
makes
look at
that
that!
putt
Yeah,
from
brilliant.
about 8 feet. That should catapult him further up that leaderboard by a shot. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, capitalizing on all the form that he has. Dhruv Shoran seems to be one over for the day, and a total of minus 11 for the tournament, staying on tight seventh position. Back to hole number 9, looking at Ajitesh Sandhu, who is even par for the day through 6 holes and minus 8 for the tournament. Ajitesh, of course, looking at doing much better than that. Looks like he's got a couple of feet there.
Should be able to make that given his putting standards.
Yeah, you were absolutely right, Shaurya. He did make that and live up to those putting standards that we have set for him. Jyoti Randhawa, of course, setting up his own standards today, has moved up 8 positions already and playing to 3 under par for the day, a total of minus 8.
Jyoti Randhawa would know a thing or two about making a final day surge. He knows that nothing is given. The leaders can capitulate, and the golf course can get difficult when the wind goes up. And the final day, there is a little bit of pressure, and obviously seeing the Greens committee and everybody else, they've obviously put some difficult flag positions as well. So Jyoti knows that if you can get to about 14 or 15 under par and get to the clubhouse, the pressure does build on the leader group.
Talking about experience, we have another experienced player, Vikrant Chopra, who's moved up 16 positions on the leaderboard today, tied 18th for the day now, at minus 4 and minus 6 for the tournament in all. Honey Besoya there, not really making that putt, taps it in. Let's see what happens here on. These guys will be now going up to the back nine to take up the next of their round. Nice to see Raju Ali Mola there in the background, walking along with these players, having a look at his fellow golfers enjoying their rounds.
As
Raju
you
Ali
can
Mola, of course, didn't make it to the weekend. We're back to the 8 tee box with Kshitij Naved call there, planning his way onto the green.
As we were speaking, we could see on the ninth hole there were a couple of tee shots that were rolling on the fairways. Obviously, the previous group has done well to find the fairway. Now we're on the eighth hole. Now the caddy and the player going through a bunch of calculations and trying to see what number they want to reach. It's not just the pin, even though they have the flag, they have the range finder, but you can still see them out with their books. It's almost like they're preparing for an exam, and it is an exam because he's right around the leaderboard. He's 3 shots behind, so he needs to get every number correct.
Yes,
Whether he's doing calculus or anything, he just needs to get it correct. And his caddy is doing the hard yards.
absolutely. 2, 3 birdies here or there for Kshitij Naved call could completely change the fortunes of this day for him. He could be in the lead before he knows it, and Shiv Kapoor has no idea that Kshitij Naved call is just trailing him by 3 shots and playing well. So we've got some good stuff coming up on the leaderboard. So the leaders better start catching some fire, and that diesel Vedi's engine is going the other way today. It's the gear has turned around, but hopefully he can also bring those shots back into his kitty.
A lot of automobile analogy. So I think Vikrant Chopra is definitely firing on all cylinders,
I
so
think
as to
all of the
speak.
people who will be on green energy will be the gas of the future. So, so those are the players of the future, mind you. I think they are the ones who will be doing.
We have no script. We have to make it as we go on. So that's the beauty of this. And now let's have a look at Shitij.
Talking about shit that he's going to be writing his own script.
He seemed to have copied Karthik's routine. I saw him with his right hand. The pretty similar thing. Both of them, or maybe the other way around. Both the players have a similar sort of thing that they do.
Very meticulous about everything that Kshitij Naved called
The
does.
club seems so far away. This just looks a little odd when you look at it. The club is so far
His
away.
arms also very far away from his body, straightening out much longer than they actually probably are. So, very arms oriented swing, always trying to maybe time those arms with the body. I'm sure that's one of the challenging points of that golf swing. Uh, Not the best of results for Kshitij Naved call on this hole as of now.
So good look at that hole, the eighth hole. So today we're seeing fewer lower scores as we see Manav Jaini, good putt by him on the 18th hole. A flamboyant character. You can see he's there with a new hairstyle and dressed in bright colors. He's walking up to the 18th pin, so he should be able to make that. He's a very good player, very proficient on the greens. Currently, Manav Jaini is at 4 over for the tournament, 1 over for the day. So this week will probably go a long way in securing his top 60, but probably not the weekend that he was hoping for after, especially a very good second round of 4 under par. And we have Akshay here.
We're looking now at Ravi. We're looking at Mohammad Azhar and
My
Mohammad
apologies. Yeah.
Akbar Hussain and Manav Jaini's group. So we've got two Bangladeshis in a group playing alongside Delhi boy Manav Jaini, highly experienced golfer, and been coming back into form slowly and
That's a
steadily.
very below par effort from there.
Absolutely, that wasn't too long a putt, and I think he should have given himself a chance to make it. And clearly, he hasn't done much for that. Looks like he wants to take his time to move on to the
I think
front
this
line.
this is like the 18th hole that we saw yesterday. Obviously, it's playing a little slow because the pin is there, and it gives you a visual sort of a perception that maybe it's going to be quick because you're putting towards the water when you're from the back. But somehow maybe the grass is growing against that direction. Grass is probably going from the right to left. So all these putts are pretty slow.
He was actually coming up the hill and definitely completely misjudged that, and seemed like he miscued that as well. I mean, misjudged would have probably left him tad short of the hole, but clearly he's only left it halfway through.
I hope they're able to make their par. Oh, look at that brilliant putt there.
Brilliant effort there by Mohammad Akbar Hussain, playing alongside Manav Jaini, who will be the last to putt on this hole. We have Mohammad Azhar now trying to clean up with that 6 footer, and hopefully he can make a better effort on that putt. Most likely, ladies and gentlemen, just a tip for golf and putting: always try to hit your putts past the hole, and I think I will relay that to Mohammad Azhar as well.
But if possible, try and hit them in the hole.
It don't go past it, don't go in. But still, Mohammad Azhar has done well to save
Absolutely.
himself that day. One of Jenny now with a little bit of a left righter going towards the hazard.
What's your take on this? When you have a similar sort of scenario that everybody's sort of struggling for par and then the other players make it move off, you get some energy that maybe you also going to make that putt. It's a lot about the energy in the group that if everybody's putting well, you tend to, putt well yourself.
I think you're absolutely right about energy. It's always nice to always have players who are making putts, players who are hitting good shots along with you, and also if they can keep a positive attitude all around the place. I think that makes it all even more fun, right? So, energy is definitely. I think you're spot on. Another center shafted putter here. Mano Jenny has been playing with one of those for a very, very long time. Uh, well done there. Mano Jenny is a formidable putter within 10 feet. It's difficult to beat him from there. But nonetheless, I mean, going back to topic that we were talking about. It's playing at a challenging day today on the golf course, and the leaders are, of course, going with more of the latest fuel, like Abhijit Singh Chadda and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, trying to capitalize. And Udayan Mani, the Olympian, he's got enough green energy inside him to be taking this up further up. Of course, Ajitesh Sandhu and SSP Chaurasia also at 1 under par for the day, and Jyoti Randhawa making his way into the top 10 currently at tied 11th position with 3 under par on his card for the day.
I think Rahul is signaling to our viewers and to me that what is going to be our next car is definitely going to be clean energy. But I think let's have a look at. We've gone with the automotive theme today. Coming back to the eighth hole, we have a look at Kshitij. So he's left the ball a little to the left, but I think that's a good place that he's missed it. It's actually very makeable from there.
Yes.
He can actually hold that, and he seems see that peculiar setup even in chipping. It's probably not, apart from Bryson DeChambeau, there's no other player that who does that. So maybe both of them share the coach.
Sorry, there's another player except for Bryson DeChambeau, which is Kshitij Naved Kaur, and he does it pretty effectively. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
14
I
under
think
for the tournament so far after 7 holes today, and definitely making his way up the leaderboard.
oh,
Trying to
that's a
get
good
that chip in
shot. Oh,
and doesn't read that very well, but will make that par from about 3 feet away. But great effort by Kshitij Naved Kaur. And definitely he has practiced his skill enough and honed it. And that's why we can tell from the scores that he has the confidence in his technique. So, ladies and gentlemen, it does not need to be picture perfect, does not need to be by the book. At the end of the day, it's supposed to be effective. And if it's effective for Kshitij Naved Kaur, so be it.
and that's why they say that golf scorecard just has the numbers on it. It's not a postcard, it's a scorecard. So it doesn't matter how you do it as long as you do it. So just get the ball in the hole as quick as you can and walk away with a big paycheck. at the Jeev Milkha Invitational 2021, brought to you by Take Sports with a whooping prize money of 1.5 CR.
What a lovely prize pass to have for the domestic tour, and welcome change also for all the players who have been sitting home for the last almost 2 years due to the pandemic. So it's been a tough time for all of us, having to sit back. At the end of the day, the professional sportsman is out there working the hard hours under the sun only to compete. And then once something like a pandemic comes along the way, he it does not get to play the tournaments. Of course, does not get to showcase the skills, but also these gentlemen do this for a living, so they are constantly, their bread and butter comes from here. So not having tournaments to play, of course, is a very, very hard time for a professional golfer. Having tournaments to play and putting them that far by is also not such a great nor such a bad thing. But Dhruv Shoran there running that putt by good amount of 5 or 6 feet, while the coach looks on, wondering that we
Anxiously.
might have to work a little bit on the speed control.
Yeah, but he's not having the same similar kind of day that he was yesterday, and that's what golf can do to you. You might be very confident, but there are a lot of intangibles that are actually not even known. So the changes are so imperceptible from one day to the next. They say that it's very tough to follow up an 8 under par or a deep round with a good round. So although Dharma showed us that in Jaipur he opened up with 2 8 under pars, if memory serves me correct. So I think Dhruv will be looking at Odeon's putt and try to understand what kind of break it will be on the way coming back. Maybe this one breaks a little right to left, and so Dhruv could be looking at a putt which is breaking from left to right. Odeon holds that putt, and now it's Dhruv's turn to do the same.
Then should be able to now move on to 14 under par on that leaderboard. Well, absolutely right. It's very difficult to back up an 8 under par round with another 8 under par round. But I think one of the challenges and something that comes with experience is the fact that even if you do end up shooting an 8 under par round, you have to sort of forget it, and the next day is going to be an absolutely new day. So hopefully, you cannot come around on the golf course and carry expectations of yourself to shoot another 8 under par, or maybe make that 8 under into a 10 under par. It's very difficult to do the same, but you have to sort of like reassess and refocus and take this new day as an absolute new day. That's probably the only way to go about it. And then, you never know. Nice putt there
Oh,
by
that's a
Dhruv
good
Shoran,
putt.
rolls it in for par.
It was almost going to lip out, and it's that's very good when you love to see that happen.
Managed to
Uh,
lift it in.
and Dhruv has a very conventional putting style. We saw that a classical putting style, the classical grip and even the classical kind of putter that he's using. So seems to have worked for him.
So, so one has to completely reassess themselves when they come into the next round. And, it's very easy for us to right now sit down in the commentary box and speak about this. Although, if I were in the same situation, maybe even I would have thought ahead of myself and tried to jump the gun. And I think that would be normal human nature, right? You only learn this over with experience and tons of learnings and meditations and whatnot to be able to
Absolutely,
be calm enough through the day.
I think you're right, and that's comes back to one of the people that I worked with. One of my coaches used to say, very famously used to say, if you stay in the present, you get a present. I was like, all right, that's almost like an oxymoron, but yeah. So that I think that holds true. Staying in the moment is so important in golf, not getting ahead of yourself, and that's something that even juniors and weekend warriors can actually follow, because you hit one good shot and you start forming castles in the air, and then everything can come undone, and so that's not the way to be. Just stay at the shot. If you hit a good shot, bad shot, treat everything the same.
Our last group, which teed off from tee number 10, match number 21. This is Ravi Kumar putting now for birdie and playing alongside Maru Muthuar from Bangalore. It's That color of the shirt is really shimmering, man. I need my sunglasses. Where are they?
Yeah, that's it comes back to one of the famous ads I used to watch. Where it used to say, "Future's so bright, I gotta wear shades." So yeah, that's the color of the day. So obviously attracting some positive energy.
And of course, he's matching up the putter grip also with his shirt, which is, of course, something of personal choice. So we have Vikrant Chopra now, the gentleman who's having a great day on the golf course. Socks his 2 iron down the fairway, a little bit towards the right side, might clip a bunch of trees. Let's have a look at if that ball drops in or not. Seems like a dark doomsday out there. We will know surely and shortly where that ball's ended up.
Uh, that's a very tight hole. This one, there seemed like a good shot. Vikrant is a good ball striker. Ball striking has been his forte, and when he's able to get the broomstick putter working, then he always gets a good round under par. and he'd be hoping to shoot a good deep underpass score and move himself up the leaderboard.
This would be the 15th hole, 16th hole. My apologies for these gentlemen. These are Karan Pratap Singh now on the tee, and these gentlemen are playing alongside Gaganjeet Bhullar, one of the top players in the field this week. Karan Pratap Singh going with a driver. That would be the choice of club for him on hole number 7, the daunting hole number 7 from the Chandigarh Golf Club. It looks like a
Yes.
pretty solid golf shot there for Karan Pratap Singh. As long as he's not overcut that, should be a good shot. Seems like it's absolutely fine. A quick look at where we are at. We are at Chandigarh Golf Club, ladies and gentlemen. We are watching the final round of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take Sports. Our notables in the field are Gaganjeet Bhullar, the gentleman that you just saw on your screen, SSP Chaurasia, Shiv Kapoor, Ajitesh Sandhu, Jyoti Randhawa, defending champion Karandeep Kochar, and of course the host, the magnanimous host Jeev Milkha Singh. Our associate partner for the event is Incredible India. Event partners are Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust, Justice Kuldeep Singh Prakash Bhandari Foundation, Chandigarh, as well as Bhandari and Associates. Jeev Milkha Singh, of course, has been one of the best players that India has ever had in his pedigree. We've had Jeev has the rare distinction of being the only Indian to have won the Asian Tour Order of Merit twice over in 2006 as well as 2008. He's been a multiple winner on the European Tour, the Japanese Golf Tour, the Asian Tour, with 14 major appearances under his belt, a career high world ranking of 28th, the best for any Indian. Take Sports Management Private Limited, of course, the main sponsors for this tournament, is run by entrepreneurs Srinivasan HR and DV Ravi. It's got the ethos to identify, nurture, and support talent on their journey towards international success. Take has been committed to supporting Indian sports well over a decade. So great stuff here by Take Sports coming up and supporting golf in India, not only golfers or other sports. It's a great job done by them. This is what sports requires. A few corporates who can step up and help sports gain momentum. And definitely, golf is going to go from strength to strength due to support like this, as well as associating great players like Jeev Milkha Singh himself with the sport.
Coming back to this tournament and the players, trying to gain an advantage over each other, obviously, because the margins are so thin. What are some of the things that you used to do in terms of preparation, and what's the most outlandish thing that you've ever done in terms of preparation, or any kind of, quirk that you had, or, just trying a new measure? What is something that you tried to take your game to the next level?
I think one of the things that I have done over the years is definitely adding meditation and yoga to the mix of things, which, of course, since I've stopped playing, I've been extremely erratic at doing. So those are the things that I think definitely helped me a lot to put things into perspective. I would say that should be like a prerequisite for pretty much anyone out there, be it in any form of life, and it should be the case. Other than that, of course, trying various different things which can improve my golf swing and my ball striking is, of course, something that I've done. I remember there was a time when I just come back from my coach, and we were working on the movement of the lower body coming into the golf ball. And a couple of guys who used to watch me practicing used to wonder what kind of an outlandish movement that was. But of course, and it looked kind of like what Alex Noren's movement looks like when he's making that practice swing. But then, well, it did seem to work at the time, and it seems to be working down on the golf course for Gaganjeet Bhullar and Vikrant Chopra, both at 5 under par for the tournament for the day today, and with a total of 7 under par. Seems to also be working for Manu Gandas, who is at -4 for the day and total of -5 for the tournament. Nonetheless, the top of the leaderboard still seems to be going really slow. Leader still at 17 under par, and it seems like a little bit more action will be found in the back nine today, Shaurya. What do you think? I think this is going to just keep getting interesting because if the gap is not increasing early on in the day, you're going to see some people firing on all cylinders going into the back nine. That's one of the players on our leader group, Rashid Khan,
Looks to have
who is at
flared
15
it.
under par. Brilliant shot there by Rashid Khan, giving himself a good look at birdie from about 10 feet away from the flag. We just saw Udayan Mane make a similar putt. So it seems like he's given himself a good opportunity to probably start firing up those cylinders.
Absolutely. He's done well, and I was expecting Rashid to hit it close because he's a very aggressive player, and he can see that he's two shots behind Shiv, and he would be looking to put some heat on Shiv Kapoor because at this point in time, Kshitij now with call is now at third position. Adil Bedi obviously not having the best of days. He's at 3 over after 6 overs. Look for him to sort of bounce back after seven, mind you now. I think this will be a very pivotal shot for Adil Bedi. If his challenge is to culminate into anything, then he really has to step it up on this hole because there are not many birdie holes in the next two or three holes. But this one is key. This is a hole which is gettable, short iron. Look for this to be close.
I think the eighth and ninth hole today aren't playing as the very easy holes. The eighth hole, maybe a front flag is quite approachable, but this back flag today, it's going to be slightly tougher to get to. Uh, Other than that, I feel that going into the back nine, the 10th, 11th, 12th, should be decent holes to start capitalizing on. 10th, 11th, not so easy, but 12th, 13th, and 14th could be good holes where someone could be catching on some fire. And of course, 16th, 17th, 18th do give you that opportunity to be able to get more birdies into the bag. And you never know, those 16th, 17th, and 18th could totally change the look of this leaderboard.
Absolutely, you've hit the nail on the head. I think the tournament is definitely going to be decided on the last three holes. We could see a lot of drama unfolding here, but I think the holes like 11th, it's a hard green, it's a long par three. It's not really a birdie hole unless somebody hits a brilliant shot. The 12th is a sort of a perched high green, very tough to hole a putt on that green. I've seen in years past, you can hit it close, but the putt never goes in. So 13th is a hole that these players can actually make an eagle on. But I think the shorter holes, like maybe the 8th and ninth, where the flag is today, if you had a good shot, you can make birdie. So, it's possible. But I think Shiv right now, if he really wants to, make sure that he have a stress-free, last few holes, because otherwise pressure can play a part if you just have like a one shot lead. I think if Shiv can sort of shift gears as we continue in the automotive theme, if he can shift gears and maybe make a couple of birdies, he should be good for the win.
There we have the duo coming in, coach, caddy, and player, all three of them together, walking up now.
Mind you, the coach and the caddy are the same person, so so a player can only have one. So there's one ball next to the flag, and I think that seems to be Dhruv's ball. So yeah, he's done well. That is a very makeable putt. I think that's the best shot that we've seen till now. It's just 6 or 7 feet uphill, turning right to left, and he should be able to make that.
Solid shot by Dhruv Sharan there. And Kshitij Naved Kaul, of course, has a lot of downhill to take care of. Shouldn't be a problem for him. We also have Udyan Mane, who's also on the green, but slightly on the left side of the green, as we could tell, because he's walking up with that flat stick in his hand. So he's left himself pin high on the left side. A little bit of curling putt from the left to right.
Here we have Udyan, and as we look at the leaderboard, things are obviously, there's a lot of chop and change which is happening at the top of the leaderboard. Apart from the leader's position, there are people who are moving up. Adil obviously sliding down the leader, sort of an unmitigated disaster that's happening for him. He's 3 over after seven holes. He really needs to steady the ship and make some birdies if he's to win on his home course. We have Dhruv Sharan, who's at 2 over after eight. So obviously, he's having to come undone today after yesterday's stellar round. So he needs to get it together. Apart from that, Vikrant and Gaganjeet were playing together. They played a lot of golf together, and so I'm sure they're chit chatting with each other, and that's one of the reasons they're keeping the environment nice and light and shooting five unders each. You have Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal who's hanging in there and he's doing brilliantly. He's one under after 12. He's playing alongside Jyoti Randhawa, who's two under after 12. So not too bad. Rajiv is actually getting off some of that gold dust from Jyoti, and Manu Ganda's four under. So a lot of good play here. And obviously towards the lower end of the leaderboard, we have a few players struggling, and we have Ravi Kumar bringing up the rear at at the 62nd position. But obviously each position matters at this point in time, and he'd be hoping to move up a little bit. Yeah, Manav Jain who finished at 4 over for the tournament. Gaurav Pratap Singh, he's not had the best of outings. He was at 5 over today after 12 holes. Obviously, he'll be a furious campaigner today. We thought he would shoot a low round today. Akshay Sharma, who has won on this golf course previously and have been very dominant with that 2 over today. And you have Badal Hussain from Bangladesh at 3 under par. So obviously, a good mix of scores. Gaurav Ghai again sliding the other way. Now let's come back on the ninth hole where we have a look at Kshitij Nawat call right to left. Then, a slick putt, a very difficult putt to navigate. I think he's done decently well if that reaches, but he'll be left with some work. That's about 2 feet, a left to right putt. He'll have to navigate that for his par. So obviously he has some work to do right now. And I will look at Dhruv Sharan here, and obviously the coach and player looking on intently. They want to make up for the mistakes they've done here on this round so far. Not the same flavor as yesterday. Udayan lining up his putt. Obviously, it's a lot. I think the way this hole is placed, the best place to hit it is actually where Dhruv is right now. Is the easiest putt for Udayan and Kshitij. They're maybe they're hoping for a birdie, but they won't be disappointed by par. Odian went on a brilliant run last year when he won a lot of tournaments. I think he won almost 3 or 4 tournaments on the trot, and he was a prolific winner at that point in time. And that's how he was able to catapult himself up the world rankings and play the Olympics. And coming back to that, there are a lot of world ranking points that are on offer, and obviously the number of points are actually dictated by the rankings of the players who are playing this week. So we have the top five positions get the world ranking points, and by the inclusion of players like Gaganjeet Bhullar, Chikka Rangappa, Jeev Milkha Singh, Jyoti Randhawa, Chirag Kumar, and so on and so forth, the players who play on the international tours, including Shiv Kapoor, they would have increased the number of world ranking points that can be availed this week. So obviously, these players all on our screen would also be looking to finish in those lucrative top five positions. Let's see what Dhruv can do. Unfortunately, when it's not your day, it's just not your day. You don't know what's happening. I mean, he's hit a good putt, but it's not gone in the hole, and that's the frailties of this game. It can actually drive a person, insane, metaphorically speaking, because you don't quite understand what you've done. The same ball was going in the hole yesterday on command, and now today it doesn't seem to listen. But that's how it is, and you can't lose heart because there are another 9 holes, so he has to gather himself and still try and shoot, let's say, a level par or a 1 under, and try and maintain his position. So that's the metal of a player is actually checked in situation like this. It actually comes under the scanner where you can actually see how you respond to adversity. So maybe he's able to get a brilliant back nine together and still finish under par for the day. Might not be enough to win the tournament because he's now drifted to 10 under par, whereas he was, at 12 under par at the start of the day. So obviously he would be remiss with himself for having that kind of an outing today. But let's see. The back nine is definitely a lot more there for the taking than the front nine. The back nine has the par fives are birdieable, and the 13th hole does present itself with an opportunity. So that's something that he can take heart from, and so can Kshitij Nawat Kaul, who has made a good putt there for his par. Making a par from the back of the green, 50, 60 feet and two putting. That's also a good effort. Now we have Udayan. I think this is just a mere formality for his par. So that's a good putt by him. So we'll move onto the back nine, and Udayan now at this point in time is tied for third at 14 under par. So obviously he's going to make a charge. He's no stranger to victories, and I think after the Olympics there was a little bit of a dip in his form, and he's recovered, made a couple of cuts, and played well recently. So he's coming back into the thick of things, and that's the thing that we see with a lot of champions, that when they sort of get their form back, they're contending to win. Uh, But mind you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not so easy now to win on the PGTI because you have a horde of players who are just so hungry and absolutely blessed with golfing abilities, such as Shiv Kapoor himself, who's at 12 under par. So, I think. Any of the good players, if they're able to get themselves into contention and give it a shot for winning the tournament, they're happy with that. You can't really confirm a victory unless you're Tiger Woods, who had a win percentage of maybe about 22 or 23%, which is actually unheard of in golf. Even the best of players in the PGA Tour and so on and so forth maybe have a win percent of 4% or maybe even lower. So you can well understand the competition. 130 players are teeing off, only one victor, and obviously to victor go the spoils. But the good thing about golf is that you have a cut after 2 days, and you have the 50 and tie. So there are a lot of players who actually walk away with a prize purse. So there's a lot to play for each one of these players. And on our screen is the 18th hole, the majestic 18th hole here at the Chandigarh Golf Club, which is really a sight to behold, as is this city. What a beautiful city for this week's tournament. A fitting tribute to a fitting champion, Jeev Milkha Singh. The proud son of Milkha Singh, who unfortunately passed away early this year. This family has, it's synonymous with the sports excellence in India, and his father and him have done so much for the game of golf. His father was also an avid golfer, and I remember in years past he would always be here. So obviously his presence is missed, but I'm sure his blessings are there with everyone. And Jeev is carrying on the family name and doing so well professionally. And mind you, this is the first time that we've had a tournament of this stature named after a player. So that's definitely a thing to take a lot of heart from. And for those of us who are just joining us, we are live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021, presented by Take Sports and live from Chandigarh Golf Club, which is just looking resplendent, lush green, and perfect golf conditions. I think, a shout out to the greenskeeping staff and the management of the club, who has done so well to present the golf course in pristine condition. I mean, the greens are rolling through, the fairways are perfectly manicured, the players have nothing to complain. And that's why you're seeing on a golf course like this, the cream definitely does rise to the top. You're seeing the international stalwart Shiv Kapoor at the top of the leaderboard with Rashid Khan, his very, very accomplished colleague, Udyan Mane, the Olympian, Kshitij Navid Kaul, who's just rising up through the ranks. A young man is definitely making his presence known. Adil Bedi, who is a phenom from Chandigarh, who's doing so well in such a short span of time. Abhijit Chadha, the very proficient hitter of the ball. Yuvraj Sandhu, who is again just playing like a man possessed. He's top tens, and I'm excited to see Yuvraj Sandhu do well on international tours when he takes his game abroad. So he's just he's just a talented individual, and we're having them followed by Dhruv Shiran, who shot his 8 under par yesterday. Ajitesh Sandhu. So I mean, there's just so much talent, talent on show on the PGTI.
I think we've been seeing some great golf of late. In fact, starting from the Delhi Golf Club event, where we started doing the live telecast, as well as what happened in Jaipur, the show of golf has been absolutely stellar. I've been talking about the show of golf. Shiv Kapoor seems to have dropped one shot on hole number 8, but that should actually make the show a lot more exciting going forward, because the young guns, Rashid Khan, Udayan Mane, Kshitij Naved Kaul, are all trailing him by just one or two shots. And this is just going to turn out to be an extremely interesting day as we move along. And definitely, the quality of golf that we have been witnessing is just splendid. I mean, if you itself is as good as any international golf scene that we have come across in the past, and that's Harinder Gupta, local lad. Harinder Gupta, he's been a veteran on tour, been trying to find some form, as was suffering with some shoulder injuries. Uh, he said that he used to play a lot with the right side of his body, and his right shoulder has been injured for some time. Now he's trying to swing the club with the left side of the body, which he's finding extremely difficult to get used to.
I think unfortunately the left trees have gobbled up his ball. So as you were saying, the standards of golf are changing, and I think it takes me back to that famous song by Bob Dylan. The times are changing. They definitely are for golf in India. It's going from strength to strength. The standard of golf is really through the roof. players are having to shoot under par just to stay in the same place. It's like one of those sayings: you run faster just to stay in the same place. You can't quite stay static anymore on the PGTI, otherwise you'll get left behind. Under par is a mandate for the day. One under par is just considered a par for the day now. So look at Gaurav Pratap Singh, very angry with himself, not playing too well today, but being able to unleash that anger out on a mammoth drive. A good ball. I think there seems to be some other player from the other group in the
You might have
foreground.
disturbed Aman Raj there, but Aman Raj seems to be unmoved by that golf ball coming in. He's extremely focused in that black hat of his,
I
keeping
mean,
his head down and going by his golf
so
swing. A very, very peculiar way of standing on the ball by Aman Raj. So one could tell who that is. And let's just corroborate that piece of information, if I may. Yes, that is indeed Aman Raj playing alongside Abhinav Lohan and M. Dhanwar.
yes, Aman Raj, obviously a son of an army officer too, so used to projectiles being hurtled his way. So a golf ball is not going to scare that man. So let's see, Amardeep Malik looking dapper in his colorful shirt. Amardeep Malik also very good with his iron play. Has worked a lot, works a lot on his fitness.
Karan Pratap Singh.
My apology, that's Karan Pratap Singh.
Karan Pratap Singh, of course, playing alongside Gaganjeet Bhullar and Vikrant Chopra, started off as the first group of tee number 10, which according to our sheet would say match number 12. Teed off at 8 o'clock. They've got just 2 holes remaining to finish their campaign of this week.
So Karan Pratap Singh had the honor on this hole, so I'm assuming that he's made birdie on hole number 7.
One of the players from this group has already hit this ball to about 8 feet or 10 feet, just short of the hole. Probably the most ideal position to leave yourself in. So, whoever this gent is has definitely calculated his shot very, very well. And of course, calculation just isn't enough. He's also executed it brilliantly.
Absolutely. That's why I say a strategy is only as good as its execution. And who better than the golfers to understand that? I mean, you can strategize and plan all that you can, but if you can't sort of execute, then those plans are as good as not.
Think good smart shot there by Adil Bedi putting himself up onto the green, middle of the green. Just sort of probably important for him to smoothen things out as he goes forward, stop the bleeding, and then put the band-aid on it later. Talking about that, we have Rashid Khan there, the man at 15 under par, trailing Shiv Kapoor by just a shot. And the amount of galleries that I just saw on the right side of that fairway, splendid to see so many people out here to support our golfers. What an amazing shot by Rashid Khan. He surely seems to be getting on heat now. He knows the meaning of getting a couple of birdies in to add some pressure on top of that leaderboard.
That's the best shot that we've seen on this hole so far. So Rashid obviously generating a lot of spin. Very good ball strike by Rashid Khan, leaving himself about 5 feet from left right. And knowing his putting ability, he should be able to make that. And Shiv Kapoor has dropped a shot and it is at 16 under par. So obviously, Shiv is being given the invitation by the other that you can separate yourself, but Shiv says no. I think I want to make it interesting for you lads.
Looks like, look at the complete top 10 of the leaderboard. Either seems like people are trying to steady up, or seems like none of them want this title. They seem to be going extremely, extremely slow for the day, which is quite surprising. I really thought that today would be a day where in the first 6 to 8 holes, we would be seeing a couple of guys at 2, 3 under par for the day and already taking a charge up that board, but seems like things are slowing down. And, remember you were telling me that, by the look of this being 12 under par for 2 days as a lead, you thought that this score is probably going to end up at 24 under par. But clearly, as you can tell right now, most likely this tournament's ending up under 20 under, not even over 20.
I think I didn't factor in the nerves. I thought that's something that these players would not feel, but that's not the case. Obviously, every tournament, and there's a lot of pressure to be said. I mean,
Of course, players are also tiring out, right? They're
yes,
also on the fourth rounds. They're mentally also sort of tiring out. A lot of guys get into protection mode after a certain point of time.
oh, I
A
think
poor shot there by Karan Pratap
yes,
Singh.
shanked it, sculled it, if you may. I think so. That can happen, as you're saying. The focus can sort of wane, and he would never hit that shot in a million times. But just because your focus goes away, you get a little tired, you get a little exhausted on the final day, and that can happen now.
कभी कभी मौका है वारदात पे जब हो जाता है.
हाँ, बिल्कुल ऐसे तो हो ही जाता है, बट ऐसे इतने अच्छे प्लेयरों के साथ नहीं होता है। जिनों के साथ होता है वो कमेंट्री करते हैं, बट so my point being that that shot is going to cost him dearly now. He's going to lose two shots, maybe end up making a double bogey. But that's Vikrant there, and he's obviously not done for the day. He's 5 under, and he's going on like a tank right now. He's just steamrolling the golf course, and that's good because he's a seasoned campaigner. He knows his way around the golf course. He's actually a very good ball striker in his own right. The putting has never been too kind to him, and that's why he's been sort of held back from taking that leap on the next level. Has been a regular on the Asian Tour many years, but has not tasted the kind of success there that his talent actually, warrants.
Gaganjeet Bullard there attempting for birdie, but clearly it was a little bit too long. He should be able to tap that in to save his par. But Gaganjeet Bullard and Vikrant Chopra, both of them doing some damage on the leaderboard today with 5 under par on their scorecards, 215 holes, and they've both jumped up 20 positions on the board. So we are looking at interesting stuff happening at the bottom of the leaderboard, but on top of the leaderboard, I'm hoping that at the back nine, things do start becoming a lot more interesting. Leaders seem to be keeping too calm, and Udayan Mane seems to be using his experience a lot better and is already at 14 under par. So he's also just two shots off the pace. And Udayan, I think, has been looking to find form from the last few months, and he hasn't been able to find it very often. And I think Udayan Mane might be one person that you might want to look out for. Of course, Abhijit Singh Chadda is also at 12 under par, but guys up there with two shot difference, I think this is going to get into a really, really close match. And I won't be surprised if we're going into playoff as well. Early to tell, but just a little bit of a thought.
No, where is Amitabh Singh? Okay, he's on the green. So hopefully he should make his bogey after that errant shot. Golf is about recovery. It's a game of recovery, keeping your head together, and that's a decent putt. So hopefully he'll get a good read of Vikrant Chopra. So he should be able to make his putt. I see that's one of the advantages of being in the way of your opponent, rather your co-player. So if you're on the same line, you can actually just stand by the side and sort of understand the line. That's one of the things in golf. You can't actually ask any advice from anyone else, but you can sort of surreptitiously do that. You can stand not directly behind, but when a player strikes the ball, you can get an idea. If somebody is using a certain club, you can walk over to his set, and maybe if you can sort of catch a gaze of what iron he's using. So you can do all that. You're not really allowed to ask your opponent what club are you using, what strategy are you using. For anything you can't discuss prior to a shot. That's the beauty of the game. Like, let's say if you hit a putt, then you can discuss, yeah, what line did you hit and what did I hit, and so on and so forth. But when you're in before the stage of execution, you can't get any advice from anyone but your caddy. So that's very important for a golfer to try and get some education. So you'll see the current Pradap will try and get a read of this putt of Vikrant, who has, oh, that's
A superb putt by Vikrant
oh,
Chopra
he's
there,
doing so well today. He's just
almost got that score of his to 6 under par. So good showing by him. Seems like he has started to get a hang of that putter. And
but
definitely, he did also raise it towards God just before hitting the putt.
but the putter has never really been kind to him. His ball striking ability is just on the next level, but the putter somehow, just like that, at the last moment, the ball will turn away. I think putting is also more than just technique, and just it's a lot more than field technique. I think some people are just very good putters, and the others always struggle and try different techniques, but. Like a player like Rashid Khan, you'll always see him. He's a good putter. He will remain. Maybe sometimes he'll not putt well, but there's something. I think there's something innate in a brilliant putter which can't really be taught. I think you can become a good ball striker with repetition, but putting is so much. It's like an art because there's no perfect way to putt. For example, this putt that is facing him, it's like a left right putt, and there can be 50 different ways to hold it. You can hit a dying putt, you can hit it firm, you can hit a medium putt, you can take more line. So it's just about sort of having one way and sticking to it. Oh, look at that. So it's not easy at all, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're calling it from here as we see it, not playing, because it is a lot easier to call the golf shots than actually execute them. And this is a tough
I would
golf
take
course.
Karan Pratap Singh for the day to 3 over par and would take his total also to an over par figure. Couple of good numbers coming in at the bottom with Divyanshu Bajaj and Syed Saqib Ahmed both at 3 under par as of now. Uh, and SSP Chaurasia, Ajitesh Sandhu, Viraj Madappa, Vinay Kumar Yadav, all four of them at 1 under par for the day, striding slowly upwards on that leaderboard.
So the golf course is kind of bearing its fangs today. It's sort of been under wraps for 3 rounds, but it's definitely proving a lot tougher for the leaders, especially maybe not for the trailing back. And here's Rashid. Can he make a move? Oh,
That's
yes,
it.
he
Rashid Khan
can.
now moves up to 16 under par to
Yeah.
tie Shiv Kapoor for the lead. So that would definitely start an absolutely new saga starting hole number 10 on this final day of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. So definitely we are going to be seeing a lot more interesting action going forward. And Rashid Khan, who has been knocking on the door for quite some time, is looking to get hands on his title.
Rashid definitely has ice running through his veins. This man is definitely not deterred by anything. He carries on. The last week at Delhi Golf, the last week at Delhi Golf Club, he actually could not quite win. Made an error on the last hole, but he doesn't quite change his approach, backs himself, and goes on about it. As we have a look at Manu Gandas here, I really like seeing this tee shot, and I'm sure our viewers back home would also be enjoying this. Look at this tree line fairway, this intimidating alley, if you may. This players are having to go through a baptism through fire here. If you want to earn your rights, you please go through this passage, and you have to come out unscathed. So this is going to be a test for Manu Gandas. Let's see if he's up to it. Oh, there he is. Oh, what a handsome shot by him, right in the middle of the fairway, and powered that beyond that tree, just hugging that tree from the left and clearing it. Now that's a big drive. That tree. If you're able to cross that tree, you can realistically get really close to the tree. And you're seeing all these players are power players now. There are hardly any players who are sort of hitting small drives. All of these guys are taking the game to the next level. And here you have a look at Kapil, who's probably not a power player, but obviously he's here and he's doing well, and we're happy to see that. Obviously, we want different kind of players, make up the field.
That drive of Manu Gandas is almost 20 yards ahead of the tree. Should even give him a chance if he can hook one three wood, maybe rail it a little bit of a 20-25 yard draw, could actually get him very close to the green from there.
Catching the ball flight really well. I'm more impressed by our camera work as well.
I'm very impressed by your commentary as well. Shaurya, you're not doing too bad a job yourself. Although
You being
Kapil
you.
Kumar has found himself in the fairway and primed himself at a very, very good spot to lay up for that second. I'm interested to see what Manu Gandas actually ends up doing. Looks like if he could draw a three wood there, he'd get really close and be able to make a birdie. And of course, he is having a stellar round today. Nonetheless, he's already 4 under par for the day. Where we have Shivendra Sisodia from Gurgaon also taking on his tee shot now on hole number 7. As the day moves on, things do tend to get a lot more interesting on the leaderboard, as we can tell. Shiv Kapoor seems to be slowing down. Rashid Khan has started to fire. So we've got interesting stuff happening on top of that leaderboard. Of course, Udayan Mani, the Olympian, is ready to go. He's got a little bit of hunger in his belly and needs some kill for himself. And Kshitij Naved call as well at minus 14. And talking about kill, I played one round with Udayan Mani once, which was my first round with him. We were playing a match play. I think it was the All India back in at Oxford Golf Club. And this guy pounded me like he was a great Khali.
Yeah, the match play days are some great memories of amateur golf. I think I enjoyed. To be honest with you, at that time, life is carefree. You don't have any responsibilities, and thankful to the sponsors and the companies that come in. We were supported by different companies at that point in time, and you do really enjoy your golf. I think that's a big difference that people should be more aware that when you're an amateur and you're sort of making money, you're enjoying golf, you're free flowing, but once you turn professional, things change because you make it a profession, and then you suddenly from just enjoying, you have to earn your bread and butter. I think that really changes the complexion of how you treat this game, and that's a big thing that nobody tells you about. I, for one, had a little bit of a sea change. When I had a phenomenal amateur career, but as soon as I turned professional, I saw that the pressure was just almost instantaneous because you start thinking about the prize money and how to get to the next level, your ranking. Whereas when you're an amateur, these things are kind of they're kind of secondary, and they sort of come naturally to you. And it's such a big step up from amateur to professional golf. It's not just that you have to be a good golfer, but when you move up to the next level, everybody's a good golfer. In fact, people are great golfers. So it kind of, you have to be mentally ready for that.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's a completely different world out there when you're playing pro golf, and you have to be ready for it. And definitely, you've got to have a heart of steel going into professional golf. मतलब, डर के लिए कोई जगह है नहीं वहाँ पे. So you really have to be strong and solid and go for it. You cannot be thinking otherwise. Shiv Kapoor has, ladies and gentlemen, actually dropped another shot on the ninth hole, down to 15 under par. Rashid
That's
Khan
right.
is our new leader on that leaderboard. Abhinav Lohan now on the eighth hole.
That's one of the fears that I have when a player has had two fantastic rounds, not made a bogey, because golf is a game of averages. It's tend to catch up with you, and that's where it becomes a little tougher on the last day. If birdies are not coming by, you're sort of leaking oil, so as to speak, and then everything gets tougher. The clubs feel heavier, the fairways seem narrower, and everything seems a lot more tougher. And so I'm sure he's seen the world. He's performed on all the levels, so he will be able to turn it around. But knowing Rashid Khan, when once he smells blood, he goes in for the kill, and he's just making birdie. So and now we have a look. Udyan Mane has moved up to 15 under par. So, Shiv Kapoor is in second position. Rashid Khan is the leader. So obviously it's topsy turvy. A lot happening here, right in the heart of Chandigarh. This magnificent golf club.
Great stuff. Now we got Hatman on the tee box.
Absolutely.
This is like Pac-Man, Hatman.
I think he is unmissable, and he's got his unique style, and that's so important. Each golfer to carry themselves and express themselves. That's a term that's being often used by the football manager of Manchester United, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Express yourself. So I think these players, all the viewers who watch football will probably sympathize with my view, and so I'm sure that the golfers are also in here to express themselves.
Expression definitely is something that Aman Raj does not shy away from doing. And now on the tee box, ready to tee off on that eighth hole, which would be the 17th hole for Aman Raj, playing alongside Abhinav Lohan. And
Aman Raj also a really good player. He's not physically the strongest player, but he's able to extract the maximum from his frame. He's able to get the ball up to about 290, maybe flies at about 270 in the air, has a sort of a propelling movement on the ball and get it to about 290 in the fairway. And then obviously he's devastating around the greens. And he's another player who's doing well in India and also able to play well on the Asian tour. And one thing which is the defining character of the players of this generation that I'm seeing is that when they go low, they just don't stop at 1 under, 2 under. I think in our times, if you remember, 3, 4 unders, seven, the low rounds used to happen, but they were few and far between. Now you see these players, each one of them every week they're shooting a 7 or 8 under. And mind you, it's not that simple, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, you should try and play this golf course, Chandigarh golf course, and see where the back tees are. I can tell you from personal experience, it's a very, very difficult golf course. It's a long golf course, it's a treacherous golf course, and they're just making mincemeat out of it, the best players.
talking about, if I remember, I hardly remember. It was a long time ago. I don't want to remember all of that anymore. I wasn't shooting those underpars, and 1 or 2 unders, never cutting it. I think a good average score of 3 to 4 under is very essential on the pro tour to be able to capitalize on your opportunities. I think Aman Raj is the only one who is actually trying to capitalize on his opportunity on this hole. He's left himself a decent 20-footer uphill putt. Knowing his putting prowess, that shouldn't be a problem for him.
So, what do you suppose for somebody who's actually, let's say for a parent or a junior or an amateur that who's actually looking to maybe think of turning professional, what kind of standard should you have before you actually take that plunge and try to make this into a career?
So, talking about what is it that goes into the mix for any junior golfer or amateur golfer who wants to get to the higher echelons of the sport, I would say first and foremost, you must set up very, very high standards for yourself. If your standards are not going to be extremely high, you're going to start getting happy with 1 or 2 under pars, which is definitely not going to cut it. And if you have any doubts on that, you can have a look at the PGTI leaderboard right now. That would definitely be the first thing that I would suggest anyone. Secondly, it's a constant and long and arduous work, and it's a continuous process. And so you have to continuously keep trying to improvise yourself, no matter who you are, no matter how good you are. Even if you get to a 20 under par, believe you me, you can reach a 22, and so on and so forth. So One of those, keeping all these things into perspective will definitely help people to become better players in the longer run. Having said that, the one ingredient that will serve everyone very, very well. Great shot there by Prabhakaran, keeping a low cut driver. A superb shot by him. Keeps it on the right side of the tree. So another thing I think, which is a non-negotiable for anyone who wants to make it big in the sport of golf at the professional level, is going to be to keep fear out of the window. And the only way to do that is to have your skill so good, practice so hard, that you don't need to fear anything, because if your skill set is so good, you can back it up when you're on the golf course. So all of those things, and most importantly, I think, to keep up the love for the game, instead of making it into a business or a too methodical, you must continuously have the love for the game. That's the only way that you would want to improvise on it. If the love for the game goes out of the window and you become too methodical about what you're doing, I think improvement becomes a far-fetched dream. Shamim Khan hitting a super solid drive there, keeping himself just left off that tree on hole number 7. So definitely his experience paying dividends, and of course keeping it simple and soft as always.
Absolutely. He's not the longest hitter out there, but gets it done. And, as Sensei Rahul ideally points out, love for the game is so important. And I think that goes a long way, because it's not like any other profession. It's a lot more effort, and the rewards are uncertain. The path lies, the path is laden with thorns and unknown turns. So obviously, having the metal goes a long way to having the stomach to sort of go through this career as a sportsman. And I think the life of an individual sportsman is a lot more tougher, a lot more uncertain. So you'll see that there are parents who try to do their best, but as still at that point in time, the pupil can come undone, but that's nothing that the parents have done wrong. It's a very competitive sport, and it starts out from the junior levels itself. So one must take heart from competition, compete not always to win, compete to beat yourself, and to always respect your opponents and enjoy the opportunity. Because try and remember, it's not so easy. Everybody can't win from 130 people. It's like saying in a class of 50 students everybody can top. That's not possible. But if you can't top, doesn't mean you stop studying. So it's always the journey. The journey is what it's all about. And as I say, a journey of a million miles start with a single step. So look at all positives and enjoy the game.
I think failures are very important to put everything into perspective, so that you also understand how difficult it is and how hard it is, and you have to continuously work at it. It's not something that the golf course will come around and gift to you. You will really have to go out there and get it, and the only way to get it is to develop that skill set and continuously have that love for the game and improvise yourself, and don't get deterred by a loss. You might have good finishes, you might not have good finishes, you will have some good rounds and some not so good rounds, but really that does not call out your character. It really calls out how much hard work is required. It really calls out how much more consistency we require to be able to survive the track of time. We have Karan Pratap Singh all Chima teeing off on hole number 7. A brilliant shot by him. And his good friend Shubhankar Sharma, a man from the PGA Tour and the European Tour, carrying his friend's bag and helping him out on the golf course. So superb stuff there. Good to see both these gentlemen out there onto the golf course. I was definitely hoping that we'd see Angad atop the leaderboard this week, but clearly things haven't clicked so well for him. Nonetheless, good times for both the friends hanging out together on the
That's
course.
that coming back to a point about love of the game. Now you look at that. You have Shubhankar, who's playing on the biggest tours in the world. He's competing at the WGC Mexico, and he's really made himself a household name in Europe with a couple of top 3, top 5 finishes recently. And see, he's able to come back here, and he has no qualms about caddying for his friend. And that's, if you put it into cricket context, you can try and understand that maybe a player comes back from a World Cup and he's there, probably being the 12th man in a Ranji match and helping his teammates out. So that's the kind of love that players have for the game, not just for their friends. That's what golfers are taught. You have to respect each other, and respect the caddies, and that's a very special role that there is there. So I'm very happy to see that. And Shubhankar himself is a very fine young lad, again coming from the defense background. I think that's obviously something that we all have in common. Vikrant as well, having that access to golf. Gaganjit comes from a very strong sporting town and a very strong sporting lineage. He's a phenomenal player himself. So positive vibes all around.
golf legend and tournament host, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh now. Welcome to the show, sir. I would begin by asking you, this event has grown into one of the biggest attractions on the Indian golf calendar in a very short span of 4 years. How do you look back at this event?
I'm very fortunate and grateful to Mr. Srinivasan Take Sports for making sure this event is taking place. And it's the 4th year. I'm humbled by the honor that's been given to me. I think the way this tournament has shaped up is fantastic. I couldn't have asked for more. The youth today is good enough to play on any circuit in the world. The scores they're producing year in, year out is fantastic to see. Last year the winning score was, I think, 16 under. These guys were 17 under after 3 rounds. So I think it shows that standard of golf is improving in our country. And having events like this is going to make golf grow in our country. And I hope this keeps carrying on like this, and in the future we can have more events and more good players come out of the country and make the country proud.
Talking about growing golf in the country, this time around the event is all the more special with live coverage on the ABP network, reaching out to a wider audience, taking this event and Indian golf to a wider audience. What do you have to say about that?
I think it's fantastic for Indian golf to be shown live. Event like this, people who can't be traveling from the south, north, east or west to come and watch that event, they can watch it. They can push for the players they like. They can show the young kids how golf is played, what is the conduct of a professional golfer on the golf course, how he handles himself under pressure. I think it's fantastic for Indian golf, and I hope in the future, instead of 6 holes going live, we can have 18 holes which are live, and it can go to different parts of India and we can get more players and the game can grow that way.
So we would also like to know about your introduction to the game. Take us back to your to the beginning of your golfing journey and the part played by the late Shri Milkha Singh ji in introducing you to the game.
That's a very emotional question, Nikhil. I was introduced to the game by my parents. And today where I stand is because of them. I'm having a tournament with my name on it. I'm making a living out of what I love doing. It's all because of them. I was introduced to the game by my father at the age of 9. I had a lot of young players of my age playing that time, so we were competitive enough to push each other to become better players and represent the country and make a good livelihood. And I'm sure they're watching from way above and give me the blessings to make sure that I can still keep the Indian flag flying and have that desire to do well on the senior tour and make the country proud.
So also I would like to ask you, you were one of the trailblazers as far as Indian golf is concerned, and after you, many have followed in your footsteps. How exciting is it to see these youngsters stepping up now and flying the tricolour high at the international stage? In fact, 2 of our commentators this week, Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh, did mention during the commentary that whenever they were in Chandigarh, they were growing up, they used to sneak up to the CJ range just to have a look at you and what you were doing. They wanted to see your pre-shot routine and what kind of routine you had while you were practicing.
These young kids have so much knowledge and desire these days. I would like to only say one thing to them. They've got it all. They know what they need to work on to become better players and what to want to achieve, and I think all of them have different goals set up in their mind. The only thing I can advise them is never lose that belief system. I think the most important thing for any professional athlete is that belief, because that's going to get you over the edge. That's going to make you win tournaments. That's going to That's what's going to make you become a champion. That's what's going to make you be the best in the world. I think everything else they all know. And they've got to have these goals which are set high, not just winning in India, winning in Asia, winning a major for our country. I think that'll be the happiest moment for India and for Indian golf.
So lastly, I would like to ask you, your thoughts on this great golf course, the Chandigarh Golf Club's golf course, where you've grown up playing. Tell us what sets it apart from the others and what is unique about it.
What a golf course. I was fortunate enough to be born in a city like Chandigarh, lived very close to a golf course. I used to cycle down here and come and hit a few balls after school, maybe play 5 or 6 holes. A fantastic layout. You need to shape the ball. You need to have good distance control. You need to make sure that certain holes where you need to hit a driver, you hit the driver. Other holes, you need to hit an iron off the tee. Very well planned. And I think it desires a lot of precision and good strategy to win on this golf course.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and talking to us today. And we wish you all the best as you go back onto the Asian Tour. You'll be playing a few events now, and then you'll be going on to the Senior Tour. So, how are you looking forward to that? Just before we wrap up.
In fact, Asian Tour is going to be a warm-up for me. I haven't played in a year. This is my first event. So I'm going to play 2 tournaments in Phuket. After that, take a break, try to get fit, work on my game. Again, play 2 events in Singapore, and after that, head out to the Senior Tour so that I'm ready and prepared to play the Senior Tour. Because the way I like going into a tournament is I like to play a few tournaments under my. I would like to have a few tournaments under my belt, and at least I get my focus back. And that's my goal basically for the Senior Tour. And hopefully, what I've done on the main tours in the world, I can do even better on the Senior Tour. And I'm exempt in Europe, Japan, Korea, in the major championships next year on the Senior Tour, and a few events on the Champions Tour. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a busy schedule, and hopefully I can do justice by working hard and make my parents proud. And I'm hoping that their blessings are always with me.
Thank you for talking to us today, Jeev. And it's been a pleasure. And we look forward to yet another exciting finish this year, like we've seen over the past 3 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the tournament host and Indian golf legend, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, sharing his thoughts. And he's not done as yet. You'll see him in action soon, back on the Asian Tour and on the Seniors Tour. Thank you.
That was our tournament host, Jeev Milkha Singh, giving us a few words of wisdom and getting a little emotional alongside Nikhil Kalan, the head of the media for the PGTI. So thank you to Jeev Milkha Singh to have come out and shared some word for the future generations. And Abhinav Lohan is also thanking him. He's all prayer hands walking down the 9th hole as of now. So very well said by Jeev Milkha Singh, one of the most magnanimous personalities that one could have the good fortune of meeting with. So great to have him as the tournament host, and of course all emotional because of what happened this year along with his family. But he is a great ambassador for the sport of golf, and we are very happy to be associated with the PGTI, and also very happy to be associated with the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021. Back on the course now, interesting stuff happening atop the leaderboard at his tournament. Rashid Khan leads the way at 16 under par, while Udayan Mane and Shiv Kapoor are both tied in at -15. We are looking at the 9th green now for one of the groups that has come in, starting from the 10th hole. So this would be their 18th. Aman Raj has definitely short-sighted himself, but his short game should be helpful. And Abhinav Lohan finding his way to repair some pitch marks to get that birdie putt into the hole.
Going back to Nikhil Kalan's interview of our tournament host, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, he was so gracious in that interview and also able to tell us about his journey when he was a young man. And, that kind of takes you back and tells you a little bit about the journey of a sportsman and how he was here. And obviously his history is well known from the movie Bhag Milkha Bhag. His life history and the family's history has been one of folklore, and obviously Jeev, he's added to that. That's a brilliant part of adding to that great legacy of sport and struggle, and then coming up on top. And it's evident from his demeanor, his fitness. Even though he's going to be touching 50 and going for the senior tour, he still has that fire in the belly and wants to keep our glorious national flag flying high. And that's the kind of attitude that children and sportsmen should actually take away. It doesn't matter whether you are a professional golfer or not. What really matters is your attitude, and I think he's exemplified that in bundles. And just keep your head in the correct place, and always try and honor your family and your nation. And you can never go wrong with that kind of an
Arjun
attitude.
Prasad there honoring that putt for birdie on the 18th hole. A lovely finish for Arjun Prasad. The first group from the first tee box has now reached the 18th green. Digraj Singh Gill, Chirag Kumar, as well as Arjun Prasad. And Arjun Prasad finishing off nice and strong on that last hole. Talking about riding your cycle to the golf course. I used to do the same, but unfortunately, I haven't had a tournament named after me yet.
Don't worry, we'll have some weekend tournament named after you. Not to worry. We'll definitely do if you return the favor. Because I also rode many bicycles. I think if it were that easy, I think everybody would be doing it. But yes, I'll write it down in my notebook as a note. Tournament for Rahul. I think we'll get a few of our golfers together and have an invitational shootout type golf tournament. And that's a great thought. Obviously, you must you have to be blessed as well. You have to have the game. You have to have you have to have the good bounces go your way. It's a long career, and it's like the last man standing. In fact, in a way.
Talking about good bounces, Digraj Singh Gill himself now on the 18th green. He's not had some great bounces himself today, and he has bounced 16 times below from his spot yesterday with a 2 over par on the card.
That's not good. Obviously,
It's a little too much of bouncing out there for Digraj Singh Gill.
He'll take
today.
experience this week, and he'll use the positive experience. Obviously, both the brothers are very good players, and you try and take the positive from the week. And obviously, sometimes nobody wants to end their week on a low note, but try and keep the positives and then work on the game. It's a journey. You have to just keep at it, and that's exemplified by your colleague Chirag Kumar.
Chirag Kumar now coming into the 18th. Solid finish. We have, of course, Arjun Prasad, who's made birdie on this hole, would end up finishing either 1 under or 2 under for the tournament. Digraj Singh Gill to clean up there, not having the best day out there, but overall a good finish for him, and I think that will help him nonetheless on the order of merit as we move along, because the top 60 seems to be becoming important, because we have 3 more events after this, so strong finishes are going to be important if these players want to make it into that season finale.
Absolutely. Some of the notable players today: Aryan Rupa Anand, the amateur, producing a round of 3 under and still has 3 holes to go. So at 3 under for the tournament, that's phenomenal. Playing by the amateur, he's only amateur by name. He's producing a game that is, the envy of professionals right now.
Good stuff by Aryan Rupa, although Varun Chopra still leads the way at -4, so just 1 shot ahead. So it could be an interesting finish for these 2 gentlemen as well, because one of them is going to get the best am, not both of them. So let's see who that is going to be. Manu Gandas seems to have found left side on hole number 8, and he seems like he requires a referee.
I'm just having a look at the card of Jyoti Randhawa, who's been derailed totally. He was 3 under par, but unfortunately has had a litany of drop shots, and he's gone back to level par for the day. So obviously he's some kind of disaster mid round. So his challenge has come to an end. So he'll have the last 3 holes to sort of make amends and get back to red numbers. And that's the nature of this beast. Golf, you take your eye off it. It's like a high speed race. You might just crash. Keeping up with the car analogies today. And obviously on top and in first gear is Rashid Khan at 16 under par. Udyan Mane letting him know that I'm an Olympian and I'm here. So I'm going for gold this time. So he's there at tied second. And then you have Adil Bedi, who's still struggling to find form, but there are still 8 holes to go. So for the young lad to cover up and make amends for the mistakes. Dhruv Shoran, unfortunately, still at 2 over par. Maybe the coach can conjure up some magic and tell him the perfect swing that can take him up the leaderboard. Yuvraj Sandhu again at 1 over par. He's had so many brilliant rounds. Maybe he needs one more today and running out of holes to do so.
Shivendra Kumar Sisodia. Now, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, my apologies. Lovely,
Almost
good
making the
attempt
name.
there. Good attempt there. While Manu Gandas obviously has gone left and over the green, where he seems to be caught in the trees on this par three. You know, this flag is in such a position you try to get super aggressive with it, and it could lead to a little bit of a double cross. And seems like that's what Manu Gandas has ended up doing to himself. Let's see what the referee comes in and does.
And now we look at Vikrant Chopra shooting a 5 under par today. What a brilliant round by the experienced veteran at 7 under par for the week, and so he will finish inside the top 20 at 15th currently, and that's a phenomenal showing by him. Playing alongside was him was Gaganjeet Bhullar, the heavyweight. He's literally the heavyweight of Indian golf, a champion, almost 8 to 9 international victories or 10 international victories under his belt. Gaganjeet Bhullar shooting a 6 under par today. So that's a stupendous effort by him. Gaganjeet, affectionately, sometimes, we used to refer to him as Gary because that's how he's called when he's in Europe or America. They just say Gary. So he's having a brilliant day, and so he's stamped his authority and shown his class. And that's what the brilliant players do. That's I've always noticed in a tournament of 4 days, and the last day is where the champions really come to the fore. Maybe the first 3 days, their swing is not quite firing, the putts are not dropping, but when they do, watch out.
I mean, they thoroughly, do it like a marathon. They keep it a slow pace starting of the day, and when it comes near the finishing line is when they really start to catch all that pace. Talking about pace, looking at this referee, um, I just feel like he just got off that cart and slowly moved towards the player very easily. Looking at that ball, where the player's heart's pretty much pounding and getting out of that shirt right now.
Looking at the referee, my palms are sweaty already. It gives me almost nightmares. I had to go into counseling, look at referees. When I've been in tournaments, they would all be chasing me, and it's not an overstatement if I say that. They were referees actually appointed to speed up my play. I was, I would see a referee, and automatically my routine would become fast, and I was blamed by my co-players. You only play fast when the referee is there. So I said, my friend, you got to know, you got to know when to dance. You got to know when to walk.
Shiv Kapoor seems to be getting angry out there on the back nine. Has made a birdie on hole number 11. Has taken himself back to 16 under par to tie himself for the lead with Rashid Khan. So this is really going to turn out to be very, very interesting now, as 12th, 13th, both of the holes do provide a chance for birdies for these players. Notable mention to Divyanshu Bajaj and Syed Saqib Ahmed, who are just about coming on the 18th hole now, have moved up 10 positions with a score of -3 for the day through 15 holes. So anything better than that would help these gentlemen catapult themselves even higher and get themselves over and above onto that leaderboard.
So Rahul, has the player Manu taken a free drop, penalty drop? I'm not quite sure what happened there, because if he had taken a relief, then I think he's still deciding whether to take that relief, because if he drops the ball, and if it were to roll back again, he'll unfortunately have to play from there. So it's a risk that he's taking. He can take a two club free penalty drop, mind you. But then if the ball drops and gets stuck to the fence again, he will just have to play from there. And this is a very risky shot. He could whiff and miss the ball altogether. So what would you suggest?
I think he's playing right from there. I think his best case alternative is to just about hack that ball out of there and then try to make chip and putt for a bogey. But looks like he is going to opt to get an unplayable, which will be a penalty drop, which he can take up to 2 club lengths away from the flag.
But the thing is, you can't get nearer to the hole, and this is going to be a very tough penalty drop for him. So, keep your eyes open, ladies and gentlemen, because he'll be taking two clubs, and the lie of the land, the slope actually is sloping away and sloping towards that fence. So, I don't want to be a foreteller of doom, but it could well happen that he could take this drop from knee height and it could roll back in. So he has to be very careful in where he drops the ball. And these are the finer points about golf that maybe, don't come to the fore. He'll have to drop it in the flat area so that it can stay there, and hopefully can make a four.
Absolutely, he'll be fine, and he'll hopefully make a four. And definitely, he wouldn't be getting too far close to that fence if that ball rolls in there as well. Manu Gandas is not any sort of a fence hitter, so he should be fine from that situation. While we go back on to Syed Saqib Ahmed on to hole number 18. So, no matter what caliber of a player you are, you can always get into a sort of a tough or an awkward situation on the golf course, of course, extremely unexpectedly. And that is just the way the game is designed. A couple of bad shots here and there, or maybe even one miss hit could, take you down a little bit. Well, that's fine. Players do learn this from time to time. Syed Saqib Ahmed rolling that birdie in on the
Beautiful.
last hole. Very happy with that finish of his. Super solid day today for Syed Saqib Ahmed.
And
Final
he,
day at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. We have Varun Chopra now who has to finish that to hopefully win that best AM prize for this tournament from the hands of the magnanimous Jeev Milkha Singh.
sport really knows no boundary, and I must mention that right now while we are on air, unfortunate miss. That can happen. You 18th hole, you think you're just gonna drive it home, and that'll give an opportunity for Aryan to maybe catch up. So we get messages from all over the world while we are on this live coverage, and I must give a special thanks to my friend Satyajit, who was just mentioned from the United States of America that he's watching our live coverage. So that's great. That's the allure of live coverage, and that's really good for our sport because we are able to have viewers far and wide, and able to spread our word that Indian golf is here, and we are back, and we're here to stay. And what better a stage than this fantastic tournament? And I can't talk enough about the prize money, because that's just obviously these players are playing for glory and points, but a dollar or a rupee here and there never hurt no one.
So, talking about penalty drops, Manu Gandas would be there now in three shots. So, that would be him trying to chip that in for a bogey, or worst case scenario, I mean, he might have to make that up and down to save of five. Talking about comments and people watching from all over the world, we would like to thank you all to be tuning into VAR Cricket channel on YouTube and on Facebook by the ABP News Network. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you are all enjoying this live coverage of the PGTI. This is the first year that this is happening, and we, at least, especially the two of us, are very excited to be a part of
Oh,
this
yes.
show and to be able to see these great players going out and doing what they are best known for. So, thank you so much for joining in. And if you have any questions or any comments, do put them down in the YouTube chat section, and we will try to answer whatever we can. So do feel free to comment and question us, and we'll be happy to check in. We go back to the action. That's Manu Gandas now. He'll be left with a little bit of work to do to save that five. He's got about 4 feet coming back up the hill on the hole number eight. Manu Gandas, of course, was having a pretty solid round at -4. This hole, of course, will derail him a little bit.
Yes, and that's one of the things that it's what they call a tempting pin. It's in the left, and he must have overcooked his shot a little bit, and then he walks away with a five, and he's so unhappy. He's thrown the ball outside, probably bounced and reached the lake. Somebody can keep that as a souvenir, but he's obviously very disappointed, and that can happen. In the blink of an eye. You look at this hole. This looks like an inviting birdie hole. You walk away with five, and that's like a gut punch. It's very tough to recover from something like that, and especially towards the latter end of a tournament, there's not much. He's probably on his penultimate hole, so that hole is really going to cost him financially, and also in terms of his positions going down. And there, Shamim Khan, I think this hole really suits his eye. He's a nice right-left draw, very good with his irons. Look for this to be close.
Shamim Khan now on the tee on hole number eight, playing alongside his playing partners K. Prabhakaran from Bangalore, from Sri Lanka, my bad, and Angad Chima from Chandigarh itself, being caddied by his friend Shubhankar Sharma, one of the most stellar players that has been produced out of India.
And Angad's obviously looking to follow in his illustrious friend's footsteps. Angad's also a very good ball striker. He sort of blows hot and cold. He has been a winner on tour previously, but obviously shows you the depth of the field. There's so many winners on tour, and Shubhankar obviously doing his best to impart his pearls of wisdom. Getting that international experience and trying to help his friend today.
Good camaraderie here for our youngsters to watch, seeing the humility that, of course, Shubhankar is bringing on to the golf course today, helping out his friend. I think there's a lot to learn There is a reason why some players make it big, and one of the reasons for that is definitely always keeping your head on your shoulders and always having that love for your friends and never forgetting where you actually come from. And that's exactly what Shubhankar is doing. Such a great ambassador again for the sport of golf.
Absolutely. I mean, this is really emblematic of what our tour is, and in fact, what golf and sport is in general, not just our tour. I think sport teaches humility, and you'll see the best of players actually want to get others along. Because if sport is always you're not always on a linear path of success. You will actually have you'll have troughs and swales, and you'll go through trials and tribulations, and you want your friends to lean on. So obviously, that's one thing that he understands. And Shubhankar is a lad who's been well raised, and that's something that whenever you play around a golf with him, in fact, any of our successful golfers, even including Gaganjeet Bhullar, Anirban Lahiri, Chika Rangappa, who's such a colorful character, you can go up to them and ask them for golf tips whenever they playing a fun round anywhere. They're very accessible, and because they understand that their responsibility is to grow the game of golf and also improve their own game.
Chikarangappa now going with his wedge quite aggressively on this 18th hole, coming in with a total score right now of -5. So we haven't been able to see where that ball has ended up, but because he's picked up the flat stick, we are sure he is on the green. So hopefully Chika will try to roll that putt back into the hole. But we have his playing partners now coming in, Tapi Ghai and Sunny Chaurasia. This is the 8:20 tee time, making its way up onto hole number 18, right over that mini Sukna Lake.
And that lake is that one nobody wants to frequent at this point in time. The one on the golf course, not the one outside. Obviously, that's a sight to behold. And so is this 18th hole. Picturesque finale to this beautiful event. And look at the 18th Tappy guy with his trademark shades on. Works a lot on his fitness, and good player. Also a winner on tour. So you'll see the depth of this field because in years past we only have a few players. You tend to have about 25 to 30 events in a year in India, and you would have maybe three or four winners who would end up lapping up all the tournaments. But now that's not the case because there's such a depth in the field. Even internationally, you have so many players playing here. It's very tough to be a multiple winner on tours. That's why what Udyan Mane had done recently is praiseworthy, winning 4 or 5 tournaments in a calendar year. That kind of performance is very hard to come by because players are really good now. You're looking at the likes of Chika Rangappa and the players who've finished really high in international events. So it's good for a player like Tapi Ghai, who's obviously still playing his trade in India, a very good player. He plays a little bit abroad as well, but obviously still finding his feet in terms of international success to be able to play alongside Chika Rangappa, compete, learn, and obviously take away a handsome paycheck at the end of the week. And looking at that shot from Chika, obviously he took it on. That's all of 120, maybe 125 yards to the flag. Not a very long shot, but it's important. It's pertinent that you're in the fairway because if you're not, your second shot is very tough to control. And with that water there, it's very easy for one to overshoot the target because obviously you don't want to end up in the watery grave. So you could end up hitting a shot which will bounce on the green and then go back over, and then you'll probably be lamenting why you went for that shot. So it's very important that you understand what you're capable of and what you're not, and playing to your strengths is very important. It's that's I can't sort of hammer home that point enough times, and that goes to all sport, golf, and maybe just a generic life point. You got to play to your strengths. Mustn't compare yourself with anyone else, and especially in this day and age, I think maybe a broader message in terms of how social media and things are there. It's very important to keep things in perspective and see how your life is, how your progress is, because everybody's journey is very individual, and you can't have everybody being number one at the same time. And case in point, somebody like M Dharma, he's come up through the ranks, and he was never one of the more illustrious golfers I played my junior golf with and amateur golf with, and even the earlier parts of professional golf. But now he's there for the reckoning, and he's been a winner on tour, and he's always there. So it can happen. You have to be persistent, and just keep your head down and keep grinding and see your own path. and very important to find somebody that you can emulate, because in golf, as in life, you need a good mentor, and that's very important. And who better than Jeev Milkha Singh for a lot of our players to look up to? This event, having Jeev Milkha Singh to give you that trophy, obviously made possible by Take Sports this week. It's just a brilliant moment for Indian golf, and I've already said this point again, but I think for those of you who are joining in, you must know that this event is the big one, ladies and gentlemen. This is the biggie on the PGTI. 1.5 CR is the prize money that you're playing for, and that's going to be split in the top 50 players and ties. So you could see the winner taking away anything between 24 to 26 lakh approximately, and the person who finishes right at the bottom, also maybe the 60th position, will walk away with a lakh. And that's those are very meaningful. That's a meaningful prize money, not just in terms of the financial impact that it'll have for the player, but even taking up on the merit list. So obviously, players are very serious because they know any misstep can cause them, sort of hurtling down the leaderboard, and that's why they're giving it all the respect. And now you have a look at Suneet here on 18th hole, and he'd be hoping to make that putt. Let's just have a look at the leaderboard where he is at this point in time. He's tied at 3 under at 34th position. So if he is to make a birdie, that moves him to top, and that moves him to 30th, and that's a lot of difference in terms of prize money. And that eventually means moving up the leaderboard on the PGTI, career rankings, as well as the stats for the year, the rankings, the order of merits, all those things. You have a lot of background stories happening. So it's not just the victor. Obviously, there are sort of small battles happening all over the leaderboard. That's why you're seeing nobody really gives up. It's not like you've made the cut and that's it, and you sort of lay down arms. It doesn't quite happen. You sort of carry on and you try to make the most of it, and that's why you're seeing that in the middle of the pack. Om Prakash, you look at, my apologies, Harindra Gupta with a 4 under par. You're looking at Manu Gandas, who's at 4 under par after 15, who we saw running into some trouble on the eighth. So there are a lot of good players, and Shivinder Singh Sisodia shooting a 4 under par today right now. So nobody's really letting up, and Aryan Rupan and Veer Alawat, the long hitting golfer from New Delhi, he's at 3 under par for the day. So you'll see a lot of players want to make the most of it, and that's important. That's how golf is a little different. I mean, it's not like a bronze medal match in football where the third and fourth team are fighting it out, and that's sort of a foregone conclusion. Here, every position really matters, especially after making the cut. So there you see Chikka almost walking away with the birdie. Will make par. So that's really important for these golfers. Just to give you an idea, like Vikrant Chopra shooting a 5 under par has moved him from 34th to from 34th to 15th position. So that's jumping 19 positions, and that's a massive leap for Vikrant, and that can happen on a day's score. And similarly for Gaganjeet Bhullar, who's jumped up 23 spots to 11. So these players keep it very serious right till the end. They can probably let their hair down after 18 holes, but not before that, ladies and gentlemen. And talking about that, Shiv Kapoor is at 16 under par. He's made a birdie, so obviously not too happy with the form so far, but a birdie coming at the right time, at the opportune time on hole number 12, the par 4. So Shiv Kapoor at 16 under par. You have Rashid Khan, who's also neck and neck at 16 under par. You have Udyan Mane at 15 under par. Kshitij Navid Kaul, the player with a distinct swing and setup, at 14 under par. And tied with him, Adil Bedi also making a birdie. So obviously he wants to turn his fortunes around, and I'm definitely sure he can. He's a very good young golfer, very meticulous, and all the preparation won't go to waste. He's in the top 5 right now. And you have Abhijit Chadha at 12 under par, the long hitter as well, getting into the fray. So I think it's fair to say Yuvraj Sandhu, who's at 11 under par after 13, has 5 holes to go. So maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but I think everybody up till Abhijit Singh Chadha is much in the fight. So you have at this moment 6 golfers who are going to be battling it out for the championship, and that's going to be a fight amongst the heavyweights. It's going to be the thriller in Manila, so as to speak. So let's look at the players actually winding up on the 18th. Tranquil view on the 18th hole at Chandigarh Golf Club. The hazard was put a few years ago, maybe 5 to 8 years back. Previously, it just used to be a bunker, but obviously that's added a lot of character to this beautiful hole. And you can see that shrubbery on the right of the hazard as well, adding to the general look of this golf course. And what a wonderful track. And it's become an annual pilgrimage for a lot of the golfers to come here and play this fantastic event. And under the COVID pandemic circumstances, to have this sort of an opportunity to compete at this level for this prize money, I think this is definitely a blessing for sure for all the golfers. And they're putting on their best game foot forward. Now we have a look at Manu on the ninth. Obviously, a little disgruntled. That can happen when you drop a few shots on the previous hole. You're a little irate with yourself, and that can actually feed off, and that's understandable. That's the frustration that can sort of seep through. And I think he might be here for his birdie, and let's hope for him to end his round on a positive note, because we want the players to do that, because it never feels good to end, drop a few shots and end badly. And all right, so he should make his par. And so Manu will actually end his tournament at tied 23rd at 5 under par. The score has not been updated, so I think he will end the tournament at 3 under par approximately, ladies and gentlemen. So that should be good enough for a tie for 29th. So not too bad. A finish in the top 30, but obviously that hole is going to cost him. Now, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, obviously wearing the Tiger Woods red and black for the last day. A very long hitter of the ball, Shivendra. I mean, now PGTI boasts of a lot of long hitters, and that's why, previously when we had interviewed our host, Jeev Milkha Singh, he had said that, the players today are good enough to play anywhere. And, that's no hollow statement. There's a lot of fact in that, because these players are really good. If you watch PGA Tour or European Tour golf and you try to compare the distances that they hit it, you'll see that the PGTI top golfers are also equally good off the tee and fantastically long. And that's a change that we're seeing in the last 10 to 15 years. We had a lot more skill only kind of players previously, in the previous generation, and power hitters were few and far in between. But now it seems like the norm. They're all hitting the weight room, trying to add pounds to their frame and obviously speed to their game. And a lot of them are successful in that. And now we have a look at the veterans, the very decorated Gaurav Ghai, making the cut, sort of fading away over the weekend. But let's see if he saved the best for last, like he did at the Western Cartwheel Masters back in the day in 1996. I think many of us wouldn't have been born at that point in time. I sure would have been, but a few of our younger viewers, look at that. As I said, the cream obviously rises to the top, and he is the creme de la creme of Indian golf. He's a crown jewel. He's one of the few players who's had more than 2 victories on the Asian Tour, and and I think almost in 3 decades. So it shows you that his longevity has also been there alongside his game. And now Digvijay, let's see if he can one up his compatriot, good friends on and off the golf course, Digvijay Singh, the Gurugram-based golfer. He's also a veteran on tour, won many times on the PGTI and an Asian Tour event that he very much deserved. Now he's taken his hand off the club. There is anxious moments. We can't quite see where the ball is. We'll soon find out. So Digvijay having a good day so far at 1 under and five under for the tournament. As we were able to see his ball, he's lucky there to just escape the water hazard and should be able to make his par from there. But a yard short, and that would have been a different story altogether. So obviously it's a game of fine margins, and those margins have been benevolent to him right now. So as we go on to the 18th, we have the group walking up on the 18th hole. So we have Anshul Patel, who was walking alongside Digvijay Singh and Gaurav Ghai, obviously soaking in all the lessons that he can from these veterans. Anshul at 3-0 for the day and 1 under for the tournament. So obviously not having the best of rounds today, but he would definitely relish this experience and be the better from it, and should definitely live to fight another day and take this experience and the prize money gained here. And maybe come back again stronger for the next leg at Digboy Golf Club.
Digvijay, of course, leaving himself a little bit of work just by the side of the green, leaving himself a little bit cute with that club off the fairway. Could be a bit of a miscue there. Digvijay, of course, great prowess with the wedge, so hopefully he can try to show us a little bit of a chip in here if he's listening to us. But definitely, by the looks of it, he is looking at the line for that. Gaurav Ghai, of course, giving himself a nice look at birdie on the 18th hole with Anshul Patel just past the flag. Digvijay Singh giving it a good look to see if he can trickle that ball into the hole from that spot off the green. As we look at the tee time of 8:30 coming onto the 18th with Anshul Patel and Gaurav Ghai and Digvijay Singh, all three of them together. Of course, our leader group will be coming in much later in Shiv Kapoor, Adil Bedi, and Rashid Khan, while Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan currently tied for the lead at 16 under par. Digvijay really meticulously looking at that chip shot, definitely trying to see if he can find his way into the hole. It's like a change of club there for him. It's debating in his head. Be interesting to see whether he takes the approach of a slightly higher lofted or a lower lofted club while Anshul Patel decides his putt. Solid try there by Anshul Patel, but a little bit too strong with that putt, giving himself another 3-footer coming back into the hole. That should be all right. Back to Digvijay Singh. Solid showing generally by Anshul Patel, not having the best day today. He's a 3 over par for the day. Digvijay seems to have taken the chip and run approach, left himself just a few feet shy of it. Not his best. We've seen him hit some really, really splendid chip shots in the past. In fact, a couple of them that we saw early on in the day today. Especially the one on the first hole itself, where he chipped it beautifully and almost made that chip actually. Jyoti Randhawa, who had picked up a bunch of shots at the start of the round, actually doesn't have the back nine going in his favor. Started off with birdies on first, fifth, and eighth hole to go into 3 under par for the day, but at the back nine, he seems to have started losing steam starting the 10th hole and has become even par for the day. Gaurav Ghai now, not having the best round of his life. He's a 3 over par for the day and left with just 2 under par in total. Should be able to make this putt and take that to 3 under for the tournament. Gaurav Ghai, like always, being extremely meticulous about his business. Does that have enough? Just missed that. Should tap it in for par. Varun Chopra, the amateur, has finished at a total of 4 under par, while Aryan Rupa Anand is still on the course. If he could muster up another birdie or two on the course, that could actually get him the best am. But as of now, Varun Chopra is the best am leader in the clubhouse. Udayan Mane has also tied up our leaders atop the leaderboard with Udayan, Rashid, and Shiv Kapoor now in a three-way tie for the lead at 16 under par, followed closely by Kshitij Naved Kaul, as well as Adil Bedi at 14 under. Adil has caught one shot at the back nine to go from 3 over to now 2 over for the day. Anshul Patel cleaning up on the 18th. Left with watching Digvijay from this group now, who will be cleaning up for par, which is left with like just about a 3 to 4 footer, slightly right to left putt on this 18th hole to be able to save his par for the day. Of course, interesting stuff happening atop the leaderboard now. Our Olympian is also up top. We've got our European Tour player Shiv Kapoor and the Asian Tour player Rashid Khan, all of them tied for the lead at 16 under par, looking at a splendid finish. It will come down, ladies and gentlemen, definitely to the 16th, 17th, and 18th holes, which are really going to be deciders. In fact, talking about deciders, just before the 16th, this run for 3 birdies also comes in the 15th hole, one of the toughest holes on the golf course. So that will also pose as a challenge for these gentlemen.
Absolutely. Digvijay Singh cleaning up for his par. Good week by Digvijay. I've seen him. Has not had the best of the year so far, but this should definitely be the motivation that he needed. It's going to move him up the merit list, taking him up maybe in the top 60, and look for him to do well.
This would finish him to -5 or better for the tournament. Digvijay Singh should be able to finish up around the tied 20th position, currently at tied 24th. We can only know once the scorecard is submitted as to what the final submission is like. We're going to look into what the next group is going to be coming in to this final hole. It's going to be Jyoti Randhawa, Mukesh Kumar, and Rajiv Kumar Jadiwal coming up onto the 18th hole next. Until then, we will go back to hole number 8, where we've got Veer Elawat, Sujan Singh, and Akshay Sharma. Veer Elawat, of course, from Gurgaon, and Akshay Sharma and Sujan Singh from Chandigarh itself, out here to compete. Sujan Singh has flown all the way from Dubai, where he is now spending most of his time at the CH3 Golf Academy.
So Rahul, coming back to our discussion about horses for courses, now we have 3 atop the leaderboard, and we're looking at Adil Bedi also making amends, and we're looking at Kshitij now with call at 14 under par. So if you were to put your money on someone, and I think this is the most important and interesting part for us, when we wait for this and try to find which player is it that we can actually put our hand on and say, yeah, this is the one who's going to be the champion after 18 holes. I, for one, feel that it's going to be Rashid Khan, because he's still, smarting from his loss at Delhi Golf Club a few weeks back, and he wants to prove a point that yes, I'm still the champion, I'm still the reigning king of Indian golf. And who do you think is going to be the one?
I think it could be any of these 3 players, and if you ask me to put my money on any one of them, I will not, because I'd rather save my money. This is looking too risky to me. We are taking a look now at Sujan Singh for his 15-footer or so on the 8th hole from the left edge of the green. Seems like he has given himself a nice birdie opportunity for this hole. And of course, Akshay Sharma has decided to become the inverted tiger on the final day.
An interesting story about Sujan. I remember back in the day, we were attending a coaching camp by Gary Byron, who had come down to India to coach. And, when he heard Sujan's name, he thought his name was Sir John Singh. So, he was always referring to Sujan as Sir John. So that was the moniker that we always attached when we were speaking to Sujan. We were all saying, Sir John is here. So obviously, he's been a winner on tour, and maybe he deserves that epithet.
Sujan also does behave a lot like Sir John, so I think it's a befitting name for the gentleman. Now, Akshay Sharma now, of course, been a winner on the tour. Great putt by Akshay Sharma on hole number 8. While we look at Sujan Singh now to clean up for that par. I like the way Sujan is really taking in less amount of time. We'll be going in shortly to watch an interview with Jeev Milkha Singh, our tournament host, the magnanimous and gracious Jeev Milkha Singh. Will be on your screens shortly.
A very good afternoon to our viewers. We are in conversation with Mr. Srinivasan, HR, Director, Take Sports Management Private Limited, and Joint President, PGTI, the driving force behind the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Thank you for taking the time out and talking to us. So to begin with, I would like to ask you, This event came into being in 2018. It's been a 4-year journey, but in a very short span of time, it has become one of the biggest draws on the Indian golf calendar. Your thoughts looking back, sir?
I think it's a great event. Um, it's very important for every sports person to honor uh, people who've achieved a lot in sport, and Jeev has done great things for Indian sport and golf in particular. And we are very humbled that we are able to join Jeev in bringing this tournament. And obviously, because of Jeev and because of the fact that it's a prominent calendar event, we've enjoyed overwhelming support to this event, and we're delighted with it.
Sir, I would like to ask you, what was the thought behind naming the Pro-Am event as the Milkha Singh Pro-Am Day, a tribute to the legend?
See, Milkha Singh ji was an icon of sport in India, and to me personally, he has always showered such a lot of affection, and he was a great supporter and participant of this event. I think it's only befitting that we name the Pro-Am after him, and we were really honored to do that.
Sir, this time it's a special occasion as we have live coverage on the ABP network, taking this event and Indian golf to a much wider audience. What do you have to say about that?
See, I'm very delighted with this partnership of ABP network with PGTI. It's very important that golf be a televised sport or be available on electronic media. And Indian professional golf, when it starts going through electronic media, it's good for the sport. You will attract a lot more sponsors. So I expect this to enable the PGTI and the Indian professional golf to grow considerably. And I'm very, very delighted and thankful to Mr. Kapil Dev for enabling this to happen.
Sir, Take has been instrumental in growing and supporting golf in India. Tell us a little bit about that.
See, every sport that is in a fledgling form needs some form of corporate support before it grows up into a big scale. At Take Sports, we basically decided that the event that we are going to focus on is golf, and we've done our little bit to try and see how the sport can grow, and we'll continue to do that in years to come. Yeah.
So lastly, before we wrap up, I'd like to ask you, you've been an athlete, you've competed in many marathons, you've been an avid golfer. So how integral is sports to your life, and especially golf?
Well, I try to keep myself fit, and therefore running has been one of the passions, at least till recently. Sport is very important just to keep, and golf is a personal passion to me. So I've tried to, but I know that I can't play golf with the level of skill that many of them play here. But I have great enthusiasm and passion for the game, so I'll continue to support it as long as I can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for talking to us and sharing your thoughts and for supporting this event. Thank you so much, sir. It's back to you in the studio. Thank you.
Back to the live coverage of the PGTI Jeev Milkha Singh Open, Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, that was H.R. Srinivasan, the man behind Take Sports, the man behind this tournament, and to give it off to Jeev Milkha Singh and put his name on the badge for this tournament. So that is H.R. Srinivasan, the leader of Take Sports and joint president of the PGTI. So it's great to have people like him aboard, people who are extremely passionate about sports and the game of golf as such. So it's great to have him as one of the leads on this tournament. So back to the action here. We just saw Mithun Pereira on that ninth green, while we have Veer Elawat now striding down into that ninth fairway.
Big thanks to Take Sports and Mr. Srinivasan for putting their hand out there and doing their bit for Indian golf. And obviously, he's an avid golfer himself, and that's the passion that stems from an organization from the top. I think that's very important. Any change that must happen must always happen at the top, and he's set an example for other corporate houses and even the government organizations to follow. And it's heartening to see that even government organizations have gotten involved with the sport. And obviously, take being the leader on this front as a corporate house, and seeing the inclusion of golf in Olympics. I'm happy to see that, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more support for golf going ahead. What a brilliant shot by Rajiv there.
Great shot by Rajiv Jatiwal, of course, taking his game from strength to strength and making full usage of a tournament at his home course. Talking about, take sports, so it also supports a lot of professional golfers. So it is great to see that, they're actually coming forward to take this game to its higher echelons, take the players up to higher tours and foreign tours and so on and so forth. So it's much thanks from us, all of us at the commentary box, as well as in fact from the team of PGTI for the support that they give to golf.
Shiv rallying now back to level par for the day and tied at 17 under with Rashid. So both of them have made birdies and moved up to 17 under par. Obviously, the 13th hole, the par 5, the very gettable hole for these players. Birdie is almost par for that hole for these players, and they've done well. Udian Mane at 16 under par, not capitalizing on the 14th. Adil Bedi making a birdie and moving to 15 under par. So I think it's fair to say. And then at 14 under par, we have Kshitij now with call. So it's between these five players, and they have only a few holes left to sort of stake their claim to this amazing championship. And now, talking about championships, here's the ultimate champion, Jyoti Randhawa.
Jyoti Randhawa now ready to take on his putt on the 18th green. He's got a putt for birdie. Left himself a pretty nice place for this flag location. A little bit uphill, a little bit from the right side is what that putt is going to break like.
I think about him, I've seen him practicing at Gurugram, at some of the golf ranges, and whenever he's there for practice, there's a lot of paraphernalia that he brings along with him. There is weights, there is exercise bands, there is resistant training tools, and so on and so forth. So you can see from him that he seems to be in fine fettle for the age that he is in. Seriously, his demeanor belies his age. He's just really in great shape, and that's a motivation for all the younger golfers to look at him and say that yes, we have to pull up our socks if we want to beat this guy.
Talking about great shape, Mukesh Kumar is one of those people who likes to keep his game in great shape. Of course, he's on the other side of his career now and probably looking at going towards the senior tour, but definitely one of those people who always stays around the lead, has not been playing so well off late, but definitely one of those guys who can make a comeback anytime. One of the most passionate people about this game of golf, who's won innumerable number of tournaments and also, completely changed his life due to the game of golf.
Look at his bent over posture, very different. If he's putting, he's almost as he's almost perpendicular. Look at that.
Seems to work, and I think everyone should be standing a little more perpendicular to the ground now.
What I meant to say, his upper body is almost parallel to the ground, and obviously a wrong mathematical term in live commentary that tends to happen. The mind needs to work a little faster, but all said and done, Mukesh Kumar cleaned the first birdie, and I'm telling you, he has no intention of going on any other tour. He's going to be dominating the juniors. He has no intention of playing with the seniors.
He's definitely got a lot more fire in the belly even now. So Mukesh Kumar is definitely someone that you can keep looking forward to watching. You will see him playing each and every tournament on the PGTI. And what I find amazing about the guy is that he actually still puts in the hard work that he used to earlier, and also has the same fire in the belly that he used to earlier. So he's going to go at it over and over again, doesn't get tired of traveling, going out of and staying at hotels and playing tournaments.
I think, Rahul, we definitely have to go to him and get a page out of his book. He's not given up till that age, and we've put in the towels early.
I'm worried about the commentary, and who the hell is going to do the commentary if we're not around?
Absolutely. But, horses for courses, and this is our course, is a commentary course, and we're enjoying it thoroughly because of the quality of golf that is on show here. Rajiv should make this. It'll make us really happy here.
A great putt there by Rajiv Jatiwal. A great finish for him, lovely for the gentleman.
Look at him, how overjoyed he is. You want to see this reaction from a player. He's not won the tournament, but you see the locals. He's a fan favorite, and everybody's so happy for a player like him. He's a very nice guy. And look at the congratulatory messages from his friends and everybody around. If you would see him, you'd think he's just won the tournament. And that's the joy of this game. Not everybody needs to win a tournament to feel like a winner.
Great to see Rajiv Jatiwal actually, making complete use of the tournament at home and playing well alongside Jyoti Randhawa and Mukesh Kumar. I'm sure it's been a splendid day for him. Nice to see the kind of golf that he's pulled off. Jyoti Randhawa, of course, couldn't capitalize on that early start and will be finishing with a 5 under on the scoreboard so far, unless and until he's made birdies on 16, 17, and 18. Karandeep Kochar seems to be making amends on the course today, and he's back to -7, although he had dropped a little too many shots early on in the day. Chikka Rangappa is also 3 under for the day. As we look at him, he has finished with a total of -7 on the scoreboard for a tie for 15th position. Shiv Kapoor, Rashid Khan, and Udayan Mane, of course, making things very, very exciting. Adil Bedi also trying to get back his game and is back to 15 under par. So definitely he's got a hold on that now.
Now back to the ninth hole. So John seems to be in prime position just under the hole. I think that's very tough to actually reach there, but that's where players actually aspire to be, just under that hole, have a nice uphill putt for birdie. As we look at hole number 8, opting to have the flag in.
Alap Ayal.
Let's see if that decision is the right one to keep the flag stick inside. Absolutely.
I'm sure, all the new players also and all the players watching this tournament, mind you that scoring is tough on the PGTI. So in case anyone is looking at getting into pro leagues very, very soon, do make sure your scoring averages are down, because clearly a good score is very, very essential. Having an average of about 2 to 3 under par on a regular basis is definitely something which will be required in pro golf. The tournament quality, the field quality has just been getting better and better. Players are getting better and better over and over every year. So great stuff happening on the PGTI. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to go anywhere. We can watch domestic golf. The standard is rather international.
Look at the flag stick. The flag stick has been peppered totally. There are 2 golf balls in close vicinity to the flag. So I think the water is also not scaring these players. I think you need to put a couple of sharks in there, I think.
Skill sets are so nice that, none of these players are really going to be scared of the water hazard over there. But definitely nerves do come into play looking at that hazard close enough to the flag location. So, it can make things very, very interesting. But yes, definitely these players are skilled enough, superb quality of play by them. And that's why these kind of things don't bother them so much.
But Rahul, coming back to your point that you said about pro golf and turning professional, looking at these scores, I think a lot of players could actually end up getting disheartened that if it's this difficult, you can always improve. So I would say that for younger players, obviously, this is the level you must aspire to be on the PGA Tour and be a major winner. But to understand that maybe this is a stepping stone towards that, but the stepping stone, the standards have really gone up, and you'll really have to improve your game, because, mind you, the standards, the difference on the PGTI and even the greater international tours is not that much right now, as the same sentiment was echoed by Jeev Milkha Singh during his interview. It's only that the conditions differ, the golf courses differ, the finances obviously of playing abroad are very very burdensome, very expensive affair to go and ply or trade abroad, and that's why a lot of these good players, maybe that's one of the reasons that Mukesh could not actually play a lot on the international tour. Otherwise, it's a sentiment shared by a lot of the international players also who I ever spoke with, that Mukesh could definitely have been a household name in international golf. So, a lot of these good players need the support from you, from corporate houses, from the governments and their respective state governments and so on and so forth, to support them, because they do have the potential to bring medals, to bring international laurels to this country, just as you had.
Surprisingly, Om Prakash Chauhan, who started off at 3 under par through 8 holes and 2 under through 9 holes, ended up making an 8 on hole number 10, still made 2 birdies after that to get himself back to even par. Unfortunate little quadruple bogey there for Om Prakash Chauhan. Some people like to call it a double par, for God's sake.
Yes, obviously a little bit of derailed his round, but that's okay. He's a seasoned veteran. As we look at our leaderboard, Rashid Khan and Shiv Kapoor still atop the leaderboard after 13 holes.
Shamim Khan also putting on a great show today. Is up 22 positions on the leaderboard. Is -5 for the day and -6 for the tournament. So great showing by Shamim Khan as well. And whoever was saying that a shorter hitter can't play Chandigarh Golf Club.
Absolutely. I think that would have been me. But I would deny that. I think definitely but he's not your regular short hitter. He's really blessed with the short game and accuracy. And look at that.
Great birdie by Sachin Basoya on hole number 18. Always nice to finish up strong.
And a good point for people watching is that when the ball gets wedged between the hole and the flag, you have to actually push the flag a little bit so that the ball does reach the bottom of the cup. You can't just pluck it out from there. So as you saw, Sachin did that.
Sachin Basoya has also been a very, very steady player on the PGTI, although not putting up a great show today. Was one over until this hole and should have finished at 7 under par for the tournament. He would have looked for a stronger finish, but nonetheless, he has been playing pretty well and taking his game from strength to strength.
Rahul, I have a feeling that maybe this tournament could actually go into a playoff. And it gives me Chandigarh has always had been a scene of playoffs, whether it was our amateur time or the professional tournaments, or even the last time when Ajitesh and Rashid were locked in a tussle. So I think that's where this tournament could go again.
You really never know, Shaurya. Actually, especially coming down towards the last stretch of this golf course, as the players make their way onto, they've already finished 13. As the players make way to hole number 15, 16, 17, 18, 15 being a tough par 4, 16th being a par 5, which a lot of players cannot reach because of the uphill nature of the green, and of course a very, very long approach shot coming in about 275 odd yards. Although it is definitely birdieable for guys like Rashid Khan and Udayan Mane because they can really hit that 3 wood a long way and get it up onto the green. So, you never know what is really going to happen. And then the guy who can hit it another 300 yards will also have a chance on 17th. And 18th is, of course, anyone's hole. So it'll be interesting to see what actually happens on now. I think it'll be 15, 16, 17. And 18th, I think we will have to leave it open to whoever hits a good wedge in.
Good round by Mari Muthu R as well. He's at 1 over for the tournament and 3 under for the day. So obviously that goes back to what we were discussing, that the players really want to move up the leaderboard. He's moved up 13 positions, so he was 61st out of the 62 players who had made cut, and he's moved up to 48th, and that'll mean some crucial prize money and moving up the leaderboard. We had Badal Hussain from Bangladesh shooting a 1 under today and 1 over for the tournament. You have K. Prabhakaran, the international player, finishing at level par for the week. Mithun Pereira, the short hitting but devastating Sri Lankan, finishing the tournament at 2 over par. And Aryan Rupa Anand at 2 under the amateur. So obviously the amateur laurels are going to go to Varun Chopra, who finishes the week at 4 under, and our congratulations to him, the amateur from United States of America. And joining him from that similar country is Digraj Singh Gill at 3 under par this week. And it's a lot of international flavor, if you may speak. And Om Prakash Chauhan, obviously not having the best of days today, was playing well. And from the top of the leaderboard, we had a look at Gaganjeet Singh Bhullar shooting a 6 under par today.
As we speak about the leader, Rashid Khan has taken the lead solo at 18 under par, followed closely by Shiv Kapoor at 17 under and Udayan Mane at 16 under, tied alongside Adil Bedi. So looking like Rashid is definitely back on the 8th hole, watching the group of Manav Jaini, Mohammad Akbar Hussain, and Mohammad Azhar. Mohammad Azhar and Mohammad Akbar Hussain definitely from Bangladesh competing here on the PGTI. Manav Jaini hit a long 50-footer putt for his birdie and tapped in for a par. Good putt there for Mohammad Akbar Hussain as well. Making their way on to the 9th hole now, while next on the tee will be players Ravi Kumar and Mari Muthu will be coming up shortly onto the 8th green. We're back onto the 9th green now, looking at one of the groups which started their game from the 10th tee box. We're looking here at the group of Badal Hossain from Bangladesh, Karthik Digvijay Singh, and Alap Ayal from Mysore. There's Alap Ayal lining up for his second shot on the ninth hole. The wind seems to have died down on the golf course now, surprisingly. Usually at this time of the day, you would see the wind does tend to pick up a little bit. Surprising changes in the weather conditions coming up at this picturesque golf club. What a shot there by Alap Ayal. Almost slam dunking that ball into the hole and leaves himself just about a 5-footer going downhill for birdie. Amazing shot by Alap Ayal while his fellow players tried down the fairways. Great day for golfing and a great day for people to come out and watch this tournament at the Chandigarh Golf Club. It's nice to see a star-studded field out here competing with great amount of under-par numbers on the leaderboard, and of course a tournament which is so graciously hosted by our host Jeev Milkha Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take Sports. We're at the Chandigarh Golf Club now for the final round. And you're looking at your leaders coming in shortly will be Rashid Khan at 18 under and Shiv Kapoor at 17 under. Star attractions of the field are Gaganjeet Bhullar, SSP Chaurasia, Shiv Kapoor, Ajitesh Sandhu, Jyoti Randhawa. The defending champion is Karandeep Kochar. Notable mention to all of our sponsors. Incredible India is our associate partner. Event partners are Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust. We also have event partners in Justice Kuldeep Singh Prakash Bhandari Foundation as well as Bhandari and Associates. So it's a good field here as well as a great host in Jeev Milkha Singh and of course to reality. Jeev has the rare distinction, of course, of being the only Indian to have won the Asian Tour Order of Merit twice over in 2006 and 8 with 14 major appearances and the best world ranking for any Indian golfer. 28th in the world ranking is the best that Jeev Milkha Singh has achieved. Of course, a couple of minutes later, he was also in an interview with our media head, Nikhil Kalan, and we saw him getting a little teary-eyed and emotional about what has happened in his family a couple of months ago. And Jeev hasn't really been playing much of golf, and he's glad to be out here, as he said. A great humility, and he was just thankful to the fact that his parents introduced him to the sport of golf, and the fact that he could have the opportunity in life to do what he loved to do thanks to his parents. So great stuff there, and of course, a graciously hosted event by the gentleman. And also the pro-am of this tournament, which was held a day before the tournament started, was called the Milkha Singh Pro-am, a tribute to the legend. We are down now on the 18th hole again, going over that mini Sukhna Lake. Group we are looking at now is Viraj Marappa, Vinay Kumar Yadav, and Amardeep Malik. Vinay Kumar Yadav has been playing rather well. Is at 1 under par for the day, and it makes up a total of -8 in the tournament. Amardeep Malik having a bit of a dry patch and having a dry run on the golf course, isn't having the best outing as one would like to.
It's a rather quiet day. The flags are not fluttering. The wind is down. Look at that golf shot.
Good shots there by Vinay Kumar Yadav.
So Vinay definitely making the most of that. I mean, just coming in with a sandwich, what looked like. Look at these players. For Viraj, it would be nothing more than an easy lob wedge, probably. Such a long hitter. So it's plays quite easy for the long hitters if they can actually put their drive in the fairway. Then the water is actually not quite impediment for them.
Amardeep Malik not having the best day on the golf course. He started the day at 7 under for the tournament and now is only 1 under par for the tournament. But has already hit a pretty stellar shot on the 18th. So hopefully he'll be able to get one back into the kitty.
Look for Viraj to go flag hunting on this one.
Viraj Marappa, of course, recently won a tournament and is also playing well today at 3 under par. Total of -10 for the tournament for Viraj. Moved up 4 positions on the leaderboard today for a tie of 9th position. Leaves himself a little bit cute with that second shot.
Got about 20 feet, a lot of backspin, 5 to 7 feet, probably, undercut that shot. Maybe was looking at 5 to 6 yards more. And so he should have 20 feet uphill. Not
very difficult to judge a shot where the flag is actually 24 yards inside, but appears to be just over the front edge of the green. So you're going over the hazard, and it appears to you that the flag is just over the hazard, but it's not really just over the hazard, about 24 paces in from the front edge. So it can be a little bit difficult to judge that shot.
I think what you're seeing at Augusta National, that the golf courses are actually remodeling and becoming longer to actually, still have the same kind of challenge for the players. Now, if I look at Chandigarh golf course, it's probably one of the longest in India, and we've played all our tournaments. And it used to be an intimidating track for all of us. But you're looking at these players, like on 18th hole, they're hitting sandwiches onto this back right flag. So obviously, they're hitting it a country mile. So, what can a golf course do? Maybe grow the rough a little more to make it more challenging, but that actually then plays into the hand of the longer hitter even more. So, I mean, what is the way to level the playing field?
I think growing the rough really is one way to do it. It can really make the golf course a lot tougher. People who are not long hitters, so they might be short or medium length hitters, but if they keep it in play and they can get their ball, like their approach shots, close enough to the flags, they will have good opportunities to look at birdies. But there's pretty much not another way. You could make the greens a lot harder, and put a lot more pressure on their approach shots. I'm not sure if that's a very fair way of doing things, because the end of the day, you're left to the mercy of the ground as to what it'll do with the ball. But I'd say definitely growing the rough would be nice, because it also adds immense amount of skill to the game. You miss the green, you have to hit some flop shots into the flags. You have to really control that spin rate. I think that is the best way to sort of change the complete nature of a golf course.
Absolutely, but you're seeing there's a sea change and a shift that is happening. Obviously, towards the power players, you had Viraj dominating at Delhi Golf Club, Khalin Joshi, another power player who dominated Jaipur. So obviously, a lot of these long hitters are coming to the fore, and maybe the players who are not hitting it that far need to get to the weight room and start pumping some iron.
Talking about iron, that's exactly what longer hitters usually hit at Delhi Golf Club, and I think that's what they do to keep the ball in play. But most other golf courses, they'd be hitting woods, and be very difficult for them to hit all fairways, right? So it's actually rough is the best way to sort of change that conundrum. Also, there's a book written by a statistician from
Oh, look at that! It
great
makes it
finish there by for Viraj Marappa on the last hole. Made that putt for birdie. Superb, stellar stuff by him.
so the long hitter can roll his rock and right into the hole.
So actually, there is a lot of advantage for the longer hitters. So they say that even if you're in the rough, but you're 330 yards down into the rough, you're probably just chipping out onto the green. Having said that, it is not the end of the world if someone is, hitting it short, like a Shamim Khan for that matter. He's already posted a 5 under par on the scoreboard. So it is not the end of the world to be doing that.
Yes, obviously, you'd have to make up and be brilliant in other departments. It just makes golf more colorful. And I think, I've always felt that, the great saying, you drive for show and putt for dough. But the fact is that, the galleries really love seeing a long drive. You come and look at that beautiful putt by Amar. The galleries, they love seeing long hitters, and you're seeing what Bryson is doing. The crowds actually the crowds get ecstatic on seeing a 330-yard drive, and I think a lot of our players are capable of that. Obviously, they add to the flavor, and for the viewers, they can see the different ways in golf how it's played. Like I was a medium hitter all throughout my career, so I would identify with more of players like that. So you can actually see a kind of player and maybe hone your game and try to see what suits your.
The ideal mix-up, if I may, would be to hit your drivers really, really long and sort of unleash the beast on it. But as soon as you get into your three wood or even your irons, you're looking at containing yourself and being more accurate with it. So I would really say that recommend, in fact, that you should smash that driver as hard as you can, give it as many yards possible in the air, and thereafter take it from there. Get some good yardage control into it.
Now look at the ninth hole now. You can see the flag is fluttering a little more. Maybe it's going to welcome the leaders soon on the back nine and make things more interesting. There's some good shots here on the ninth hole.
That would be the group of Muhammad Azhar and Muhammad Akbar Hussain, as well as Manav Jaini coming in
All
to
three
this
golf
hole.
shots really nice, and I thought that the front flag would actually yield a lot more birdies, and maybe we're seeing that kind of shots that this flag I thought originally would have.
Superb shots by all these gentlemen. I think they've primed themselves up for a good look at birdie on this ninth hole. I do not think that that front flag is easy at all. It's in fact going to add a lot of pressure to the accuracy of your iron play. But clearly, these gentlemen don't seem to have any problems on that end.
These guys are good, as they say. Manav Jaini there.
Manav Jaini seems to be the closest to the hole. If there was a competition here, he's about 5 feet away on that right and slightly above the hole. Should
Manav
be able to make that putt.
Manav Jaini, 2 over for the day, 5 over for the tournament. Not an ideal day, so maybe he can end it on a good note. I'll look at our leaders now. Our leader, Rashid Khan, is at 18 under par after 14 holes. We have Shiv Kapoor trailing him by a shot, and Udyan Mane at 16 under par. So Rashid Khan and Shiv Kapoor are playing a game of musical chairs, it seems, at this point in time. There you have the leaderboard.
Great to also see all the local guys doing pretty well. Adil Bedi, Kshitij Naved Kaur, Abhijit Singh Chadda, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Karandeep Kocher. All of them up there. Karandeep Kocher, of course, would have liked to have a much more stellar outing considering that he's the defending champion. But sometimes it's just difficult to carry that weight on your shoulders, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the weight of expectations of the local crowd. He's the number one, the defending champion. Obviously, a lot of expectations, but I think that's not something that can directly be attributed. Sometimes the game just does not fire. He shot a 7 under par yesterday, and today having a very quiet day at 1 over par. But obviously, he'll use that to maybe extend his lead on the order of merit.
We'll be looking now on the ninth hole at Mohammad Azhar going at that birdie putt. Great shots by all these gentlemen coming into the ninth hole, the last hole for them, the 72nd hole for these gents.
It's so important to keep the focus up even right now. And as we look at this final group who teed off from the back nine, Mohammad Azhar at 5 over for the day and 8 over for the tournament. So not an ideal outing. And Akbar Hussain also in this group at 1 under for the day and 2 over for the tournament.
As we were speaking yesterday, sometimes it is very, very possible that a lot of the players could have lost steam coming into the fourth round and the third round, depending on what kind of expectations they have of themselves. And of course, it can also tend to get a lot tiring with 4 rounds back to back of grueling tournament life, which of course is a lot stressful mentally as well. And these gentlemen have already played 6 rounds of tournament golf this week, including the practice round and the pro-am.
And they'll have to pack their bags and travel to a new location in Assam, and obviously it's quite stressful, and that's why you need good fitness and mental fitness and everything else that goes along with being a sportsman, because you just have to keep playing week in, week out.
Back on the 18th hole with SSP Chaurasia. Superb shot there for SSP Chaurasia from the left rough, leaving himself for a good look at birdie at putt, 15 feet uphill putt. What a lovely effort there from the position that he was in.
SSP Chaurasia, maybe he can end in style and make a birdie, and then at the present moment he's at 8 under par for the tournament. SSP playing alongside Hani Besoya and Ajitesh Sandhu. Hani, who's there on our screen, in prime position to attack this flag. Look for this to be close. Very aggressive player.
Honey, of course, 1 over for the day today, not having the best outing, but that's a pretty stellar shot there for him. Looking at a right to left going up the hill onto that 18th hole. Good look at birdie for both these gentlemen. Third with them is Ajitesh Sandhu, local favourite, -2 for the day and 10 under for the tournament. Very, very steady player. Was looking forward to seeing him shooting some 8 or 9 under pars, which he very well can. Unfortunately, haven't had the good fortune of seeing that this week.
Ajitesh not quite visible on our screen somehow. I think might be in a spot of bother on this hole. There he is. I think he's on the right side of the fairway coming out of the rough. So that's going to be a tricky shot because I think that from that angle the water really comes into play. So I look for him to have a safety first approach, maybe play to the front left of the green and just try to make his four and come out of this unscathed.
But I think from that position, if he can put himself into the middle of the green, would be great. Other than that, I don't think he would have much of a chance unless and until the lie is really good. Of course, very, very skilled player again should be able to take it on if the lie is pretty good.
That seems to be quite a way far behind. I think he might have about, let's say, 170, 175, 80 yards to the flag. And I mean, it'll be a miracle shot if it's on the green, given the water, the hard green. I think it's a very exciting view for all our viewers. Let's see what he does.
One of the most consistent ball strikers that I've ever come across, Ajitesh.
Seems to be okay. Yeah, just pitching on the back edge of the green and has gone over the green as expected. But that's a good shot from there. I think that's
I think that's a smart shot, I would say, by Ajitesh. Give himself, put himself at the back of the green, and that should be fine considering that, you're already in the rough, pins right up in line with that mini Sukna Lake. So, going right over that and being too cute with that flagstick probably wouldn't be the best decision.
thing that can happen from that rough is that in the blink of an eye you can actually catch a flyer and you can go over the green into the out of bounds behind, and that can happen from the rough. So he's controlled that distance pretty well.
So no matter how good a ball striker you might be, it's very, very important to put things into perspective as to where your ball lies, what situation you are in the tournament, and also how well you have been playing off late. And keeping that in mind is very, very important. Just because you are in the top 10 playing well and stuck up in a situation which might not be the most favorable, does not mean that you go for it at all times. So that could be a little bit of a learning for all the people who might be watching this, especially the junior golfers. Just because the flag is tucked in and just because one is playing under par actually means that you have to plan your day a lot more better.
Absolutely. I think that's what they say. Just take your medicine and get on with it. There's something called a brilliant par and a brilliant bogey as well. So you have to adapt to the situation. If you put yourself in a tricky place, just extricate yourself from that and don't try to compound your errors. That's something that a good professional never does.
SSP, of course, keeping it steady today at even par, sticking around at -8, tied for 11th position.
SSP now with his unique style of reading the line, the diminutive golfer, but is able to get the ball out there, and that's one of the reasons that he's a multiple-time winner on the European Tour, a three-time winner on the European Tour is SSP, and a brilliant putter. That putter is something that he's made his living off. Now Ajitesh surveying his chip shot. Look for this to roll a little to the right. This will be an interesting chip shot for Ajitesh. But if you remember, we saw him on the first hole having a very deft touch and getting the ball, nestling it close to the pin. So he'd be looking to do that again. Now you see that SSP is actually playing out of turn to speed up play, and that's what professional golfers do. They're like, if I'm ready, I'll just go ahead, and that's one of the changes that has happened. Ready golf. So if you're ready, you shoot and go ahead. And let's see SSP with that alignment technique. I'm not too sure what that does for him, but whatever it is, definitely works. Let's see if it's going to do the trick this time.
I think I'd like to see some ready golf tournaments in the future, really fast play, finishing 18 holes in 3 hours. Not enough for SSP Chaurasia there. We'll have to clean up for par.
I think if you want to have tournaments round in 3 hours, I suppose players like myself should be afforded the luxury of a golf cart.
You can be the commentator.
I knew that was coming. Let's have a look at Ajitesh. Now, this is a very difficult shot because there is water in the background. I know that's not in play, but when there is water in the foreground, that you don't have that flamboyant high shot. You feel a little nervy on that, so maybe might just roll it. Because that is there on the back of your mind, like that shot that we saw on the 8th hole by one of the players. Obviously, Ajitesh is a very experienced campaigner, but my My gut tells me he's going to go for maybe a little bit of a lower shot, which
Actually, on this hole from the back edge of the green, there's a little bit too much of slope to mitigate. So the players cannot really go with a chip and roll shot. Instead, they will have to loft the first part so that they can at least take care of the first ridge at the back of the green, which you can tell from where the shadow is. That there's that first ridge that the player needs to fly over, then let the ball release up towards the hole. So there are a lot of things that we can't really tell from a camera angle, but I know that that ridge exists over there and difficult for a player to hit a chip and run. If his ball was probably 5 yards towards the right side, he could have taken the run approach.
seems like you're very familiar with that territory, Rahul. You have given us a detailed thesis on that, and but Ajitesh has hit a brilliant shot. You see how what I really like about him is his rhythm, and it hasn't changed. That was a tough situation he was in, and he's hit a good chip shot.
But Honey Bessoya now putting for birdie. The total of -8 so far, looking to finish at -9 for this tournament.
Sort of a multi-compound putting shaft that he has.
It's called the stability shaft, and it's sort of made of one different composite for that black part, and it's got the steel on the other part. Sort of adds to the stability of the putter. I have no idea how that works, but I could do with a stable putter myself.
Yeah, I think Ajitesh would echo that sentiment. He needs a stable putt right in the hole right now. That would be a brilliant par for him. That would be a to salvage a par after that tee shot. He'd be happy to take that.
Ajdesh Sandhu trying to find form again after, of course, being a multiple winner on the PGTI and also internationally. So he's looking at getting his form back again. And of course, most of these players, the international ones, are going to be leaving the country and going out and play some international events very, very soon, as mentioned by Jeev Milkha Singh a couple of minutes earlier in his interview.
uh, our leaders Rashid and Shiv Kapoor have all managed to make par on the 15th hole. So has Udyan Mane. So obviously Rashid still holds that one shot cushion heading to the 16th hole, and Shiv Kapoor trailing him by one shot. Udyan Mane by another shot, tied alongside Adil Bedi, who has made a birdie on 15. So obviously Adil is also in a resurgent mood now, two back with three to play. I think that's a very realistic chance. Now, all four of them are in the tournament because a two shot lead with three to play. The 16th, 17th, and the 18th are all birdieable holes for these players. So, look for things to be very interesting now. And soon we are going to take you on the 17th hole.
I think I will be looking at Adil Bedi very, very closely, considering that he has got himself back from that 3 over start for himself past 6 holes. And seeing that he's already catching on the birdies and catching on the fire on the golf course, I think you'll have to look out for him because 16, 17, and 18th, if you're coming in good form, catching some confidence from your past few holes, I think that'll be a good start.
I think also the fact that it's their home course, it's going to make a lot of difference because playing in your own backyard, you're aware of the lines. Putting is not really a mystery. You've made a lot of birdies on that, so definitely that is an advantage for a player who's playing on his home course. So maybe that is something that he can. That's the kind of experience that he can bank upon, and we can see our screen Ajitesh Sandhu rounding up the top 10 at 10 under par. Viraj Madappa ninth alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda. Yuvraj Sandhu at 12 under par, tied with Dhruv Sharan, and Kshitij Navit Kaul at 15 under par. Adil Bedi, who we just spoke about right now, tied third with Udyan Mane. Rashid Khan leading, and Shiv Kapoor in hot pursuit.
Good stuff happening out there. Dhruv Shoran also has caught up those 2 shots that he had dropped early on in the day. Seems like the coach is doing a good job on the bag. So looks like we will be able to see Dhruv Shoran maybe finishing another shot or two better than that coming in from 17th and 18th. But of course, we are going to be keeping our eyes out for our leaders Rashid Khan, Shiv Kapoor, Udayan Mane, and Adil Bedi. All of these four names just about coming into that bend of 16th, 17th, and 18th.
Yes, that's what we spoke about earlier about Dhruv, and how he's able to bounce back from a bad front nine. So he's done well. He's been two under on the back nine, and that's a commendable effort. But sometimes you can actually get, bad holes get the better of you, and you can compound the errors. It's so important to be even keeled and look at the bigger picture. He had a brilliant round yesterday, and he's sort of keeping it together and ending in top five will definitely be a handsome paycheck.
The interesting thing about the 16th and 17th Shaurya is that you could actually end up eagling one or two of them. And that could change the look of this leaderboard tremendously. And you never know. This is golf, and you don't know until the fat lady sings. So anything can really happen out there on this golf course today. Things are looking extremely tight atop the leaderboard. Definitely not going plus 20 under par, unless and until Rashid and Shiv do make a little bit of movement coming into that bend.
I believe the golf course is also playing a little longer than what it does. The ball is not really rolling out as much as it used to. So a hole like the 16th, I see the leader group, Rashid, Shiv, and Adil. They might be able to get there in two with two lusty blows, but maybe just to the front edge at best, unless they really, cut the corner on 16th from the right hand side, and then they can take that risk and try to reach into. Otherwise, it's playing a little long today. But definitely a birdie hole, and they'd have the adrenaline definitely flowing through their veins on that hole, and I think they can get there in two. Shiv has shown that he's been able to hit it long on demand. So let's see, there could be at least two birdies or maybe an eagle, as you said.
Waiting for the action to come back onto our screens shortly. While we look at the leaderboard, Viraj Madappa, of course, has finished well at 11 under par, and Abhijit Singh Chadda is tied alongside him. So good stuff happening out there for our young golfers. Viraj Madappa, of course, has jumped up 4 spots today on the leaderboard to finish at 9th position. Some good rounds today by Gaganjeet Bhullar, 6 under par. Syed Saqib Ahmed, 3 under with Divyanshu Bajaj, as well as Vikrant Chopra, 5 under par. Shamim Khan, 5 under par for the day. Ashok Kumar, Harinder Gupta, Manu Gandas, all three of them finishing at 3 under par. Interestingly, I would like to see what's going on with Manu Gandas. Manu Gandas actually made a double bogey on hole number 8 to finish his round at -3. He was playing 5 under par for the day. It was an unfortunate break for him. Nonetheless, he's a tournament winner just a couple of weeks ago, doing well and hopefully taking that from strength to strength. Amardeep Malik finished 5 over for the day. Unfortunate twist and turn for him, finishing only with a total of -2 for the tournament. Anshul Patel, that left-handed golfer, finishing with a total of -2. The other left-handed golfer, Karthik Sharma, has finished with a total of -7. So good stuff. Of course, we are still waiting to look at the next group coming into the 18th hole. We will now be looking at the group of Abhijit Singh Chadda, Karandeep Kochar, as well as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu while they walk up onto this 18th green.
So as I said, Rashid was my contender. I thought he would be someone to watch out for. What do you think now? Is that lead good enough?
It's a very difficult thing to say. Like I said, a lot of things can change around 15 to 18th. So we will have to really wait and watch. Each one of them has already made par on the 15th. So we are now looking at 16th, 17th, and 18th. So whoever can capitalize on 16th and 17th, especially. I don't think 18th is the easiest flag of the day, but definitely can be a find for some of them in the leader group. But definitely 16th and 17th could change the look of this tournament completely.
Yes, I think it's very interesting times up ahead. And as we predicted, 18th is going to be pivotal. And you look for some birdies here. What's been a little unfortunate is the wind has not really picked up. Obviously, that's good for the players, makes it a little easy. But we as viewers obviously know the importance of the wind and how difficult it can make this golf course. Look
We
at
are
that.
back to some other action in Chandigarh, which is the Sukna Lake. We're not sure which those hills are so far. I think those are the
Stunning.
Morni Hills, but they are also called Stunning Hills, apparently.
Okay. I mean, look at the view. What a tranquil view right next to the golf course, and just adding to the beauty of this tri-city, being a perfect host for this tournament, and from one water body to another.
Karandeep Kochar.
This one not as desirable by the players.
They like to call it the mini Sukna Lake, some place that no one wants to be. That Karandeep Kochar now will be taking his shot first on the 18th, with Abhijit Chadda also in the fairway, as well as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also in the fairway on this last hole. Of course, the best angle here, I would say, is for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, going in that angled approach towards that flag onto the right top of the green, right over the hazard. gives him way more room between between the edge of the green and the flag to work with. Karandeep Kochhar, our defending champion, to go first. Karandeep Kochhar is 1 over for the day through 17 holes and -8 in total for the tournament. So not a bad showing for him. He's had a bit of a slow week, 72, 70, 65. And now he is 1 over for the day. Definitely looking at making birdie and finishing it at least even par for the day.
Look for this to be close again. I think I've said that many times, and I've been proved right each time. Let's see what Karandeep can do here. Just a short little shot for him, maybe 100 yards. Oh,
Like a
look
pitch
at-
and putt looks like, doesn't it?
I mean, is it actually that easy? I don't think it is.
Did he just make it look that easy? I better start riding my bicycle again.
Is the water even there?
What water?
Look at that golf shot. But that shows you the homegrown talent. I mean, he's the number one player. He's a top ranked player. And in fact, he was one of the only amateurs to win on the PGTI. As an amateur, he won the professional event at Tollyganj Golf Club in Kolkata. So he has a lot of pedigree.
Absolutely. I think a tournament director might have to find some new flag locations, probably some of them within that mini Sukna Lake, because clearly none of the players seem to be intimidated by that flag location. I think they're all getting used to it, and they're not shying away from taking it on. So definitely, maybe the next one needs to be either in the drink or maybe on the brink.
I think definitely in the drink to make things interesting. Now let's look at another. I'm betting there's going to be another fantastic golf shot.
Another super solid player, Abhijit Singh Chadda, waiting for him to actually catch some heat. That's also a pretty good shot, giving himself a nice uphill look at birdie from about 15 odd feet. Slight left righter, will straighten out in the end.
All of maybe 12, 14 feet for his birdie.
Little longer from this side angle, as we can tell, probably about 15 to 18 feet. But nonetheless, putting prowess of these gentlemen should be able to take this birdie on. As we quickly move along, and whoever is joining us now, looking into the final few holes, I'm sure some of you have just about joined us. We are at the Tata Steel PGTI Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, presented by Take Sports. I am your host Rahul Bajaj, alongside Shaurya Singh. The star attractions in the field this week are Gaganjit Bhullard, SSP Chaurasia, Shiv Kapoor, Ajitesh Sandhu, Jyoti Randhawa, the defending champion Karandeep Kochhar, and of course, our gracious host, Jeev Milkha Singh. Our associate partners are Incredible India. Event partners are the Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust, Justice Kuldeep Singh Prakash Bhandari Foundation from Chandigarh, Bhandari and Associates, a law firm, again from Chandigarh. So good stuff happening around here. An interesting day. We've got Rashid Khan leading the way at 18 under par. We have Shiv Kapoor at -17 and followed closely by Udyan Mani, the Olympian, at -16, joined by Adil Bedi, who has just about got his 3 shots back from the course, which he had dropped early on in the day. So good stuff happening on the course. A lot of young names on the leaderboard. And grow in an international format.
Absolutely. The game is where it is because of benefactors like them, and their vision for the game is obviously grand. And long may this partnership continue.
Talking about grand, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has a little bit of a grand putt there. And another grand gentleman on our screens now, Shiv Kapoor, the gentleman who is one back at 17 under, but seems like he has got the lead. So I think he might have made birdie on the 16th hole. Let's just refresh and see what's going on with our lead. And Shiv Kapoor is at -17 with the lead on the
Very good observation.
17th tee box.
It still shows Shiv at maybe still to update, but we know that he's taken the honor, so would have made birdie. And this is
Shiva's given
going
it a
to,
nice whack on that drive. Hopefully, he's got the right line.
there we have the ball spotters and visitors as well.
Lovely to see the crowds out in Chandigarh this afternoon. Of course, great weather is supporting. There we are. Shiv Kapoor has tied the lead at 18 under par now. So the 17th and 18th, of course, are going to be extremely exciting holes for all of us, including us in the commentary box, and as well as you all who are able to watch this on YouTube. And of course, the people who are on ground in Chandigarh are having the best time with great host in Jeev Milkha Singh, a great sponsor in Mr. Srinivasan, and of course, superb conditions on the golf course, great golf being played, and the weather conditions couldn't be any better than this. I mean, these weather conditions are superb to just watch a great round of golf and as well as enjoy a brunch right after.
Absolutely, and you look at Shiv Kapoor, sort of resurgent. You look at Udyan Mane with the 5 under par round, and the tale has a lot to be told still. And Adil Bedi, who is also on the 17th, so maybe his score will be updated in a bit. And I reckon he should be able to make a birdie as well. And I think Shiv, Rashid, and Udyan all made a birdie on 16th.
Think Rashid didn't make a birdie, and that is quite surprising because we really thought that Rashid would also be gunning for that. But Udayan has made a birdie on the 17th to stay within a shot. Of course, Udayan is playing ahead of the leader group. He is not playing in the leader group, so he will be coming in next.
And look at Adil Bedi now visualizing. This is going to be a very, very important shot for him. And I think maybe just hit the green and make one putt and maybe just make eagle. You never know. It's possible with their length. This whole plays about 300 yards, 310 over the tree, so they can definitely reach this green.
Nice solid golf swing there by Adil Bedi. Just taking it on from the right side towards that green. Quite happy with the way it's turned out. We will know very, very shortly where those balls have landed up. But clearly, these gentlemen going neck to neck and not taking it easy on one another. As you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, there might be handshakes on the first tee. There might be handshakes on the 18th green after they finish. But on the course, definitely, each one is trying to get their business done.
Absolutely. We also saw Ashok Kumar there supporting his friend Rashid Khan, walking with him. And that's something that is very nice to see amongst professional golfers. They finish their own round and go and support their friends and colleagues, and that's a very good positive movement. And as you saw previously with Shubhankar caddying for Angad.
Our order of merit leader now finishing with a birdie on the 18th hole to finish strong on this Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. He is also the defending champion for this tournament.
Good showing by him.
All friends and local boys, and that's why there's such a great crowd out here to watch them playing. An amazing day for even all of us to be able to watch this great show of golf called Chandigarh Golf Club, a great setting for a superb tournament like the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational. We are going to be waiting now for the next group to come in, which will have our Olympian Udyan Mane at 17 under par, playing alongside Kshitij Naved Kaul and Dhruv Shoran.
The tone of the day is definitely birdies on the 18th hole. I think moving the flagstick to the right has actually not deterred them. They're more aggressive and going for the flag, so it's actually yielding more birdies.
Udyan definitely needs a birdie on the last hole to tie for the lead and give the group at the back a few jitters, if I may.
Absolutely. Udyan at 17 under par definitely needs a birdie here, at least a birdie. Maybe just hold it out from there.
One of the best crowds that get pulled out are in Chandigarh Golf Club. You know, such cultured people. Everyone loves the sport of golf, and everyone comes out and supports players. Literally appreciates each and every shot, and very, very cultured about their golf. So they will always be on the sidelines. You won't hear their mobile phones. Very, very cultured people. It's an amazing place to be. An amazing place for the golfers also, the pro golfers, to be able to enjoy their game between such a great supportive crowd.
The Chandigarh and Punjab as such has a legacy of producing good sportsmen like Gaganjit Bhullar. He's from Kapurthala, and a lot of Olympians and hockey players from there. and that's visible now, especially in the players from Chandigarh. They're all really, really good, and all of them are capable of winning tournaments here and abroad. And who better to embody that than Jeev Milkha Singh, a son of the soil?
Absolutely. Jeev Milkha Singh, the son of legend Milkha Singh, after whom he named the Pro-Am this year, is called the Milkha Singh Pro-Am, a tribute to the legend. While speaking about that, we have Kshitij Naved Kaul making his notes, checking what he wants to do. He's already checked the number on that flag, looking to attack it. He's at 15 under par for the tournament. Superb playing even by Kshitij Naved Kaul. Good totals coming up over there. The top of the leaderboard really is quite dense. We've got 18, 18, 17, 16, 15, 12, 11, and 10 under par. And all this comprises, for you, ladies and gentlemen, the top 10 of this leaderboard. So scoring is tough out there, and definitely all the players out here are only looking to make birdies. Though that complete top 10 is full of red numbers.
As you look at the 18th hole, Kshitij Naved Kaul currently at 15 under par. So obviously he's not going to win the tournament, but these top 5, 6 positions, there's a lot of difference in prize money, and let's not forget those world ranking points for the top 5 players. Currently, Kshitij is fifth at 15 under par, so he is obviously 3 shots ahead of the sixth position, but a birdie can move him into tied fourth with Adil Bedi. So it's all serious business right now.
A lot of small movements in his golf swing that he has to take care of, right? All the small movements that he has to take care of while making his practice swings and checking them. Quite meticulous about his business, I must say. And that visualization technique, of course, I'm sure a lot of kids will be doing these visualization techniques as we move along. I won't be surprised to see that on the golf course shortly.
Even while holding a sand wedge, the distance is so far away. If you look at the butt of the club, it's almost a foot and a half from his sternum. So it's that technique. Obviously, he follows it down through all the way to the putter.
Well, I guess he's found his formula, and it works for him. Like we spoke earlier, he has left himself about 18-footer downhill from the back of the flag, and I think a smart way to play that shot. Still gives himself a solid chance at birdie. He will be standing further away from that putter as well, but I'm sure he will give that a good go.
At 20 feet downhill, makeable putt, and so he's definitely secured his world ranking points and a good handsome paycheck as well.
Good stuff there for Kshitij Naved Kaul coming in. He's also been trying to find some form. He mentioned in an interview a couple of days ago that he has been working on his yardage control. Another good shot there for this flag location. Kshitij mentioned a couple of days ago that he's been working on his yardage control and also his putting. There we have Dhruv Shoran from the left side of the bunker. Seems like that ball didn't cut enough for him into the fairway. He's going to still give it a good whack, which he has.
That'll be a tricky shot over the water hazard. Oh, look at that.
Solid shot there for Dhruv Shoran as well, given himself a good look at birdie from 15 feet under the flag. We've seen other players over there earlier. It plays a little bit slow, so hopefully Dhruv has heard that and goes around and makes that birdie and finish another under par round for himself.
I think he's done well under the watchful eyes of his coach. The coach would be pleased with her pupil, and he's done well this week. And with that par, he remains at 12 under. And if he's able to make a birdie, he would move at 13 under par and into a solo sixth. So it's very important that these players make the most of the final hole.
Udayan Mane has definitely given himself a good look at birdie, and most likely and hopefully he will be making that putt. That will add some pressure onto that leader group coming in now. Finally, onto the 18th hole very, very shortly. And we will also come to know the news of what happens on the 17th hole, which is, of course, a birdieable par 4, especially if your drive ends up falling into the fairway. You will have a good look at birdie, or some of them even eagle.
Absolutely. But I think it's imperative that Udayan holds his putt if he has to have any hope of getting into a playoff with Shiv oblique Rashid, depending on how the events of this evening pan out.
Incidentally, one of our event partners, Gyan Sagar, also is involved with good work for the people from the humble background and help them with some medical support. So, all of our sponsors actually doing some really, really good work out for the people of the country.
and that's really good and very heartening to hear. And the good thing about initiatives like that is obviously you get good karma, and I'm sure these companies and these people are a believer in that, and obviously helping people from the impoverished backgrounds and not so fortunate as the others. And the good thing about supporting a game like golf is that I think it comes under the CSR category of a company. So obviously, that is also a way of giving back to society, because it's not just a sport. You have these players and you have these experienced veterans who play in the country, and their household is run by this particular games. Is the only way and means for their livelihood. So obviously, this is a very, very important week for them, as you saw with a player like Rajiv Kumar Chatiwal. He's not a top player. He's been more of a journeyman player, but that 20th position was worth its weight in gold for him. You saw how ecstatic he was. So
Absolutely, you couldn't have said it any better. It was an important tournament for him, and of course, a good paycheck playing alongside Jyoti Randhawa, Mukesh Kumar, and another one of the dreams come true for any player. So, and to be able to perform, that's even better. So, good stuff for him. Of course, Dhruv Shoran also would be looking to secure his card, and this week should be good enough for him to secure it. He's been riding on 51st position, but definitely strong finish over here would be even better of sure, and leaves it a little bit shy, but that shouldn't be a problem. He will still finish at 12 under par for the tournament, tied for sixth position, and should be able to get a good enough paycheck to secure his position and move into the season finale.
coming back to the 18th hole.
Kshitij Navezhkol, of course, meticulously working on that putting stroke, making sure that it's moving in the right direction for him.
There are two kinds of golfers. There are meticulous golfers and field golfers. Obviously, Kshitij Navid Kaul is definitely a meticulous golfer and looking to make this putt after all the preparation, now being rewarded for that. It reminded me of the saying of one of my favorite movie, Good, Bad, and Ugly. There are two kind of people in this world: one who talk and one who shoot. If you wanna, when you gotta shoot, shoot, don't talk. So a lot of shooting going on by the players here.
Talking about shooting, we've got Udayan Mane now, the Olympian, on that putt for birdie. That will help him tie the lead as of now, while the rest of the players are still on the course. Kshitij Navezhkol also would have a strong finish, would finish with a total of minus 15 for the tournament and solo on fifth position.
So this is what it comes down to. Very, very important putt.
I'll put my money on Udayan Mane to make this putt and tie for the lead.
Let's hope he does. It'll definitely spice up the proceedings of this evening.
Oh my God. So definitely Udayan will remain at 17 under par and at the third position as of now. I just lost my money to Shaurya Singh, and Udayan, I will call you up to take that back. I'll send you my Paytm details.
I feel lucky. So, anyways, a brilliant week by Udayan, obviously.
Good job by him. He's been trying to find form, and he's back on it. He shot 69, 68, 67, another 67 today. So back-to-back 67s to finish that tournament for him. And each of the days, he's basically bettered himself. Started with 69, improving it with a 68, and then consecutive 67s. While Kshitij Navezhkol now going to find his way back into the hole to finish that 72nd hole for himself, to finish at 15 under par for the tournament and a -2 for the day. Good finish for him as well, because he's been also trying to find some form over the past few months. Good stuff. Nice firm putt for Kshitij Navezhkol to finish off and clean up for the day. Now, interesting last group coming in now onto the 18th hole. Our leaders. We will have Adil Bedi playing alongside Rashid Khan and Shiv Kapoor.
The customary handshakes and, taking a hat off and a sign of respect for co-players and the caddies as well. There's a lot of bonhomie here going on. The tough part is over. Now you can relax and, enjoy the spoils of the week, especially the players who've done so well in this group. They'll take away a handsome paycheck. Look at the tranquil 18th hole. Nice and quiet there. The wind not really playing up too much. It's ideal conditions.
It's interesting how around 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, in fact, quite early on in the day today, around 10:30 as well, the wind was quite a bit. We could see the flags fluttering fair amount. And suddenly, as we are moving into the further hours of the afternoon, the wind seems to have completely died down. That water has become absolutely still. So, it's having some interesting change in weather patterns. Should we call it global warming or climate change, or what is it?
Could be anything. That could well be it. Obviously, our country has taken a lead on that front recently with the Prime Minister visiting internationally and taking a lead on that. So, obviously, we have that covered here in India, and obviously, the golfers have that covered here while they are on the 18th tee.
What lovely crowds at the Chandigarh Golf Club walking alongside all of the players. What a lovely sight to be watching. A lot of professionals also in that crowd enjoying the great stellar performance by the players. And of course, internationally acclaimed player Shiv Kapoor is in the lead along with Rashid Khan now. Both of them made birdie on the 17th hole and have gone up to 19 under par. So definitely out of reach now for Adil Bedi, but nonetheless, we have two stellar champions, Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan, left to fight it out almost as if they're in a boxing ring on this 18th hole.
That boxing analogy. Let's see who can get their glove on the other one.
It's going to be shot by shot. Let's see who gets the fairway first, and let's see who gets the green next, closer to the pin contest. And then, of course, it's going to come down to the flat stick.
So as I had predicted that we could be looking at a playoff, and it might well turn out to be like that. That this tournament might go the extra yards, and players could be in a playoff, and it could be Rashid again. He's always there in the four, and that's commendable. If he wins or doesn't, what's really praiseworthy is that his consistency in terms of being on top, not just being there in the top 10, 20, but he's always there. There's something extra about this player that he's able to raise his game and compete at the top levels.
Oh, he's been really hungry for a win off late. I had a word with him a couple of days ago, and he's really been working hard on his game and wants to win again. He said it's been a while since I've been able to get form. So that's been, that's something that could come to a closure today itself. He did knock on the door very hard when we were in the Delhi Golf Club at the MP Open. It just didn't close out for him. But it's going to be interesting to see today what happens, even though the tournament director has ended up putting us a tough flag 24 in and completely on the right side of the green, right over that water hazard. But clearly, we've seen enough birdies on this whole location as well. A lot of players hitting it close. So I can surely think of any of these two players actually knocking it pretty close to this whole location.
I think the golfing gods have also been kind to these players. The wind is down, weather is perfect, there's no rain, no inclement weather, so it's just been perfect. The golf course is in pristine condition. The greens are rolling through, fairways are nice and lush. I mean, what more could you ask for? The layout is, of course, difficult, but these players are, undeterred. They're bludgeoning the ball well over 300 yards, all of them. So it's actually proving to be quite, I'm shocked to say that quite comfortable for them. They've reached 19 under again. So it might well be another course record at 20 under par. And
You never know.
it could well be Rashid again.
You never know. Be interesting stuff to watch on that last hole. Let's see who all make it into that short grass and get a chance to attack that pin location. And definitely, all the crowds are already gathered around the green, making sure they can catch a glimpse of each of the shots of their favorite golfers. And of course, a couple of the smart members are already up on the first floor of the gazebo to get the balcony view of things.
Yes, they've definitely got the best view in the house. So, as I say,
What a great event this has been, with the host, such a magnanimous host in Jeev Milkha Singh, one of the best players that this country has ever seen, and still going from strength to strength. He goes out in a few weeks to Phuket to play two tournaments and then takes in a break of a couple of weeks and plays another two tournaments to prepare himself for the seniors tour. Amazing stuff, even by him. The hunger that even he possesses till date is incredible.
absolutely. And, it so happened that this was the first event that he's played in over a year. Obviously, the pandemic causing a closure of, golf for a lot of players. But he's come back and he's, again, feeling fresh and healthy. And we wish him luck in the upcoming events. And obviously, he'll be around for the prize ceremony, giving the prize to one of these worthy champions. It's almost like gladiators fighting there.
One of the players seems to have hit it off slightly towards the right side. I can see two of them on the one. I think Adil Bedi is in the center of the fairway, and Rashid Khan also primed in the left center of the fairway. So looking like people have given themselves good positions for their second shot. Be interesting to see who gets it close enough to close this tournament. A very, very interesting day indeed. And what's scoring? They at Chandigarh Golf Club to get to a 20 under total, and the rest of the players also densely bunched up atop that leaderboard. What incredible scoring on the PGTI! And this is the third week in a row that we are seeing some splendid scoring, some international standard golf. And literally speaking, ladies and gentlemen, you can unsubscribe to the PGA Tour now. It's happening right here in India. We've got some stellar golf going on. Is enough inspiration right here, and any of these guys can definitely go out there and beat those players of the international standards.
I think that's a very valid point, and our viewers should definitely follow the players who play on international tours like Shiv, Rashid, and even youngsters like Adil who will be playing on the Asian tour. I'm sure they'll definitely, make their name heard. And there you have the gallery rope. That's something that you see on the PGA tour. That's so that the players can actually play and the gallery cannot impede on their game, and keep a certain amount of distance between the players and the gallery.
What lovely fairway, Shaurya. I feel like hitting a nice crunchy iron from there.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine myself hitting a crunchy iron right into the crunchy water.
I just don't want to go there. I just want to hit it right next to that flagstick.
I think I want to do justice to that hazard. It's not seen any movement today. You have to. That's the sacrifice you have to give to the hazard. It's there. Somebody has to pay their respects, but hopefully not anyone from this. I'm hoping that'll be the members and not any one of these golfers. The hazard is cut a forlorn figure there.
Shiv Kapoor there, right in the middle of the fairway, has primed himself for that approach shot. And of course, knowing his game and all the rust coming off the game as he started off in the start of this event, should have a good look and attack this flag. This will be a really, really interesting shot, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to really boil down to these last two shots by these two gents.
We saw Shiv actually taking a tee and cleaning the dirt from the grooves of the sandwich. So obviously he wants as much spin that he can impart on this, and he would have nothing more than 110 yards or a full sandwich, maybe pitch it about 5 or 6 feet beyond the flag, try and spin it back. Anything between 15 to 20 feet, I think he'll happily take that. You just don't want to make any glaring errors right now.
Interesting to see that he's not actually wasting much of a time thinking about the shot he wants to hit. In fact, he's just made his practice swing, done his pre-shot routine, and he's ready to fire away. Most of the youngsters you will see will end up taking in 35 more minutes to do that shot.
What a shot. Let's see. He's looking at it confidently.
Wow, what a golf shot by Shiv Kapoor, giving himself just 6 feet downhill to make that birdie putt. What an incredible golf shot by Shiv Kapoor. Definitely muscling that wedge into that green and making sure that it spins and checks up right there. An incredible shot by him.
Shiv has definitely put down the marker. Now, can Rashid answer? Now, that's going to be very important. Rashid never backs away from a challenge, but I don't know where his lie is. The camera is panning into a different place, and there I have a look at Viraj. We have a look at Adil, who also seems to be just in the first cut of rough, and so Adil is at 16 under par, so he would want to get tied with Udian Mane, so look for him also to go flag hunting.
Great shot.
Brilliant
Another
shot.
great shot by Adil Bedi, leaving himself about 8 feet under the flag. In fact, even Viraj Madappa seems to be super impressed by these golf shots, while his shot himself was fairly good. So good stuff happening here. In fact, that's the reason that the top golfers are back here behind the green to appreciate these shots, because they can see what kind of a neck-to-neck competition this really is. Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan coming in at 19 under, and definitely Rashid has some work cut out for himself as of now. Lots of pressure on him to spin this as close as possible to the hole. There's only one way to actually put some pressure onto Shiv. Otherwise, he is absolutely primed up in that position.
I think what will happen now, obviously, it'll be tough for Rashid to get inside that ball. But if he's about 10 to 12 feet, and if he's first to putt, if he can make that putt, he's able to deflect that pressure back to Shiv. But obviously, it's not going to be easy now. Shiv is such a seasoned campaigner. He just went about his business, hit it to about 4 feet. Rashid has hit a massive drive. He has the shortest approach coming in, a very good angle. Look for this to be 10 or 12 feet at worst.
I would completely agree with you. If he can give himself 8 to 10 feet away from the flagstick, he seems to have overshot that by a fair
Oh,
margin. But if Rashid can make that putt, even though
that's a
it is
very
an outside chance of about 30 feet, if he can make that putt, he could add on some pressure. So definitely, it's not the end of the world yet,
that's
but
very
given himself a tough job to do.
That's a shot, very unlike Rashid. I wonder what happened there. If nerves got the better of him, or if I think the drive was too long. He had a pretty short approach, so maybe not that comfortable. Maybe if he was 100 yards back, that would have had a full sandwich. He's kind of stuck between clubs. You could kind of see that he sort of tugged on it a little bit, and he would definitely not be happy with that.
I
But
think this kind of a flagstick, definitely you're looking at you're better off having a full wedge shot instead of having anything halfway there. Just like Viraj, even though he was far down in that fairway, he did have a half lob wedge kind of a shot, which of course leaves the perception a little bit off.
unexpected shot by Rashid. But let's see if he has one last surprise for us. Otherwise, it's going to be Heartbreak Hotel once again, because I don't expect Shiv to miss that.
Heartbreak Hotel, huh?
That's a famous song by Elvis. So,
All the crowds there. It's an amazing sight. You have a couple of other golfers also walking along with this leader group. So good stuff happening. You also have the top amateur for the week, Varun Chopra, overlooking, sipping his coffee slowly. And of course, a lot of the sponsors also watching and enjoying the tournament. I'm sure Jeev Milkha Singh is also around in this crowd, overlooking and looking at his friend Shiv Kapoor now, who's got a good chance to win this tournament. And of course, I wouldn't count Rashid Khan out yet because he's the first guy to be putting from that 30 or 35 feet away distance.
Shiv and Jeev have played a lot of golf on the European tour together, and maybe a good part of 5 to 6, 7 years they were on the European tour together. So obviously, there's a lot of camaraderie there.
So going to be very, very interesting. And I've played a lot of golf with Rashid, and I know he's not going to back down. He's going to give this one a firm chance to get into the hole. So let's see what actually comes up. Does he catch the right line or not? And it'll be interesting to see what actually happens from here. I wouldn't count him out even if it was 100 feet away.
Absolutely, but obviously you have to sort of see that it's a tough part. It's a long part.
It's a left-right downhill, and it's going to curve in somewhere from where Rashid is standing right now, almost about a grip or maybe even a grip and a half from the left. Difficult to judge such a putt, but yes, of course, there's no other choice right now. So I'm hoping that he's going to give this a nice whack.
I think it's a similar line to what Ajitesh Sandhu had on his chip. So, but the last thing that Shiv can do is to assume that Rashid won't make it, because if Rashid makes this putt, then, it'll be a little bit of pressure back on Shiv. So he has to just go on about it and assume that Rashid will make it. It's kind of like a match play situation now. Everything else is kind of out of the equation.
I'm sure Shiv has a lot more experience than that to ever think that his opponent is a weaker one. So I do not think that Shiv would ever be letting that come into his mind. He knows how good a player Rashid is, and definitely, respect for each other and the appreciation for each other's game must always be there. And I'm sure Shiv is already trying to focus in on his own putt while Rashid is going to get clued into his.
Yeah, but at some point in time, when your opponent is 30 feet away, it's human nature to think that, yes, I might just get this, I might be able to nick this with a single putt. So, a long putt by an opponent is almost like a shock to the system. A 30, 35 footer, like you saw on the PGA Tour recently with Bryson DeChambeau and, the likes of them holding those long putts at the Ryder Cup. And this is kind of takes you back to that situation. I think if anyone can do it, it's going to be this man right here on our screen. So
I'm having a shock in my system as well right now, looking at how lush that green looks from that camera angle. When that camera pans so close to the green, it's so shocking, that is, because it's, coming off rains and all of these new weather conditions coming up. It's so difficult to maintain golf courses, and Chandigarh Golf Club is playing so lush, be it in the fairways or be it on the green. It's just incredible to look at the kind of course conditions that the players have been provided this week.
And the players have also answered back in kind. They've produced their best golf on the best stage they could have expected. Chandigarh golf course is in pristine condition, and the players have been very happy, to showcase their skills. And Let's have a look at Rashid Khan. What can he showcase now? Is there a final
As
twist on the
Rashid
tail?
got a chance to make this putt, but he has left it shy of the hole.
So Rashid will make his par. Now Shiv has a downhill 5 footer, maybe curling a little bit left to right. So let's see what happens now.
I think that putt's going to break slightly from the right, probably going to be a right inside or just inside the cup.
All right. You know this green better. We will take your word for it. Either ways, I think Shiv will know the best.
We shall find out. We'll know as soon as he starts to line up for that putt where he's aiming
This
at.
is definitely a confusing green, and
I would be thinking that Shiv is definitely going to be making that putt to close in on this tournament hosted by his good friend Jeev Milkha Singh. Be worth that trip that he has taken from Dubai all the way.
yes, absolutely, he'll go back a lot richer to Dubai. That's a good trip, nevertheless.
Talking about riches, I think a lot of players have played well this week, and that'll help them get catapulted further up onto that order of merit ranking to make sure that they can play that season ender. Some of them have definitely locked their position, including gentlemen like Dhruv Shoran.
Yes, absolutely. Dhruv, I expect him to be a lot higher on the order of merit. He's seeing that he's striking form late, and obviously this season has been a little bit of a stop and start, so that's not helped a lot of the players. And players who are getting form now can actually catapult themselves up the leaderboard, and Adil obviously has done that.
Adil needs to make this putt to tie Udayan Mane at the third position. So this will help him move further up, and always nice to have a birdie finish in the last. So Adil Bedi now to tie Udayan Mane.
Oh,
Unfortunately, he wouldn't make that. Seems like that ball turned a little right to left on him.
so I think I might be right
You
when I
might be
said
right,
that Shiv
actually.
Kapoor's putt is going to break a little left to right. So Rahul, I took all that time to read the greens.
Let's find out.
Okay, so is this going to be the big moment, or are we going to go into extra holes? Only time will tell.
All right, let's see. We'll leave it up to Shiv to decide that.
I saw him execute that shot really quickly, but he's giving this one a little more thought.
Clearly, he needs to get the right line, and speed shouldn't be an issue for this putt. But definitely, you get the right line on this putt and close it down. I'm sure he also doesn't want to go to any extra holes here on.
Yes, not at all, because obviously then fortunes can change. He's been, given an opportunity, a godsend opportunity right here with Rashid sort of not hitting a good shot. Let's see if he can capitalize.
I'm not sure if there was a godsend opportunity, but definitely Shiv's shot coming in first and him making a superb shot there, leaving himself a nice birdie putt, would leave a little bit of pressure on the other player.
So this is what
My
happens.
God, so we are going to be looking at extra holes in this tournament with Shiv Kapoor missing that birdie putt. Clearly, there wasn't a right to lefter, but a left righter putt. So unfortunate there for Shiv Kapoor. And Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan now will be making their way into playoff right after they sign their scorecards.
I think that's a big relief for Rashid, because he would have wanted to go down fighting, and he would have not been happy with that lob wedge shot. And this gives him an opportunity to redeem himself, and so I think he's made back-to-back playoffs.
And golfers really have a way of always making things interesting, don't they? And there's Jeev Milkha Singh appreciating the play of his friend Shiv Kapoor and telling him, why didn't you make that putt? Nonetheless, we'll spend another few minutes now playing that playoff hole, and we'll have to wait for that lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So just hang in there with us while these two players will be making their way back to the playoff.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a playoff is when two players are tied after 4 days play, and we can't quite find a clear winner. So they will go play the first hole and then the 18th hole till the time that a winner emerges. So whoever beats the other player on the first or the second hole will win. So this is going to be interesting. I think the playoff hole is going to be the 18th and then the first. So they will go back on the 18th hole, and let's see if Shiv will regret that miss, or it's going to be Rashid that will go down. But either ways, it's been scintillating 4 days of golf that we've been able to witness from these champions, and it's heartening to see such a large gathering and a crowd actually coming to follow their favorite players. That's the tour commissioner, Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, done a good job this week and even otherwise getting the tour together and these tournaments. And now to more tranquil surroundings, looking at the Sukna Lake and the peaceful setting there. Obviously, a very different feeling on the golf course. A lot of nerves, a lot of tension. We are here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021, brought to you by Take Sports, and we have Rashid Khan and Shiv Kapoor tied after 4 days of golf at 19 under par. So obviously they'll need some more extra holes to separate themselves. They're such good champions that after 4 days they're still tied at 19 under par. We have Udyan Mane, who finished in third position, the Olympian at 17 under par, mind you. And we also have another Olympian in the field, SSP Chaurasia, and SSP finished the week at 7 under par. So SSP also doing well at tied 16. So both of the Olympians are doing well. And obviously, we did speak about the world ranking points that are on offer this week. So they'd be hoping to rack up some more of those. And we have Shiv Kapoor, Rashid Khan, Udyan Mane, Adil Bedi, and Kshitij Navid Kaul, who will be getting those world ranking points this week.
As we await here in the commentary box now to go into the playoff with Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan, two of some of the best players which have played golf in this tournament as well as the stellar careers that they have had in the past. So looking forward to what this playoff is going to be like. We have the tournament director.
Yeah, I started off fantastic, 4 birdies in the first 8 holes, couldn't really do anything wrong, hit lots of good shots and, opened up a nice lead for myself and then kind of hit a rough patch there where I made 3 bogeys in 4 holes. Not too many bad shots, just, maybe a little bit of rustiness, 1 or 2 mental errors, and a bad break here or there. But I was proud of the fact that, I could bounce back from that and the position that I was in to come back and, grab 2-3 birdies late in my round to put myself back in contention.
Today my hitting was not that well as yesterday. But my short game today was really good, which saved me, dropping key shots. I think it's really good for me mentally also because, having hit 3 good rounds really shows that all the work I've put in is starting to show up, and we have a lot of big events coming up also, and not to forget tomorrow. So, the game is looking really good and I'm looking forward to it.
Hello and welcome to Inside the PGTI. This week is special as we travel to Chandigarh to review the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2018 presented by Take Solutions.
It's always fun, giving back in however you can, giving back to the club and giving back to anybody, who's helped us. And, the members in Chandigarh Golf Club have been so kind, in giving us the golf course.
And it's good to interact with the members of Chandigarh Golf Club because they're very enthusiastic and a lot of members actually come out and watch us play. A couple of golf courses we have all over India where the members actually love interacting with the professionals and they're always out there watching us, like KGA is there, Royal Calcutta Golf Club, Pune, we have Chandigarh Golf Club, so it's always good fun.
Well, the experience was really wonderful and both the boys were very present. So Saqib gave us some very nice tips. He showed how to align the ball and as well as the stroke. So it became very clear how to hold the club as well.
We wait for the playoff to begin. Please enjoy the highlights of the tournament so far, and we'll join you shortly.
We are back onto the playoff hole, the 18th hole, where we have missed out to watch the second shots hit by the leaders Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan. Shiv Kapoor seems to have given himself a nice opportunity at birdie on this final hole, and so has Rashid Khan. He's left himself a nice uphill putt to convert that into a birdie. So interesting stuff happening over here at the Chandigarh Golf Club in the first playoff hole between Shiv Kapoor and Rashid Khan. Shiv seems to be ready to already go ahead and play his putt.
I think Shiv has learned from the last time. He's definitely sped things up. He's not taking time at all, and I think he might make this putt. It's an uphill putt breaking from his right to left. Oh no! So leaving the gate open for Rashid Khan. So very disappointing.
Seems like this tournament is over, ladies and gentlemen, for our champions.
I think
Shiv Kapoor seems to have taken victory into his hands, won that tournament. We have Jeev Milkha Singh, who's there, our tournament host, congratulating him, and of course HR Srinivasan, who is also the main sponsor for this tournament. Sujan Singh, another good friend of Shiv Kapoor's, giving him all hugs and congratulatory messages. Shiv Kapoor ends up winning the PGTI Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021.
Shiv making part to win that, and the perseverance pays. So obviously a lot of quality golf by him over the 4 days, and unfortunately Rashid coming up short, but he can take heart from the fact that he's been really playing well and he's firing on all cylinders, and obviously gaining up in ranking is just a matter of time. That maybe he's going to win a big one again on the Asian Tour.
Good to see all this good golf over the last couple of days. Big congratulations from us to Shiv Kapoor for his victory, and of course even to Rashid Khan for the good playing that he's been showcasing. Of course, our Olympian Udayan Mane and Adil Bedi also for their stellar golf, and Kshitij Navedkar as well. We also have the rest of the names in the top 10 as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Dhruv Shoran, Abhijit Singh Chadda, Viraj Madappa, Hani Besoya, Ajitesh Sandhu, and Karandeep Kochar.
And
Lastly, let me just quickly thank our sponsors, associate partner in Incredible India, event partners, Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust, Justice Kuldeep Prakash Bhandari Foundation from Chandigarh, Bhandari and Associates. And there we have our champion, Shiv Kapoor, all smiles. People are loving him. Always nice to have a smiling champion, happy to have won his friend's tournament, the Tata Steel PGTI Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational, presented by Take Sports. We are your hosts, Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh from the commentary box, giving you all the news live from the Chandigarh Golf Club on WA Sports.
WA Cricket by ABB Sports, and please stay with us as we'll be here for the prize ceremony as well. And obviously, the tournament is nothing without the sponsors. And Rahul, thanks for running us through the list of that. You can see how happy Shiv is and how much this means to him. This big win, that's definitely going to catapult him up the order of merit, give him those world-ranking points, and so a little bit of an anticlimax. I thought Rashid would definitely hit it close. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, absolutely. I was quite surprised. We were unable to see that approach shot that they all hit onto the green, but clearly Rashid had put himself out of play, and that's why Shiv could easily just two-putt and take his victory with him. So definitely going to be all celebration for him and his friends, including Jeev Milkha Singh, for this victory. And it's always nice to see that you've flown all the way from out of the country to play your friend's event and ended up winning it. So nice little prize, and of course, victory is always something that everyone cherishes.
Absolutely. And Rashid Khan doing well. A lot of other players putting up valiant efforts. The top 10 is littered with good scores. Udayan Mane, as you pointed out rightly, just finishing third. Adil Bedi and Kshitij Navedkar rounding up the top 5. A great week of golf. The conditions were perfect. The scores were really deep. And look for this good form to continue as the players move on to Dig Boy the next week for the Indian Oil Masters. And here's a look at the updated leaderboard. So ladies and gentlemen, just stay with us for a little while more as we head to the prize ceremony, and you can hear from our champion speak as well as the tournament sponsors.
ceremony of the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021 presented by Take Sports. We've had a fantastic 4th edition of the event this year with India's top stars competing this week. The tournament has witnessed some brilliant performances and low scores from the likes of Shiv Kapoor, Abhijit Singh Chadda, Rashid Khan, Adil Bedi, Dhruv Shioran and Udayan Mane, to name a few. At the end, we had a most deserving winner. We had a playoff for the 4th year in succession. A big hand for our 2 contestants. To begin, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO, PGTI, Mr. Arvind Bajaj, Captain, Chandigarh Golf Club, Mr. Ravibir Singh, President, Chandigarh Golf Club, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, Indian golf legend and tournament host, and Mr. Srinivasan HR, Director, Take Sports Management Private Limited and Joint President, PGTI. I'd now like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO, PGTI, to kindly address the gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. What a fantastic week it's been. I guess Chandigarh is famous for the playoffs, as Nikhil just mentioned. 4 years in a trot. Well, I guess this year Shiv decided to not prolong it and shut it off on the first extended hold. Congratulations, Shiv. Well done, my friend. Wish you many, many more. Hard luck for Rashid. Played some amazing golf. I think there have been a lot of other guys who've been on the leaderboard, trailing up and down, but unfortunately, there's only one winner. But I'm sure that there are many, many more weeks to go, and wish them all the very, very best. Chandigarh sees the best crowds, spectators. So a round of applause to all of you. Thank you all for being here today. I'd like to thank Mr. H.R. Srinivasan. Not only is he the sponsor of the event, but also the joint president of the Professional Golf Tour of India. So thank you very much for your continued support, sir. It means a lot to all us professionals and the tour, without whom, of course, we would not have been here today. My friend Jeev, thank you very much. I know these are trying times for you, but he made it all the way back here this week to be here for his own event. So thank you very much, Jeev. This being one of the most prestigious tournaments on tour definitely draws a big crowd, a huge crowd, and the best names on tour. So thank you very much again. The tournaments would not be a success unless, of course, we have the support of the golf clubs. I'd like to thank Ravi Bir, the president of the golf club, Arvind Bajaj, the captain, the entire committee for playing host this week. I know it's very, very tough for members to stay off the golf course because the course gets shut for a few days. But I'd like to thank them all, the entire membership, for the patience that they show in trying to help promote the sport and get these young professionals out here. So thank you very, very much. Lastly but not the least, I'd like to thank the entire media for the kind of work they do, the TV, ABP, and all our sponsors here as well. For this particular event, there have been few additional sponsors, but I'd like to thank a few of our tour partners, starting with Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amruta Anjan, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, and of course we had this week Gyan Sagar. But we definitely need this kind of support to make events grow and to grow the tour. So thank you all very much, and we look forward to seeing you all again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Ravibir Singh, President, Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Srinivasan, Jeev, Uttam, everyone from PGTI who's put this event together, members of the press, the TV crew, thank you all for being here. The 4th edition has been an excellent tournament yet again. We've had some great scores, wonderful golf, and it's great to see the professionals here. I was indeed happy to see such a huge crowd of members watching the golf. It was some scintillating play, and we all were there to support them. We look forward to this tournament coming here again. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Srinivasan HR, Director, Take Sports Management Private Limited and Joint President, PGTI, the driving force behind this event, to kindly address the gathering.
Captain and President of the Chandigarh Golf Club, the greatest brand ambassador of golf in India, Jeev, Uttam, the winner Shiv, and Rashid, and several other people who made this event such a great spectator-friendly event. I want to start off by first calling the absence of Shri Milkha Singh ji, who has always blessed this tournament and held it very close to his heart. He had a lot of personal affection for me and my family, and we miss his and auntie's presence in this event. His energy and support. You don't get anywhere in this country, and I'm very grateful. And I just want to assure the captain and the president and everybody around here that we'll keep coming here year after year, bigger and better. My congratulations to Shiv, outstanding champion of the game, great ambassador for Indian professional golf, and my commiserations to Rashid. Second time he lost in the playoff, but I'm sure that he's going to come back very strong and win this. And I'm personally going to be delighted handing over the check and the trophy to him. See, what this tournament embodies is the strength of Indian professional golf, and we have a lot of youngsters who are coming through and doing extremely well. The performances of Adil, Kshitij, Yuvraj, Karandeep, and several others are just what you're seeing in the early stages. So we have very eminent champions in the making, and we are very pleased that an event of this nature and stature is able to provide them the ground to move ahead to much bigger tours and do much better. I do, of course, recognize the special bond that I have with Jeev and the fact that he's honored us by hosting this tournament. We are very grateful, Jeev, for this association, and we'll be ever supportive of what you've done for Indian golf, what we intend to take this tournament ahead. To the Chandigarh Golf Club, I cannot thank enough. Just spectacular golfing conditions and spectacular hospitality. So everybody associated with this, my gratitude to each one of them. And to PGTI for the staff who worked so tirelessly and in putting together a spectacular event in COVID times. And we had this event even last year in COVID times. So it's not a trivial achievement. So I just want to recognize what all the PGTI has done to enable this event. I, of course, am very humbled by all the affection I receive from all of you here in Chandigarh and from all the players and from my dear friend Jeev. Thank you so much. We'll continue to support Indian professional golf always. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe now Mr. Mandi wants to add something. Okay. So I'd now like to invite Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, tournament host and Indian golf legend, to kindly share his thoughts.
Good afternoon to all of you. What a week. I can't ask for more. Fourth time lucky. The standard of golf in our country is improved. 19 under par, and these boys are going in for a playoff. When I started golf, we were looking at maybe 10 to 12 under par and you're winning a tournament. It's fantastic to see. Shiv, what a golf shot on the last hole. You deserve it. Well done. Rashid, excellent effort. And I'm sure in the future you're going to learn from this and make it even better. And I would like to thank all the people involved for making this event a success. Firstly, I would like to thank Mr. Srinivasan, Take Sports. I'm humbled by the honor you've given to me. Thank you. All the pros who came out this week for making this event a success, thank you. You put up a great show. PGTI for making sure the tournament was run smoothly and everybody's enjoyed it this week. Thank you, Uttam. I would like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club, the president, the committee, the members for giving us the force and understanding that the pros are playing, and we've taken the golf course away from the members who play regularly out here and making sure that it was run smoothly. Thank you. I would like to thank the media for covering this tournament. Thank you very much. Would like to thank the members once again for making sure that you guys came out and supported this event, and I think the galleries are the best this week on the PGTI anywhere in the country. And in the end, I would like to thank my parents for introducing me to this game. Because of them, I'm here today, and I'm sure they're looking out for me. Have a wonderful afternoon, and thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We now begin with the prize presentation, and we begin with the trophy for the best performing amateur. I would request Mr. Arvind Bajaj, Captain Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly give with the trophy to the best amateur, who was Varun Chopra, with scores of 71, 73, 69 and 71, a total of 4 under 284.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to thank the PGTI, Mr. Mundi, and all the sponsors for getting me in and helping me out this week. I'd like to thank Jeev, sir, for hosting a great event. I'd like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club and the course for putting on a great show. I'd like to thank my grandparents for hosting me and letting me stay at their house. And lastly, I'd like to thank my caddy for giving me all the great reads this week. I really had a tough time reading the greens, so he helped out a ton. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations to Varun. We move on to the next prize, which is the runner-up, and I'd request Mr. Ravibir Singh to kindly do the honors. The runner-up, Rashid Khan, with scores of 65, 67, 69, 68, a total of 19 under 269. He lost on the first playoff hole. He takes away a check worth rupees 16,74,750. We now move on to the grand prize, the winner's prize, and I request Mr. Srinivasan HR and Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh to jointly give away the trophy and the check to the winner, Shiv Kapoor. Scores of 64, 68, 67 and 70 for a total of 19 under 269. He prevailed on the first playoff hole. He takes away a winning check worth rupees 24,24,750. It's time for the customary winner's speech.
I'm going to warn you, this is going to be emotional for me, so yeah, it's going to be tough. But I'll start with the lighter side. First and foremost, Jay was out there on the course with me today telling me how bad I was hitting every shot, so that kind of kept me smiling. So wherever Jay is, I'm going to come and pull your ears. But outside of that, first and foremost, HR Srinivasan, thank you so much for what you do for Indian golf. It doesn't go unnoticed, and on behalf of all the professional golfers and everybody here, I'd like to thank you for your continued support. It really means a lot. Chandigarh Golf Club has very, very fond memories for me from my junior days. Came here to win the All India Junior title, and to now come back and win a tournament of my childhood idol and my older brother, Jeev. It's just amazing. Jeev and Kudrat have been my family on tour for the last 15-20 years, and I said to him, I said, don't look at me on the 18th green, I'm getting emotional. I really, really want to win this tournament for you. And one memory I had was of Auntie last time when I played on the 17th green, out there giving me a hug, and they're in my thoughts and my prayers. But to win this tournament for Jeev and for them, it's just amazing. It's amazing. I think I have to thank my caddy, Aryan Coombs. This is the second week on the bag. So we've got a 50% win rate, so let's hope we can keep that up. And as far as another on a lighter note, I must rate, I was playing with Arvind in the Pro-Am, and I probably missed 8 or 10 putts inside 20 feet, and they were rightfully very disappointed with me for losing the Pro-Am, but I hope I made it up for you by winning this week. So thank you, and thank you to the club and everyone. I want to give a special mention to Rashid. You're a great fighter. What a great player you are, and you kept me on my toes all day. Well played. Your win's coming soon as well. Adil Bedi, a young star from Chandigarh. What a fantastic player. What a fantastic young man. Got a great future ahead of him. And so many young players that played great. I'm an old man, almost 40 now. To be able to beat these young guys, I've still got a little bit of fight left in me, and I've learned that from this great man here. So thank you, and hope to see you all next year.
There you heard it from Shiv. Incidentally, both Shiv and Rashid have flown the tricolor high at the international stage, having won medals at the Asian Games. Finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, Mr. Srinivasan HR, the host venue Chandigarh Golf Club, all committee members of the club, presenting partner Tick Sports Management Private Limited, associate partner Incredible India, Pro-Am partners Justice Kuldeep Prakash Bhandari Foundation, Chandigarh Bhandari and Associates, Gyan Sagar Educational Charitable Trust, Mr. K. Raghav Bhandari, Mr. Jaipal Singh, promoter JSP, one of the largest automobile dealerships in the country, extending across the northern region. And our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Anutanjan, Fruitnik Electro, Plus Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive. Thank you all and see you next year.